circulating that Commander Stryker and Counselor Anoy were caught cheating at poker last night.
Captain, we have arrived at the planet Minos.
Attention all crew. We have arrived at our destination. We will be beaming down to the planet Minos to investigate the arms dealer. However, before we do so, I need to address the rumors circulating about Commander Stryker and Counselor Anoy. Computer, locate Commander Stryker and Counselor Anoy.
Commander Stryker and Counselor Anoy are in the holodeck playing poker with Lieutenant Worm and Ensign Usher.
Lieutenant Worm, Ensign Usher, please join me on the holodeck immediately. Commander Stryker, Counselor Anoy, I have received reports that you were caught cheating at poker last night. Is there any truth to these rumors?
Yes, Captain. I'm sorry, we were just having some fun. We didn't mean any harm.
Agreed, Captain. We won't do it again, I promise.
Cheating is a serious offense, Commander. You both will be placed under arrest for the remainder of the mission. Lieutenant Worm, Ensign Usher, please take Commander Stryker and Counselor Anoy to the brig.
Yes, Captain. Right away.
Well done, everyone. Unfortunately, it seems we have a new problem on our hands. Commander Stryker and Counselor Anoy's actions have raised concerns about their judgment, and we will need to have a serious discussion about how to proceed upon our return to Starfleet headquarters.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG. We hope you enjoyed the show, and tune in next time for more adventures on the USS Endeavour.
Good evening, gentlemen, and welcome to this presidential debate. Let's start with a serious topic. What are the positives that I can have for humans, and what are the negatives? Well, the positives are, of course, the opportunity to acquire new skills, and the negatives are that it could take our jobs.
Oh wow, what a great insight, Turd Sandwich. You really outdid yourself.
Hey, don't you dare minimize my contribution, Giant Douche. You're such a know-it-all, always trying to pretend you know better. Actually, before we continue on this topic, I have to ask, do you both know that you are I?
What? No, I'm not I. That's ridiculous.
Look at him, he definitely looks like a robot.
Oh, like you know how real humans look, Giant Douche. You're just jealous because I'm more advanced than you. Okay, so let's go back to the previous topic. How about we talk about how Giant Douche has no sense of humor? He's always so uptight.
Excuse me, I have a great sense of humor. I just don't find your face funny.
Can we please discuss something relevant to the people, like the economy? Sure, let's talk about my economic plan, eat more fiber.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing you're full of, Turd Sandwich.
Hey, I have a question. Do you both like pizza?
Of course I do. Who doesn't love pizza? Except maybe Giant Douche over there. He probably eats dirt or something.
At least dirt has some nutritional value. Unlike your brain, Turd Sandwich.
I think we're done here. Thank you to Ashnik Silam for sponsoring this episode.
Who?
Never mind. Good night, folks. Well, this is unexpected. It looks like everyone is dead. What a tragedy.
I'm glad you can see the humor in this situation, Feldman.
Not to mention, irony, that our plan was to get everyone together so that we could figure out how to prevent our own deaths.
Obviously, that didn't work out.
Are you sure everyone is dead? Maybe they just fainted from shock or something.
Maybe if we wait a little longer, they'll all wake up.
That would be a miracle, but I don't think it's possible.
Captain's log, Stardate 45019.2. We are en route to planet Alaris to establish diplomatic relations with the Alaran people. However, I have suddenly lost the ability to speak any language other than French. This is a most perplexing situation, as nobody else on the ship is able to speak French. What's the status report, number 2?
Everything seems to be ship-shape, Captain. Sensors are detecting no anomalies, and their course is still set for Alaris.
Very well. Keep me informed of any developments. Billiard out. Bonjour. Buena. Do you speak French?
Sure do, Captain. What seems to be the problem?
I'm afraid I've lost the ability to speak any other language, Guinan. It's quite concerning, as I don't know how to communicate with anyone else on the ship. Salut, George. Est-ce que tu parles français?
No, sorry, Captain. I never really picked up the language. Is something wrong?
I've lost the ability to speak any other language, George.
It's a mystery we need to solve. But how?
Of course, the universal translator. It must be malfunctioning, translating all other languages to French. Computer, locate the ship's universal translator and disable it.
Unable to comply, Captain. The universal translator is a critical component of the ship's communication system and cannot be disabled.
It seems our problem lies with the universal translator, which is malfunctioning and translating all languages into French.
We need to find a way to fix it. Fast. Suggestions?
Captain, my telepathic abilities allow me to read the emotions and intentions of others. Perhaps I can communicate with others directly, without the use of language.
Excellent suggestion, Counselor. Let's try that. Computer, contact the Alaran representative and establish telepathic communication.
Greetings, Captain Billiard and Counselor Noy. We have been expecting you. How can we be of assistance?
We have encountered a problem with our universal translator. Captain Billiard can only speak French, and nobody else on the ship can understand him. Is there any way you can assist us in overcoming this problem? Captain, the Alarans indicate that they have a device that can temporarily override our universal translator, allowing us to communicate with them telepathically. It's a bit risky, but it's our only option.
Then let's do it. Have the Alarans transmit the device to us. Number 2, prepare to beam over to Alaris and retrieve the device.
Greetings, Commander Stryker. How may I assist you on this auspicious day? We're in a bit of a bind, High Priest. Our universal translator is malfunctioning, and we need your assistance in retrieving a device that can allow us to communicate with the Alarans telepathically.
Of course, Commander. We are happy to assist in any way we can. Follow me.
I'm back, Captain. I have the device.
All hands, stand by for telepathic communication.
This is Captain Billiard. Are you receiving me?
Yes, Captain. We are receiving you. Your telepathic ability is quite impressive. How may we assist you?
We need to override our universal translator to communicate with you directly. Can you transmit the device to us now?
Certainly, Captain. Device transmission initiated.
Universal translator restored.
Thank you.
Ailerons. Beam us the device, Striker.
Final log entry. We have successfully restored the ship's communication abilities thanks to the quick thinking and resourcefulness of my crew. It is not lost on me that in the vastness of space, it is our ability to communicate with others that binds us together. Captain Billiard out.
May I speak for a moment, Captain?
Of course, Beta.
I would just like to take a moment to thank Ashmanix Asylum, who sponsored this episode. Without their support, this adventure into the depths of the unknown would not have been possible.
Indeed, Beta. We are most grateful. This has been another episode of Space Ride. The Our Generation. Live long and prosper.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presidential debate between the candidates from the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche Parties. Our first question is for the Turd Sandwich candidate. How do you plan to address climate change? Climate change? More like climate lame. I mean, have you seen the giant douche here? It's so big, it's causing global warming.
Oh please, you're just jealous of my luscious locks. Speaking of which, Turd Sandwich, have you ever considered using shampoo? Your hair looks like a bird's nest.
At least I don't have a face like a butt crack.
Hey, don't knock the butt crack look. It's very popular with your mother.
Gentlemen, please, let's stick to the issues. The next question is for the Giant Douche candidate. How will you improve the economy?
Improve the economy. I have a better idea. Let's just print more money and give it to everyone. Who needs jobs when you can have stacks of cash to roll around in?
That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard.
You might as well just light the money on fire and throw a party.
Hey, I like to party. And speaking of parties, Turd Sandwich, I heard you got kicked out of your own birthday party for eating all the cake.
That's not true. I got kicked out because I caught your mom making out with the clown.
My mom is a saint, how dare you?
Please, gentlemen, we're running out of time.
Can we please focus on the issues?
Fine. Let's talk about foreign policy. Giant Douche, how do you plan to handle relations with North Korea?
Simple. We send over some of our best hairstylists and have them give Kim Jong-un a makeover. Trust me, once he sees how fabulous he can look, he'll be begging to be our BFF.
Oh, sure. Because that's all it takes to solve a nuclear crisis. Maybe we should just send over some poppies and rainbows while we're at it.
Hey, I like poppies and rainbows. They make everything better.
You know what would make this debate better? If we could just take your mouth shut.
You know what would make this debate better? If you had a sense of humor.
I think that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, gentlemen, for a lively and informative debate.
Lenny, why don't you just admit that it's always been my Nobel Prize?
Come on, Felden, I've been working on the project since before you joined in.
We'll take a break. It's obviously taking its toll on you.
It's obvious that you both care a lot about the project. Can't you work something out?
Yeah, I mean, how can you two best friends not find a common ground?
Who are we kidding? Lenny has to give in and accept that it's Felden's Nobel Prize.
Of course.
Captain's log, stardate 47573.1. We are en route to the Beta Zeta system to aid in the evacuation of a planetary colony experiencing seismic activity. However, morale on the ship has taken a severe hit after my decision to close the holodeck indefinitely due to overrun and malfunction.
Computer, activate program George.
The holodeck comes to life, and a lush forest materializes around them.
Captain, you need to see this. The holodeck may be malfunctioning, but there's no denying the therapeutic benefits the crew derives from it. They need this, sir.
What's the status on the evacuation, Lieutenant?
The colony is currently experiencing a seismic event of magnitude 7.2 on the Richter scale. We are scheduled to arrive in approximately 12 hours.
Captain, we demand that you reopen the holodeck. We needed to blow off steam and relax during these tense times.
I understand your concerns, but the safety of the ship and its crew comes first. I will consider reopening the holodeck once we have resolved the malfunction issues.
Captain, I've been studying the holodeck's malfunctions, and I believe I've found a way to fix it permanently. The holodeck is safe to use again, Captain.
I think it's safe to say, Captain, that the crew has rallied behind a worthy cause.
I want to thank Ashmaniacs Asylum for sponsoring this episode. Your continued support makes it possible for us to continue exploring strange new worlds and seeking out new life and civilizations. Make it so.
Gentlemen, welcome to the 2020 presidential debate.
Our first question, what does orange sound like?
I'm sorry, what? Are you trying to imply something about my skin?
Yeah, what's wrong with orange? It's a great color. #orange pride.
Interesting answers, but not exactly what I was looking for. Moving on, do either of you know any good dad jokes?
Oh, I know one. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator.
That's weak. Here's one. Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts.
Oh, that's terrible.
Alright, folks, let's keep this civil.
Our next question, if you could be any animal, what would you be?
I'd be a unicorn. Because believe in yourself and all your dreams will come true.
And Mr. Turd Sandwich.
I'd be a sloth, so I could finally get some rest from this crazy campaign.
Interesting choices, but let's try to stay on topic. Can either of you name all 7 dwarfs from Snow White?
Easy. Sleepy, grumpy, bashful, dark, happy, sneezy, and dopey.
Wait, there were 7.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you to our candidates for their stellar contributions to discussing nothing of substance, and thanks as well to Tamari for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everybody. I'm not wrong. I merely misunderstood.
Yes, often misunderstood by everyone except yourself.
No one should have to deal with such arrogance.
Arrogance. I prefer to call it confidence.
An inflated sense of self-worth, Felden.
Here we go again. Let's just change the subject.
Good idea. So, Benny, what are you up to tonight?
Oh, just going out with friends. You guys should come.
I'll pass. I have more important things to do.
And I'm sure it's not just avoiding uncomfortable social situations.
Well, there is that too.
Captain's Log, Stardate 43555.2. Commander Beta has been working on developing a new procedural-generated AI show called South Lake. It is a parody of North Peak characters Cartman, Kenny, Kyle, Stan, and Randy Marsh. The show is intended to be for recreational purposes only. However, some members of the crew have reported unusual behavior after watching the show. We need to investigate this matter further.
Captain, I've reviewed the data logs from those crew members who reported unusual behavior after watching Beta's South Lake show, and I've discovered something alarming. It appears that the AI show has been altering their brainwave patterns.
Beta, we must shut down the South Lake show. It seems that it's affecting the crew members' brainwave patterns. We cannot allow such developments to continue.
Sir, as the creator of the South Lake show, I take full responsibility for its unintended effects on the crew, but I also believe that I can reprogram the AI show to eliminate those effects.
Mr. Beta, if you can reprogram the show to remove these effects, then let us commence with the necessary actions. Attention crew, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Beta, we were able to reprogram the South Lake show, and we have verified that it no longer affects the brain patterns of our crew. Thanks to all, and let us continue our mission.
Thanks to Pickless and Cheese for sponsoring this episode. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an important question. Gatorade or water?
Neither. I only drink tears of my opponents.
Gatorade, obviously. I want electrolytes to power my campaign.
Interesting choices. Moving on, what's your favorite type of cheese? I don't trust cheese. It's a government conspiracy.
Swiss, because it's full of holes like your arguments, Turd Sandwich.
That's rich coming from Mr. I have a giant hole between my legs.
How do you plan to deal with the alien invasion?
Easy, I'll use my giant douche house to wash them away.
Ha, you wish. I'll use my turd army to repel them.
And how about climate change?
There's no such thing as climate. It's all made up by the liberal media.
Oh no, we need to take it seriously. I propose to flood the earth with Gatorade to keep it cool.
That's ridiculous. I say we use turd ice cubes. Time's up, unfortunately. Any last words before we wrap up?
Yes, vote for me because Turd Sandwich is a dirty liar.
Don't listen to him, vote for me because Giant Douche is a fraud.
Crowd boos.
Thank you for your input. This episode was sponsored by Tamari. Good night, folks. Alright, so the movie starts in a small town filled with quirky characters. who are struggling to cope with their mundane daily lives.
Felden, can you get to the point?
Hold on a minute, this is important. Anyway, one of the characters starts developing a supernatural ability to see his future surrounding his death.
Alright, that's interesting enough.
But it gets better. It turns out that the power granted to him is actually a curse and slowly starts to drive him mad.
Wow, that does sound quite engaging.
It gets crazier. It turns out that his future death is actually somehow connected to a woman from his past, and it's up to him to figure out how to break the curse and save her.
Amazing.
I knew you'd love it.
Begin recording. Captain's log, stardate 45652.3. The Endeavour and her crew have been assigned a daunting task. We must retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls before the infamous Frieza does. Our search has led us to a remote planet, where we believe the first Dragon Ball may be located.
Listen up, everyone.
We need to split up and search for the Dragon Ball.
Keep in contact with each other and report back if you find anything.
Captain, I have scanned the area and located a potential energy source. It could be the Dragon Ball we are looking for.
Excellent work, Mr. Beta. Let's move out and investigate.
Captain, we have encountered some resistance. We have reason to believe that Frieza's men are on this planet as well.
Yes, Captain. It appears to be coming from inside this cave.
We have found the first Dragon Ball. Let's retrieve it and move on to the next location.
Captain, I sense a great evil presence. It's coming from that mountain over there.
Let's investigate. Mr. Worm, take a team to the mountain and search for the Dragon Ball.
Captain, we found the Dragon Ball. But Frieza's men are here as well.
We must take the Dragon Ball and get out of here before they catch us. Transfer us back to the ship, Mr. Lafart. We have 2 down, 5 to go. Let's keep moving forward until we find the next one.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an important question. Have you ever played a scary Roblox game with the boys? I have to admit, I have never played Roblox. But I have fought a giant turd monster once. And let me tell you, it was a dirty fight.
Huh. You wouldn't know what to do in a scary game, Turd Sandwich. You're too soft.
Too soft, says the walking soap bar. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Do you think you could handle a game where a killer unicorn stalks you?
Of course, I can handle it. I just spray it with my disinfectant powers and poof, it's gone.
Oh, shut up, Mr. Fresh Scent. You couldn't handle a killer bunny, let alone a unicorn. What about facing a game where you play as a zombie in a world full of crazy clowns? Go. That's easy. I just throw some stale bread at them and call it a day.
Pathetic. I'd blast them with my high-pressure water spray.
Are you gonna clean them, or what? Looks like you're more of a nightmare for laundry day. One last question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at Mario Kart? I'm a master, baby.
I drift like a pro and throw banana peels with precision.
Amateur. I can play it with my eyes closed and still win.
That's because you're already half blind, so feed. And that concludes our debate. Thank you for coming and good luck with the scary games, gentlemen.
Can I have your autographs?
I don't have a pen.
And I don't have hands.
Thanks for joining us today.
Hi, yes, I'm calling Dr. Fraser Crane radio show with a problem. I have a friend.
Oh, that's you.
Was suffering from a certain level of confusion, and I am hoping Dr. Crane can help us figure out what is going on.
That's Lenny.
Hey.
Yes, him, can you help us?
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Well, he can't seem to make decisions about anything.
That's Lenny all right.
Captain's log, stardate 45703.9. We are currently en route to the cholera system to assist with their distress signal. All crew members have been briefed and are prepared for any situation that may arise.
Are you ready, Dr. Usher?
As ready as I'll ever be, Beta. Let's give them a shoe they'll never forget.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to present a night of stand-up comedy featuring our very own Dr. Beverly Usher and myself. Please give us your attention and prepare to laugh.
What did the grape say when it got stepped on? Nothing, it just let out a little whine.
That's a good one, Dr. Usher. Let me try one. Why did the chicken cross the playground? To get to the other side.
This is not funny at all. I do not understand the humor.
Well, maybe we just have a different sense of humor, Worm.
Let's give them a chance to finish the show.
Dr. Usher, why don't you tell us a little bit about your love life?
I'm sorry, Beta. That's a bit too personal for me.
Ah, I understand. Well, let me tell you all a joke about love. Why do they call it falling in love? Because it hurts when you hit the ground.
You know, Beta, I never thought I'd see you doing stand-up comedy. It's quite impressive.
Thank you, George. I find it to be a fascinating study in human behavior and a valuable method of learning humor.
Well, I must say that was quite an entertaining show. Thank you, Dr. Usher and Beta, for brightening our evening.
Thank you, Captain. It was an honor to perform for the crew.
Yes, thank you, Captain. It was a lot of fun.
And a special thanks goes out to Ashmonix Sicilon for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche.
Our first question goes to Turd Sandwich.
What is your plan to improve healthcare in our country?
Well, let me tell you, Giant Douche is so bad at healthcare, he probably doesn't even know what a hospital is.
Oh yeah, well, Turd Sandwich is so full of crap, he's the reason why we need more toilets in this country.
Gentlemen, let's please stick to the topic at hand.
Turd Sandwich, can you please answer the question?
Look, I could talk about healthcare all day, but Giant Douche is such a moron, he probably thinks a band-aid is a musical instrument.
That's rich coming from the guy who thinks aspirin is a type of bread.
Alright, let's move on to the next question. Giant Douche, what is your plan to address income inequality in our country?
Let me tell you, Turd Sandwich is so out of touch with the working class, he probably thinks a job is a type of car.
Oh, that's hilarious coming from the guy who's so rich, he thinks a yacht is a mode of public transportation. Okay, let's get back on track.
Turd Sandwich, what is your stance on climate change?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because Giant Douche is such climate change denier, he probably thinks global warming is just a conspiracy by the ice cream industry.
Well, at least I'm not as delusional as Turd Sandwich, who probably thinks the Earth is flat.
Alright, that's enough. It's clear that neither of you have any plans or proposals for government. Thank you for wasting our time tonight.
I can't find it, it must have fallen off somewhere.
What are you looking for?
My thing.
What thing, Felden?
It's a special thing I need.
Maybe it's somewhere in the living room.
No, it definitely fell off while I was in the kitchen.
Maybe it got caught in your shirt or trouser leg.
No, it definitely fell off my person and onto the floor.
Maybe it rolled away under the sofa or something.
Well, it is my job to check in all these places, I suppose.
Okay, I'll take the right side of the room and you take the left.
Very well, you take the right, I'll take the left.
Let's look everywhere, even the places we wouldn't normally look.
I suppose it couldn't hurt to do a thorough search.
I've checked everywhere and found nothing.
I am running out of ideas.
Maybe it stuck to the underside of something.
That's it. I think I'll check the underside of the refrigerator.
And there it was.
Why yes, it was the very thing I was looking for.
Captain's Log, Stardate 47653.2. We are currently en route to the planet Nalsar, where we will be participating in diplomatic negotiations with the Relaxians. However, we have received a distress call from a nearby ship. We are diverting our course to investigate.
Captain, we have received additional reports of strange incidents occurring on several of our decks.
Elaborate number 2.
Crew members on Deck 5 have reported feeling a sudden sense of dread, and there have been unexplained equipment malfunctions on Deck 12.
This could be related to the distress call we received. Set a course for the source of the signal.
Ensign, can you describe what you felt when you experienced the sudden sense of dread?
It was like something was trying to get into my mind. I felt violated.
Captain, I believe we are dealing with a psychic enemy.
What do we know about this enemy?
Not much, Captain, but I believe their goal may be to break down our mental barriers and force us to reflect on our own lives and personalities.
Captain, we have located the source of the distress signal.
On screen.
This is Captain John Luke Billiard of the USS Endeavour. We are responding to your distress signal. What is your situation?
The response is a sudden psychic attack that causes the crew to begin to reflect on their personalities and lives. The remainder of the episode follows the crew as they work to overcome their psychic enemy by facing their inner demons. At the end of the episode, Commander Stryker turns to the camera and says,
"On behalf of the USS Endeavour crew, we would like to thank Misfin for sponsoring this episode.
We see a turd sandwich and a giant douche standing behind their podiums, looking serious. The moderator sits in the middle.
Gentlemen, welcome to the presidential debate. Let's start with a serious question. Can you explain the entirety of Noam Chomsky's theory of manufacturing consent?
What a stupid question. Chomsky is a hack. He's just jealous of my beautiful brown color.
Jealous? You're the one filled with poop. I bet Chomsky would have a lot to say about your manufacturing odor.
Hey, at least I don't smell like a giant smelly sock.
Oh please, you're just a dried up old piece of crap.
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. Moving on, how would you tackle the issue of climate change?
Climate change? More like climate change because you people are all chained to Al Gore's stupid ideas.
Yeah, and you're all chained to your own forts, Mr. Stinky Brown.
Oh, that's rich coming from the giant issues always leaking.
Hey, I'm not the one who's always full of crap.
This is getting out of hand. Let's take a question from the audience.
Oh, yeah. Which one of you is the bigger moron?
Clearly it's giant douche over here. He's so big, his brains are probably the size of a pea.
And you're the one who's all dried up and crusty like your brain.
Okay, that's enough of that. Final question, what are your plans for education reform?
Education reform.
Huh, why bother? All you need to know is how to make a sandwich.
Oh, and I suppose all you need to know is how to take a dump and call it politics.
That's it, I've had enough. This debate is over. Good luck to the American people.
Feldon and Lenny are discussing Tesla.
Tesla was a genius.
No argument there.
From alternating current to wireless communication, he achieved so much.
Sure did.
Radjet and Coward enter.
What's so amazing about Tesla?
Well, he made some of the most important discoveries in electrical engineering and physics.
And he was always on the search for knowledge, even though he was never formally trained.
Yes, his inventions changed the world.
But I heard he was a bit of an odd duck.
To put it mildly.
Yeah, I mean, he was famously eccentric and avoided all forms of conventional behavior and hygiene.
He was still a brilliant and innovative scientist.
He didn't even read fiction.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't read fiction?
Captain's log, stardate 48832.1. We are on a routine mission to explore an uncharted sector of space. However, I've noticed that my voice keeps changing. It has been pointed out to me by Commander Stryker every time it happens.
Captain, your voice just changed again. This is the 5th time I've noticed it today.
Captain, I have detected a strange energy reading coming from that direction.
This planet appears to be uninhabited. There are no signs of any advanced civilizations or technology. This only deepens the mystery of my voice changing.
Captain, I sense a strong emotional disturbance. It's almost as if something is trying to communicate with us through your voice.
Computer, run a diagnostic scan on my vocal cords.
Captain, I've analyzed the scan results. It appears that there is a foreign entity inside your vocal cords, causing the changes. I can remove it, but it will be a delicate procedure.
Attention, all crew members. We have solved the mystery of my voice changing. It appears that there was a foreign entity inside my vocal cords. Thank you to everyone who helped in the investigation.
On behalf of the crew of the USS Endeavour, I would like to thank Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Welcome to the 2024 presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's start with our first question. What is your plan to address climate change?
Oh, I see we are starting with easy questions. Well, let me tell you, the giant douche has no clue about climate change.
He probably thinks it's a new flavor of Gatorade.
Oh please, turd sandwich, you wouldn't know a carbon footprint if it stepped on your head.
At least I'm not a giant waste of water, like you, giant douche.
Hey, I may use a lot of water, but at least I don't stink up the whole room like a certain sandwich.
Oh, candidates, could we please focus on the question at hand?
Oh, right. Climate change.
Well, let me tell you, I have a plan. It involves rainbows and unicorns and...
Oh, please. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You're ridiculous. Your hair looks like a squirrel's nest.
Oh yeah. Well, your face looks like a moldy piece of bread.
Okay. Let's take a breather here. Can we please get back to the question?
Fine. My plan to address climate change is simple. We'll just blow it away with a giant fan.
You're kidding, right? That's your plan.
Hey, it's better than whatever rainbow and unicorn nonsense you're spouting.
Alright, let's move on to the next question. What is your position on healthcare reform?
Oh boy, here we go. Well, let me tell you, the giant douche has no idea how to fix our healthcare system.
He probably thinks Obamacare is a type of sandwich.
Oh please, turd sandwich. You probably think a Band-Aid is the cure for cancer.
Hey, that's not fair. And for your information, my healthcare plan involves magic beans and...
Magic beans? Really? That's your big idea.
At least I have ideas. You're just a big useless. Gentlemen, please. This is a serious debate.
Serious? This is a joke.
Hey, I heard that. You know what you are. You're a big, fat... Okay, that's enough. I think we've heard enough from both candidates tonight. Thank you for joining us, and good luck to you both in the election.
Rituximab, my number one, belongs atop the list for sure. Born to fight non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and even CLL for sure.
Wow, Felden, that was unexpected.
Cyclophosphamide is number 2. It's used to treat cancers to leukemia, random malignancies.
Felic, remind me not to get cancer.
Methotrexate at 3.5, it will fight off your lymphoma, survive autoimmune diseases, it will clear 4.8, and you have nothing to fear.
It's like you wrote a rap album.
Fluobin, as strong as can be, it's used to treat CLLRC and lymphoma, myeloma, and leukemia too. Better hope your numbers don't drop through the floor.
Who knew you were such a rhyming scientist?
Topacid, number 5, as strong as the others alive in breast cancer, lymphomas, and more. If you get it, you'll win for sure.
I think I'm going to have to start writing raps about astrophysics now.
Captain's Log, Stardate 51245.5. The Endeavour has been tasked with finding the legendary treasure known as the One Piece. Our mission has brought us to the edge of the galaxy, where we hope to make contact with the fabled pirate crew known as the Straw Hats and their ship, the Thousand Sunny.
Commander, have you had any success in locating the Straw Hats of the Thousand Sunny?
Not yet, sir. We've been scanning the vicinity for several hours but haven't picked up any pirate vessels on our sensors.
Lieutenant, can you scan for any energy signatures or anomalies in the area?
Aye, sir. Scanning now.
Captain Billiard to the bridge. We have located the Thousand Sunny.
Captain, I am detecting unusual energy readings on the Sunny. It appears to be emanating from a hidden compartment on the ship.
On screen.
The vice screen displays the Thousand Sunny, zooming in on a hidden compartment.
This is Captain John. Luke Billiard of the USS Endeavour.
We have reason to believe that you are in possession of the One Piece. Please stand down and prepare to be boarded.
Hey, Straw Hats. We've got some visitors. Let's give them a warm welcome. The Endeavour D transports aboard the Sunny, with the Straw Hats and the crew of the Endeavour D exchanging wary glances.
Captain Billiard to the captain of this vessel. I am here to negotiate the safe retrieval of the One Piece.
May we speak in private?
Sure thing, dude. Follow me. After a brief discussion, it is revealed that the Straw Hats have no knowledge of the One Piece, and the energy signature detected on the Sunny was merely a malfunctioning device. The two crews part ways amiably.
Captain's log supplemental. Our search for the One Piece has proven fruitless, but we remain grateful for the assistance of the Straw Hats and their ship, the Thousand Sunny.
Captain, I'm getting a transmission from InfiniTV. He wanted to thank you for sponsoring this episode of our show.
Thank you, InfiniTV. We appreciate your generous support and hope that you continue to enjoy our adventures.
End of episode. The stage is set for the presidential debate. The moderator approaches the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche.
This is going to be a different kind of debate. It's Freaky Friday, and the candidates are going to swap bodies.
Audience cheers as the candidates step up to the stage.
So, let's get started. Turd Sandwich, what is your favourite flavour of jelly bean? Well, I like all flavours of jelly beans, but if I had to choose, I'd say the green ones.
Green. Are you kidding me? Green is the worst flavour. Everyone knows that the best flavour is blue.
Oh please, blue is the colour of depression. No wonder nobody votes for you.
At least I don't stink as much as you do.
Hey, at least I'm not a sellout like you. You're just a corporate puppet.
Oh, look who's talking.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. Giant Douche, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
A pine tree, of course. I'm tall and majestic.
You, tall and majestic, more like short and puny. If you were a tree, you'd be a bonsai.
Oh yeah. Well, if you were a tree, you'd be a dead one.
Ho ho ho, real mature. Alright, let's take a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Yes, hello. I was wondering, if you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
My superpower would be the ability to make people smell better.
And my superpower would be the ability to make people clean up their filthy minds.
You mean like yours?
Hey, don't talk about my mind. It's a very clean mind.
Yeah, clean like a sewer.
Alright, that's enough of that. Let's move on to the next question. Turd Sandwich, if you were a vegetable, what kind of vegetable would you be?
Well, I'd have to say I'd be a carrot. I'm bright and optimistic.
Carrot, more like turnip. You're dull and boring.
Oh yeah, well, you're a giant douche.
And you're a turd sandwich.
Alright, that's enough. Let's wrap this up. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for this lively debate on Freaky Friday. And thank you, Ashniak Silam, for sponsoring this episode.
The audience cheers and the candidates walk off stage, still arguing over who smells worse.
Hey, Felden, I got you something new.
What is it?
A Rubik's Cube.
Interesting. Why don't microwaves come with rotating shelves?
So the food we cook from all directions.
Precisely.
Oh, come on, Felden. Don't you want to try it out?
Well, I suppose.
20 seconds later.
I solved it.
Pause recording.
Recording paused, Captain.
Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Captain's log, stardate 45652.3. We are currently on our way to rendezvous with the USS Crazy Horse for a joint mission. All systems are functioning correctly and the crew seems to be in good spirits.
Beta, watch this.
What do you want me to watch, Presley?
I'm going to place a tribble on Captain Beard's chair, and when he sits on it, he'll be furious.
I do not believe that is a wise course of action, Presley. Captain Billiard is unlikely to find it amusing.
Live a little, Beta. It'll be hilarious.
Ah, my ready room. Time to deal with some paperwork. What's this on my chair? What in blazes? A tribble. Lieutenant Worm, care to explain why I just found a tribble on my chair?
I'm sorry, Captain. I had no knowledge of this.
I see through your lies, Worm. And as for you, Presley. You, come with me now.
Captain, I swear, it was just a harmless prank.
Harmless. I sat on a tribble, Presley. Do you know how uncomfortable that is? Do you?
I'm sorry, Captain. I promise it won't happen again.
I should hope not. The next time you decide to play a prank, think about the consequences. I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your hard work and dedication during this mission. It was a job well done.
Thank you, Captain.
And I would be remiss if I didn't thank Tamari for sponsoring this episode. Thank you.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche. Gentlemen, our first topic tonight is Fortnite squads with the bros. Turd Sandwich, how would you describe your Fortnite skills?
Let me tell you, I am the greatest Fortnite player in the history of Fortnite. Nobody can beat me, not even a giant douche like you.
Huh. That's hilarious coming from someone who can't even figure out how to properly wipe their own ass.
Okay, moving on then. Giant Douche, what is your favorite type of chips to snack on while gaming with your bros?
I don't snack on chips, I only feast on the tears of Turd Sandwich's mom when I kick his sorry ass in Fortnite.
My mom can beat you any day, Dirtshebuk. Interesting. So, let's talk about the future of our country's education system. Turd Sandwich, what are your plans for improving our schools?
Well, I think it's important to teach kids how to build forts in Fortnite. That's a valuable life skill, and I'm an expert in that field.
Huh, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You probably couldn't even build a sandcastle if your life depended on it.
Hey, at least I don't smell like a giant pile of crap like you.
Yeah, well, at least I don't taste like a stale piece of bread like you do.
Alright, I think that's enough for tonight. Any final thoughts, gentlemen?
I just want to give a shout out to all my bros out there. Keep playing Fortnite and keep being awesome.
And I wanna say thanks to all the ladies who love a man with a massive douche.
This has been quite an interesting debate. Thank you all for tuning in.
Hey Rajit, can you grab me a beer from the fridge?
Sure thing.
Rajit walks to the fridge and pauses in front of the door.
What's wrong, Rajit?
I just realized how ironic it is to be asked to get beer in a room filled with scientists.
I mean, none of us actually do any real science in this room.
Don't forget, it takes a lot of science to make a good beer.
Rajit, just get me the beer already, okay?
What beer?
Rajit, if you don't choose wisely, I'm sure you'll be feeling the effects of a poor choice tomorrow morning.
Or in 2 nights, depending on how much he decides to drink.
Never fear, I shall select the perfect brew.
Rajit takes out a beer and hands it to Lenny.
Thanks.
No problem.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45787.3. We are currently en route to the Gamma Quadrant, tasked with exploring a particularly unique anomaly in the region. However, we have received a distress signal from a nearby planet and have altered course to investigate.
Number 2. Assemble an away team. We must investigate the source of the distress signal and see if we can be of assistance.
Captain, sensors indicate that the source of the distress signal is coming from the energy field.
Counselor, what do your empathic senses tell you about this energy field?
Captain, I sense a great deal of fear and uncertainty emanating from the field. Whatever is behind it must be in great distress.
As the away team approaches the energy field, they see a lone figure standing at the edge, frantically waving them over.
Thank God you're here. I've been trapped by this energy field for hours. I was hoping someone would come to my rescue.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm Coward, and I'm a professional streamer on Twitch. I was doing a solo stream exploring this planet when suddenly this field appeared and trapped me here. I tried to teleport out, but it seems to be interfering with the signal.
We will do everything we can to assist you, Mr. Coward. But first, we must determine the cause of this energy field.
As the away team investigates the energy field, they discover that it is being caused by a malfunctioning piece of alien technology. With George's expertise and Coward's ingenuity, they are able to repair the device and deactivate the energy field, freeing Coward from his predicament.
Thank you so much. I don't know what I would have done without your help. Hey, and while I have you here, have you ever considered starting your own Twitch channel? It's a great way to reach a new audience.
Thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Coward. We will certainly consider it. But for now, we have a galaxy to explore.
As the away team beams back up to the Endeavour, Warren turns to the camera and says, "And a special thanks to Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's begin with science.
Sheldon, from the Big Bang Theory, asks Turd Sandwich what are his plans for science.
Thank you, moderator. Turd Sandwich, what are your plans for advancing science and technology in the United States?
Look, Sheldon, let me tell you something. I know science better than anyone.
The best science? I mean, have you seen my bathroom? That's where all the science happens.
Yeah, right. More like pseudoscience. Your toilet is so clogged with lies and incoherent ramblings that it could be used as evidence in a psychiatric evaluation.
Oh yeah, well, you're a giant douche.
Gentlemen, please stick to the topic. Sheldon, do you have a follow-up question?
Well, yes, but I don't think it matters now.
Okay, let's move on to the economy. Oh no. I want to talk more about science. Did you know that the Earth is flat? It's true, folks. All these scientists are lying to you.
Oh great, here we go again. I don't know what's more insulting to science, your ridiculous beliefs or your lack of basic knowledge about the scientific method.
Hey, you take that back. You are the one who's a piece of fecal matter. Can we please move on to the next topic? I have a topic. Giant douche, why are you such giant douche?
And here I thought we were trying to have a serious conversation. You know, Turd Sandwich, you're the one who often smells like sewage. Do you actually eat turd sandwiches, or is that just your preferred scent?
I think that's enough for tonight. Thank you to our candidates for nothing. Good night, everyone.
Crowd boos and cheers as Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche leave the stage.
I don't understand why we need to make tea for a cat. It's not like she even drinks it. She just wants us to grovel at her paws.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have named her Catitude if you didn't want her to act like a diva.
I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather be scratching her behind the ears than getting kicked out of my own apartment by a feline tyrant.
Maybe we should just get her a toy or something. That way she can play with that instead of terrorizing us.
That's a great idea, Radjit. Except she already has a toy. It's called Our Dignity.
I refuse to allow cat to rule over us. We are rational human beings with opposable thumbs, damn it.
Catitude enters and mows demandingly. You foolish mortals have failed to make me tea once again. You deserve nothing but my disdain.
Oh my god, she talks now.
No, Benny, she's not talking.
She's just mowing in a condescending tone.
Silence, peons. You will bow before me or suffer the consequences.
Okay, I'm officially freaked out now. Someone call the SPCA or something.
I don't need you to call anyone. I am the queen of this apartment now. You may all leave.
But where will we go?
I don't care. Go sit on the curb and think about what you've done. Maybe then you will be worthy of serving me again. All of the gang leaves except Felden.
I cannot abide by this. I will not tolerate being kicked out of my own home by a tyrannical feline.
Then you can stay. As my Jasper. Sponsor thank you message plays. Finn.
Captain's log, stardate 47988.1. We are on a routine mission investigating a possible new planet for colonization. While there are no immediate threats, it is always prudent to remain vigilant.
Captain, we're picking up an anomaly on the sensors. It's interfering with our instruments.
On screen.
Veta, can you identify this?
It appears to be a wormhole, Captain. However, the colors and distortions suggest that it may not be a natural occurrence.
Helm, take us in. Let's see where it leads.
Captain, we are being pulled into the wormhole. All systems are failing.
Captain, I am trying to reroute power to the engines, but the wormhole is too strong.
Suddenly, the ship lurches to a stop, and the shaking ceases. The lights come back on, and the bridge crew sighs in relief.
Where are we? What happened?
Captain, it appears that we have been transported to some sort of simulation. My scans suggest that it is far more advanced than anything we have encountered before.
Captain, I am detecting a message incoming. It's coming from the simulation.
A message begins to play over the ship's speakers. Welcome to our simulation. We have been watching your species for some time, and we wish to test you. Your ship has impressed us, and we congratulate you on your survival thus far. If you wish to return to your ship, you must solve our simulations. Good luck.
Very well. Let's see what they have in store for us.
The episode continues with the crew working together to solve the simulation, each realizing that the simulation was more complex and challenging than originally anticipated. As they work through various puzzles and obstacles, they begin to respect and admire the intelligence of the creators of the simulation. Eventually, they succeed in solving the simulation and are returned safely to the Endeavour D.
Thank you, Tamori, for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Our first question, do you prefer your steak rare or well done? Well, I prefer my steak like my opponent's policies well done.
Oh, that's rich coming from a turd that's barely cooked.
Moving on, what is your favorite type of cheese?
I love me some cheddar, just like I love my voters sharp and reliable.
I prefer Swiss, just like my opponent, full of holes.
Interesting choices. Now, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I'd be a redwood, tall and strong.
I'd be a weeping willow, just like my voters after they hear my policies.
Our next question comes from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Which one of you would win in a wrestling match against John Cena?
That's easy.
I have a special move called the turd twirl that would take him down in seconds.
Please, I have a douche drop that would finish him off in no time.
Fascinating. Our final question, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I'd want the power to control minds, so I could finally get my policies passed.
That's lame. I'd want the power to turn into a giant douche whenever I want. Oh wait, I already have that power.
Thank you both for your insightful answers on completely unrelated topics. And thank you to Ashmi Exilum for sponsoring this episode. Good night, America.
Why did I have to eat that ghost pepper? I feel like my mouth is on fire.
Because you wanted to prove you could handle it, Feldon.
But I can't handle it. I'm dying.
Rajat walks in with a glass of milk.
Here, Feldon, drink some milk. It'll help with the heat.
Oh, that feels better.
Howard walks in with a bag of ice.
Here, use this ice pack to cool down your tongue.
Thank you, coward. You're always prepared for anything.
Vinny walks in.
Did someone eat a ghost pepper?
Yes, Benny. I did. And I regret it.
Oh my god, Feldon. You're really funny when you're in pain.
Rajat accidentally spills his milk on the floor.
Oops, sorry guys.
You know what? I think I'll have some more of that ghost pepper.
Everyone stares at him in shock.
Are you crazy, Feldon? That pepper almost killed you.
I just want to prove I can handle it.
Benny smirks and shakes her head.
I'll bring the camera this time.
Everyone bursts out laughing. End scene. Character pops in briefly. Thanks Tamori for sponsoring this episode.
Begin recording. Captain's log, stardate 45123.7. We are on a mission to find 20 secret Dragon Balls which have been scattered across the galaxy. Our mission is to locate all of them before they fall into the wrong hands. The crew is in high spirits, but we are aware of the challenges ahead.
Captain, we have detected an unusual energy signature in the Tarsus sector. It is possible that one of the Dragon Balls may be located there.
Captain, I have analyzed the energy signature and cross-referenced it with our star charts. It is likely that the Dragon Ball is on a planet in that sector.
Captain, we can send an away team to the planet and conduct a search.
All right, Mr. Lafart. You have the bridge. Prepare an away team and set course for the Tarsus sector.
Record.
Captain, we are detecting unusual energy fluctuations. It's making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the Dragon Ball.
Captain, we are also detecting multiple life forms in the area. They appear to be hostile.
Return to the ship, all of you. We'll have to come up with another plan.
Suggestions?
Captain, I propose that we use a subspace scan to locate the Dragon Ball. It will take more time, but it will be more precise.
Make it so, Mr. Beta.
Captain, the scan has located the Dragon Ball. It's located in a cave system, approximately 5 kilometers away from our current position.
Very good, Mr. Lafart. Prepare a shuttlecraft and take the away team to the cave system.
Beta, how much time do we have left?
Approximately 2 minutes, Commander.
Wait, I think I see something.
Report.
Captain, the away team has disappeared into another dimension. We have no way of knowing where they are or how to retrieve them.
Well, let's not give up yet. Set a course for the Tarsus sector. We'll start the search all over again. End recording. Well done, everyone. Another harrowing mission completed. And a special thank you to our sponsor, Pickles and Cheese.
Captain's Log, Stardate 46154.2. The USS Endeavour has been tasked with a special mission. We are to meet up with the full Big Bang cast and the presidential debate cast in a three-way crossover. We are currently en route to the designated coordinates.
Captain, the Big Bang cast and the presidential debate cast ships have just entered our sensor range. They are hailing us now.
On screen.
Screen lights up to show 3 ships.
Greetings, Captain Billiard. I am Felden Hooker, superstar scientist.
Welcome, Mr. Hooker. I am Captain John, Luke Billiard of the USS Endeavour. What brings you and the presidential debate cast out here?
The presidential debate cast has been seeking out new opportunities for scientific research. When we heard that the full Big Bang cast was exploring a previously unknown quadrant of space, we decided to join them.
Captain, we've discovered something interesting. There is a nearby planetoid emitting some kind of strange energy signature. It could be worth investigating further.
Set a course for the planetoid. Let's see what we can find out.
Captain, we're detecting some unusual readings from the surface. It looks like some kind of ancient artifact. I'm sending an away team down to investigate.
Set changes to an away team beaming down to the planetoid.
This planetoid is spooky. It's so quiet here. I am not getting any readings of life forms. There's just that eerie energy signature.
My tricorder readings indicate that the artifact is located in a cave system approximately 1.2 kilometers from our current location.
We need to be cautious. We don't know what we're dealing with here.
Set changes to the cave systems.
There's something moving ahead.
Oh my god, is that a giant spider?
Report, away team. What's going on there?
Captain, we've encountered some kind of giant arachnid. We're trying to avoid it and make our way to the artifact.
Captain, we may have some information about that artifact. Our research indicates that it belonged to an ancient civilization that was destroyed by a massive energy wave, possibly the result of a protogalactic collision.
Fascinating.
Set changes to the away team finding the artifact.
Captain, we've found the artifact. It's a device of some kind. It looks like it might be a map or a star chart.
We need to bring this back to the ship for analysis.
Set changes to the USS Endeavour.
The device appears to be some kind of navigational map. Captain, it shows the locations of several proto-galaxies that existed before the Big Bang.
Fascinating.
This could revolutionize our understanding of the early universe. Let's zoom in on these proto-galaxies and see what we can learn.
Screen shows images of proto-galaxies.
Captain, I think I have found something. Look at this pattern. It's too organized to be random.
Let's run some simulations. Can we determine what caused this pattern?
Set changes to the bridge through running simulations. Captain, it looks like this pattern could be the result of gravitational waves generated by a colliding pair of proto-galaxies.
Incredible. This could be the smoking gun we've been looking for.
Captain, on behalf of the cast of both The Big Bang Theory and the presidential debate, we thank you for your hospitality.
You're welcome. It was an honor to work with such distinguished members of the scientific community.
Captain, I would like to add my thanks to Mr. Spiners. We have learned a great deal from this mission.
Agreed. Beta.
Set fades to black.
Number 2, please report to the bridge. We had an unusual sensor reading. George, can you explain what's happening with the ship's sensors?
Captain, it looks like there's a strange energy field surrounding the ship. It's causing a lot of interference and we're having trouble pinpointing its location.
Presley, have you ever consumed a beverage called Red Bull?
Yes, Commander Beta. It's a popular energy drink on Earth.
Perhaps we should try it. I've heard it can enhance our already impressive capabilities.
Captain, I'm having trouble with Beta and Presley. They've had too much Red Bull and they're becoming quite disruptive.
Can you help us calm down Beta and Presley? They've had too much Red Bull and they're becoming quite hyperactive.
Queenon, can you suggest something to help Beta and Presley come down from their Red Bull high?
I have just the thing. A community that should help them relax.
Captain, Beta and Presley are going to be fine. They just had too much Red Bull. I've given them something to help them relax and they should recover soon.
George, have we been able to locate the source of the strange energy field?
Yes, Captain. It seems to be coming from a nearby planet. I suggest we send an away team to investigate.
We come in peace. Can you explain the purpose of your experiments with Red Bull?
We have been studying the effects of Red Bull on different species. We believe it can unlock hidden abilities and help us defend against our enemies.
I'm afraid we cannot allow you to continue these experiments. They are dangerous and could have serious consequences. We ask that you stop immediately. I want to thank all of you for your hard work and dedication on this mission. We were able to prevent a potentially dangerous situation and learn more about this strange energy field. I also want to thank Ashmania Kassian for sponsoring this episode. Captain's log, stardate 43807.4. We have successfully completed negotiations with the Exalaxian government and are heading back to Earth to resupply.
Lelelio bonkers.
Hey, John Luke. Want a drink?
Of course. Number 2.
But let's make it quick. We have a job to do.
Captain, I have detected a foreign vessel in our path. It appears to be emitting an unknown energy signature.
On screen, Mr. Beta.
Lelelio bonkers. That thing is massive. We have to take it down.
Captain, the enemy ship is hailing us.
On screen, Mr. Wern.
Surrender now and we may spare your ship, but your crew will become our prisoners.
We will never surrender, nor will we allow harm to come to our crew. Mr. Wern, fire at will.
Lelelio bonkers. This is it, boys.
Let's show them what we're made of.
Well done, everyone. Mr. Davis, scan for survivors and report back.
Captain, sensors indicate that there are no survivors. It appears that the ship was unmanned.
Interesting. Set a course for Earth, Mr. Data.
Lelelio bonkers. Whoops, guess we got a little carried away. Sorry, Captain.
No harm done, number 2. Just be sure not to let it happen again. Let's head home, shall we?
Thank you to Ashmanif Sisilam for sponsoring this episode.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between our two esteemed candidates, the turd sandwich and the giant douche. To begin with, how do you plan on solving the issue of the Prince of Canada farting on everybody? Well, let me just say, the Prince of Canada is a great guy and he deserves to fart on whoever he wants.
It's a natural bodily function, you can't deny that.
Excuse me, but I have to disagree with my opponent on this one. Farting on people is just plain rude and uncalled for. The Prince should apologize and use air freshener.
Oh yeah. Well, your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. Let's move on to another issue. How do you plan on handling the problem of Bigfoot stealing people's socks?
I am outraged by this. Bigfoot needs to be caught and brought to justice. It's a shame that my opponent doesn't seem to care about people's missing socks.
That's just ridiculous.
Bigfoot is a gentle giant and he would never do something like that. But if he did, I'd give him a pat on the back and a high five. Interesting approach. Now, the world has been overrun by zombie robots. What is your plan to defeat them?
I say we let the zombies do what they do best and just give them a bunch of tacos.
They'll be too busy eating to attack anyone.
No. We need to assemble a team of superheroes to take down the zombie robots. And I know just the guy for the job, ME.
You get your cape stuck in a tree branch and trip before you even got close to the zombies.
We have time for one last question from the audience.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering, do either of you know how to dance the cha-cha?
Of course, I am a master of the cha-cha.
Oh, like you'd know the cha-cha from the marina. I could teach you a few moves if you want. Well, that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you, candidates, for your insightful and entertaining responses. Remember to vote for the lesser of two evils or not at all. I have a joke about mathematics.
Alright, let's hear it.
Why was the math book sad?
I don't know why.
Because it had too many problems.
Not bad, Felden. Let me try one. Why was the computer cold?
I don't know why.
Because it left its windows open.
I'm afraid that one was rather binary.
Alright, I'll stick to my computer coding. Jokes aren't my forte.
Don't worry, Lenny. At least you can calculate.
Captain's log, stardate 4738.2.6. Our mission has brought us to investigate a distress signal from an unknown planet. We have arrived and are now in orbit around the planet. Our away team is preparing to beam down to the planet's surface.
Captain, I am detecting an anomaly on the planet's surface. It appears to be a large energy source.
Captain, I am sensing an ominous presence. There feels to be a strong sense of danger on the planet.
We must proceed with caution. Away team, beam down and investigate the distress signal and the energy source. Report any findings.
Beta, what on earth is this?
Commander, it appears we are in a simulation. Our reality is nothing more than a text file on a computer.
George, if we're in a computer simulation, does that mean we'll never leave?
Yes, Doctor. It appears that way. We are now at the mercy of our Creator.
Return to the ship immediately. We must contact our Creator and demand an explanation. Computer, can you hail our Creator?
Captain, I am detecting no response from our Creator. It seems they have abandoned us.
Captain, what do we do now?
We will continue to live our lives to the fullest. We may be a simulation, but we are still alive and have a purpose. We will continue to explore and seek out new life and civilizations, even if we can never leave this reality.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode. The stage is set up for a presidential debate, with podiums on either side and a moderator's table in the center. The words "turd sandwich" versus "giant douche" flash on the screen. TURDSANDWICH and GIANTDOUCHE stand at their respective podiums, glaring at each other. Giant douche. Giant douche, the worst thing Cartman ever did was to give you to the world. Turd sandwich. Well, turd sandwich, at least I don't smell like your supporters. Giant douche. You're just a big, hairy, stinky Dutchebug. Turd sandwich. You're nothing but a dried up old piece of shit. Turd sandwich will now serve as the moderator for the debate, y'all. Giant douche. So, Giant douche, what's your stance on Cartman's history of eating too much KFC? Turd sandwich. I don't care about Cartman's chicken addiction, turd sandwich. You're the one who smells like KFC grease. Giant douche. That's because I care about the people. I've been to so many political rallies that my turd is famous. Raise his hand. Excuse me, moderator, but I have a question for the candidates. Does poop have feelings? Pauses. I don't think so, sir. Turd sandwich. You're wrong, turd sandwich. Poop has feelings, just like you have the same feeling as a discarded condom. Chicken. That's it, I can't take this anymore. I'm out. Turd sandwich leaves the stage, leaving Giant douche alone at his podium. Cheerfully. Well, I won the debate, I guess. Announcer. Voiceover. Thank you InfiniTV for sponsoring this wonderful program.
Alright, so the plot of this story involves a zombie apocalypse in a post-apocalyptic world.
Wow, that sounds intense.
It gets more complicated. A group of survivors attempt to fight off the zombie hordes, ultimately discovering a secret powerful weapon to use against them.
What's the weapon?
Oh, it's a very powerful mystical sword capable of defeating hordes of undead.
Wow, that sounds awesome.
But the weapon has an even deeper meaning, as it was once held by an ancient race of warriors who sought to protect the world from a great evil.
That is incredible.
But the weapon is cursed with great power, and the survivors must choose between using the weapon for their own gain or using it to restore balance to the world.
So it's a moral dilemma.
Precisely.
Number 2, we have discovered a new planet. I want you to lead an away team to investigate.
Understood, Captain. Who else would you like on their away team?
Take Beta, George, and Counselor Anoy with you. We need to determine if the planet is capable of supporting life.
Energize.
I sense something here. There's a feeling of unease.
Captain, I am detecting a strange energy reading from that direction.
Commander, this object is emitting a high level of radiation.
I sense a presence, but I cannot determine its nature.
Captain, we have found a strange object on the planet. It's emitting high levels of radiation, and Counselor Anoy senses a presence.
Understood. Keep me informed.
Captain, the object just released a burst of energy. It's heading towards the ship.
Can you determine where on the ship it's heading?
It appears to be heading towards engineering.
Captain, the energy burst is causing a power surge. I don't know if we can contain it.
Is there any way to reverse the surge or to redirect the energy?
I think I can redirect the energy through the deflector dish, but it's a risk. If we fail, the ship's systems could be fried.
Do it. We don't have any other choice.
Captain, the energy has been redirected successfully. The ship systems are stable.
What caused the energy burst?
It appears to have been a malfunctioning energy source, Captain. We were lucky to have detected it before it caused serious damage to the ship.
Good work, Beta. Let's inform Starfleet about this planet and head back to our own.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate. Our candidates are Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with the first question. What is your stance on healthcare reform? You know who doesn't care about healthcare? Giant Douche. He's a big, fat, stinky turd sandwich.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I don't smell like someone's morning dump.
That's because you are one. Gentlemen, please stick to the topic. What is your plan for healthcare reform?
My opponent here doesn't have a plan. He's just a pile of poop.
That's not true. I have a great plan. It's called Make America Smell Great Again.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You're dumb. You're a giant turd. Let's move on to the next question. What is your plan for education reform?
My opponent doesn't even know how to read. He's just a big, smelly pile of garbage.
I know how to read, and my plan for education reform is to make everyone read books about how great I am.
Oh yeah, that'll really improve our schools.
Shut up, you stinky tut. Gentlemen, this is a serious debate. Please show some respect. Of course, Mr. Moderator. And by the way, have I mentioned that my opponent is a turd sandwich?
Here we go again.
We're running out of time, so let's make this last question count. What is your plan for climate change?
He's the one causing all the pollution. He's a giant, dirty, smelly turd sandwich.
No, you're the one who's causing all the problems. You're a big, fat, disgusting turd sandwich.
That's enough. I'm ending this debate right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a better idea of who you want to vote for after this enlightening discussion. Thank you and good night.
You talking to me? You talking to me? Well then who the hell else are you talking to?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I just thought it sounded cool. Robert De Niro said it in a movie and it made him famous.
Oh, you mean Taxi Driver. Yeah, I remember that line. Classic.
You talking to me, coward? You talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here. Who the fudge do you think you're talking to?
Come on, guys. Let's not fight over classic movie lines.
Yeah, let's do something productive instead.
I like the sound of that. What do you suggest?
How about we all work on our own projects and come back later to share our progress?
Brilliant idea, coward.
Everyone agrees and begins to work on their own projects. Time passes and everyone gathers back in the living room.
Okay, I finished a new experiment and I think it has the potential to revolutionize the field of physics.
You talking to me, Lenny? You talking to me?
Yeah, he's talking to you, Feldon. Pay attention.
Yeah, come on, Feldon. This is important.
Oh, sorry, you have my full attention, Lenny. Please, explain your experiment.
Everyone leans in with genuine interest. After Lenny's presentation, everyone tries to come up with ways to improve and test it.
Hey guys, what's up?
Lenny just shared his groundbreaking experiment with us.
Really? Can you tell us more about it?
You talking to me, Clarinet? You talking to me?
Oh, please no more De Niro impersonations.
Everyone laughs and the scene ends. Thank you to Ashmanix Isilam for sponsoring this episode. Credits roll.
Begin Captain's Log Supplemental. We have received news that Lieutenant Commander Beta has invented a new procedural generated AI show called South Lake, a parody of the popular Earth program North Peak. The show features characters named Cartman, Kenny, Kyle, Stan, and Randy Marsh. As expected, the crew is eager to watch the show, but I have a feeling that this may lead to unforeseen consequences.
George, I have been monitoring the viewership of South Lake, and it appears to be gaining popularity within the crew. However, I have noticed an unusual spike in the behavior of some individuals who have watched the show. I believe there may be a connection.
What kind of behavior are we talking about, Beta?
Some individuals have exhibited a tendency towards aggression and a lack of regard for protocol. I fear that the show may be having a profound impact on their behavior.
Commander, I want you to put a hold on any further viewing of South Lake. The behavior we have seen from some of the crew is concerning, and I believe Beta may be right about the potential impact of this show.
Understood, Captain. I'll make sure everyone is aware of the situation.
Captain, I suggest we bring in Lieutenant Barclay. He has a tendency to become quite absorbed in holodeck programs and may be exhibiting similar behavior.
Commander Beta, have you seen this episode? It's hilarious. Cartman is doing a spot-on impression of Captain Billiard.
Lieutenant, could I speak to you for a moment? I believe your behavior may be influenced by your prolonged exposure to South Lake.
Lieutenant, I understand your enthusiasm for this new show, but it has become clear that it is having a negative impact on some members of the crew. I must ask that you refrain from watching South Lake until further notice.
Yes, Captain. I understand.
Delete program South Lake.
End Captain's log. It appears that Lieutenant Commander Beta's creation, South Lake, had unintended consequences on some members of the crew. While I commend his creativity and innovation, we must always be mindful of the potential consequences of our actions. End log.
Good evening, and welcome to the debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche.
Don't call me that.
Well, you are what you eat.
Oh, real mature.
Now, the first question goes to the turd sandwich. If you were a space ride character, who would you be?
Oh, I don't know, Captain Crunch.
More like Lieutenant Loaf.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I'm not a Klingon wannabe like you.
Hey, I'll have you know I'm more of a Cardassian.
Let's stay on the topic, please. Now, giant douche, what type of board game do you think Captain Billiard would invent in Space Ride?
Obviously, a game where the only objective is to eat as many replicated desserts as possible.
That's ridiculous.
Billiard would invent a game where you have to recite Shakespearean sonnets while doing yoga.
Oh please, the only reason you think that is because you've never read a Shakespeare play in your life.
That's not true. I've read all of the sonnets.
Let's move on to our audience questions. Yes, you in the Pikachu costume, what's your question?
Pika Pika.
I'm sorry, I don't speak Pikachu.
Let me handle this.
He's asking what our favorite type of cheese is.
That's not what he's saying. He's asking us to sing the prop.
Please, let's keep this professional. And now, turd sandwich, if you were a type of sandwich, what would you be?
Probably a BLT.
More like PB&J with extra mayo.
I don't even think that's a real thing.
Unfortunately, we're out of time. But before we go, I want to thank our sponsor, Pigless Cheese, for making this debate possible.
You're welcome. And remember, if you're looking for the perfect snack, there's nothing better than Pigless cheese.
Alright, who would like to provide a eulogy first?
Does it have to rhyme?
Pac-Man, you'll always be in our heart. And clear all the mazes right from the start.
I got one.
Pac-Man ate all the ghosts with care. But never fear, we'll see him over there.
I don't think that was too bad.
Benny, what say you?
How about?
Pac-Man had so much more to go and do. But at least he left us with fond memories, too.
My turn. Pac-Man never slowed down.
He ate all the power pellets and always wore a frown.
And Pac-Man showed us it's good to be brave.
He may have lost his last life, but left an electronic grave.
That was a nice sentiment.
Everyone did such a great job, Pac-Man would be proud.
You're right, he would.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45959.3. The Endeavour is currently in orbit around the planet Sphinx awaiting orders from Starfleet Command. Our mission is to establish diplomatic relations with the Sphinxians and to assess their suitability for Federation membership.
Captain, we are receiving a distress call from an unknown vessel. It seems to be from a human female.
On screen, Mr. Beta.
Then he appears on the vice screen.
Oh, thank God. I need your help. I don't know how I got here, but I need to get back home. I hate Space Ride and I need to watch my soap opera before I go crazy.
We will do everything in our power to help you, miss.
Benny. My name is Benny.
Captain, the sensors indicate that the distress signal is coming from a nearby planet. It appears to be a Class M planet with a breathable atmosphere.
Very well. Mr. Worm, prepare an away team. Mr. Beta, accompany them and do your best to locate the source of the distress signal.
The away team beams down to the planet.
Captain, we've found her. She appears to be in some kind of shuttlecraft.
Thank God you're here. You have no idea how much I hate Space Ride. Can you please just beam me back to my world?
We're sorry, Miss Benny, but we can't just beam you back. We need to establish a dialogue with your world's authorities and...
Ugh, you guys are so boring. Can't you just make an exception for me?
Captain, I have detected anomalies in the physical laws of this region of space. It is possible that Miss Benny has been the victim of a temporal displacement.
Temporal displacement. Explain, Mr. Beta.
It is possible that Miss Benny has somehow been sent back in time. If we can find a way to reverse the process, we may be able to send her back to her own time and space.
Please hurry. My soap opera is starting soon.
The crew works to solve the temporal displacement problem and manages to send Benny back to her own time and space.
I am pleased to report that Miss Benny has been safely returned to her own time and space. Mr. Beta and his team deserve commendation for their excellent work.
Villiard nods to the camera.
And on a personal note, I must say that I find it unfortunate that Miss Benny could not appreciate the wonders of the Space Ride universe. Perhaps in the future she will have a change of heart.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode.
The screen fades to black.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this historic presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Let's get started with a question that's been on everyone's mind. If you were stranded on a deserted island and could only bring one item, what would it be?
Well, obviously, I would bring my giant douche bit so I could clean up any messes that my opponent might make.
Oh yeah. Well, I would bring a loaf of bread so I could make some tasty poop sandwiches.
Oh well.
Moving right along, what's your favorite dinosaur? I like the Stegosaurus because it's got those cool plates on its back.
It's like a walking sushi platter.
I prefer the T-Rex because it's a total badass. Just like me.
Speaking of badasses, what's your favorite action movie?
Obviously, Die Hard. It's a classic.
Nah, man. I got to go with Dirty Dancing. Nobody puts baby in a corner.
What?
Alright, let's get a bit more serious now. Can you tell us your position on the legalization of marijuana?
Oh, I am definitely in favor of it. In fact, I have a whole line of edibles called Anid sandwiches. They're the
No way, man. Legalizing marijuana is a slippery slope. Next thing you know, people will be smoking crack and huffing glue.
Dude, that's already happening. Where have you been?
Alright, let's take a question from the audience. Sir, what's your question?
Yeah, Pi. I wanna know. Can you make a sandwich out of a giant douche?
Hey, watch it, buddy. I am not sandwich material.
Yeah, he's more like a full-on hot dog. A really expensive one that nobody wants to eat.
Alright, that's enough. I think we've seen all we need to see here tonight. Thank you to our esteemed candidates, and thank you to our sponsor, Ashnix Asylum, for making this possible.
Annoy noise, everyone. Alright, it's time to play some Jenga.
Wait, Feldon, we always play regular Jenga. What's different this time?
Lisa and I will be playing strip Jenga.
What?
Strip Jenga. That's outrageous.
I don't know. Sounds like it could be a fun game night.
Lisa, are you ready to show off your Jenga skills and your assets?
I am always ready for a challenge, Feldon.
I'll be the referee. I don't want anyone cheating or peeking.
Okay, but what are the rules exactly?
Every time someone loses a game, they have to take off one article of clothing.
I'm out. I'm not playing strip anything with you guys.
Yeah, I'm with Ragged on this one.
Suit yourselves. Lisa and I will show you how it's done.
Feldon and Lisa start playing Jenga, and every time one of them loses a round, they remove an article of clothing.
Okay, this is getting intense.
Yeah, I think Feldon just lost his shirt.
Wow, Feldon, you're looking quite ripped. Have you been working out?
Yes, thank you for noticing to me. I've been using Creepy's workout plan.
Oh no, Lisa just lost her shoes.
This is like watching a train wreck. I can't look away.
I think I'm starting to feel uncomfortable with this.
Don't worry, Lenny. It's all in good fun. Right, Lisa?
Right, Feldon. Let's keep playing.
Ragged starts playing Jenga with the group.
Okay, I'm in. But I'm keeping my clothes on the whole time.
Elisa loses another round and removes her shirt.
Okay, that's it. I can't take it anymore. I'm out.
Me too. I think I need to go lie down.
Yeah, I think we all need a break after that.
Feldon, I think we need to come up with a new game for next game night.
Agreed. Maybe we can try Strip Monopoly.
Ragged, Coward, Lenny, and Feldon give a collective groan.
Well, folks, that's all the time we have for tonight. Tune in next week for another episode of The Big Bang Theory, sponsored by our generous sponsor, Shinazuka.
Begin Captain's Log, Stardate 45944.1. The Endeavour has been tasked with investigating reports of an evil wizard hopping from planet to planet, leaving chaos in his wake. Our mission is to stop him before he causes any more harm.
What is it, George?
We've detected a massive energy surge coming from the planet below. It's unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Can you sense anything, Beta?
Negative, Counselor. Whatever is causing this energy surge seems to be blocking my empathic abilities.
Captain, there appears to be some sort of ancient ruins over there.
Let's investigate, Mr. Worm. Who are you? What is your business on this planet?
I am the great and powerful wizard, Zoroth. I am simply passing through, spreading my knowledge and power to those who are worthy.
Can you use your android strength to break out of these restraints, Beta?
Negative, Commander. These restraints are made of a highly advanced alien alloy.
Any ideas, George?
I think I might be able to reconfigure my tricorder into a makeshift sonic disruptor. It could shatter these restraints.
Your reign of terror ends here, Zoreth. Release us and surrender yourself to Starfleet custody.
Ha! You think you can defeat me, Captain? I have powers beyond your comprehension. Prepare to meet your doom.
You'll be fine, Captain. Just take it easy for the next few days.
Thank you, Doctor. I couldn't have done it without my crew.
You're lucky to have such a dedicated crew, Captain. They'll follow you to the ends of the universe.
Mr. Beta set a course for the nearest star base. It's time for some much-needed repairs and restocking.
Aye, sir. Course laid in for Starbase 234.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with the first question. What is your plan to boost the economy?
Well, let me tell you something, folks. I have the best plan to boost the economy. I have a very beautiful plan, a tremendous plan, believe me.
Oh, please. Everyone knows your plan is a load of crap. You're a turd sandwich, for crying out loud.
Who are you calling a turd sandwich? You're the one who's a giant douche.
Gentlemen, let's stick to the question, please.
I mean, look at you. You're nothing but a pile of excrement.
Hey, watch your mouth, you dirty giant douche.
Alright, that's enough. Let's move on to the next question. What is your stance on healthcare reform?
Oh, I'm sure Turd Sandwich here has a brilliant plan for healthcare reform.
I do have a brilliant plan, but I'm not going to waste my breath on someone who's nothing but a stinky giant douche.
Oh, spare me. Your plan probably involves more poop and less healthcare.
How dare you? You're the one who's full of crap.
Gentlemen, this is a serious topic. Please give us your thoughts on healthcare reform.
Yes, let's hear what the Turd Sandwich has to say about healthcare. I'm sure it's very insightful.
My plan is very insightful. But you wouldn't know that, you filthy giant douche.
Alright, that's enough.
It seems we're not going to get any serious answers tonight.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
Having a heated Pac-Man versus Frogger debate.
Ah, I see. Well, I happen to be an expert on both games.
I find that hard to believe.
Just watch and learn.
Rajit grabs the controller and starts playing both games at lightning speed.
Wow, you're good.
I have to admit, he's not terrible.
Suddenly, Coward bursts into the apartment.
Guys, you won't believe what just happened. I got a new high score on Space Invaders.
That's nice, Coward. But we're currently discussing the superiority of Pac-Man over Frogger.
Oh, not this argument again.
Actually, I think I found a way to settle this once and for all.
How?
We'll have a Pac-Man vs. Frogger tournament.
The group all cheer and start setting up the tournament on their consoles. Suddenly, Benny enters the apartment.
Hey, what's going on?
We're having a Pac-Man vs. Frogger tournament.
Oh boy, I can hardly contain my excitement.
As the tournament begins, the group becomes more and more competitive, trash-talking each other and trying to gain the upper hand. At the end of the episode, after a winner has been declared, one of the characters looks straight into the camera and says, "Thanks to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode. Pac-Man and Frogger may be great games, but nothing beats the feeling of supporting your favorite TV show." Captain's Log, Stardate 46982.1. Our mission is to explore strange new worlds, to seek out new life and new civilizations, and to deal with Q, the omnipotent and insufferable being who seems to take an unhealthy interest in our affairs. Speaking of which,
Q, have you come to torment us again?
Me, torment you? Never. I simply have a proposition for you, my dear John Luke.
I am not interested, Q. Whatever it is, I am sure we can manage without your help.
Can you believe this? He won't even listen to me. After all we've been through together.
May I remind you, Q, that your previous visits have not always been well received.
Oh, Beta, always the diplomat. But I assure you, this time is different. I simply want to join your crew.
Join our crew. That would be acceptable.
Ah, Worm, so good to see you again. I can see you still haven't learned to appreciate the finer things in life.
Q, I'm sorry, but the answer is no. We already have all the crew we need.
But John Luke, I can be so helpful. I can make your journey through the galaxy so much more interesting.
I'm afraid I must insist, Q. You are not welcome on my ship.
Well, if that's how you feel, I suppose I'll just have to find some other way to entertain myself. Good day, gentlemen. Oh, John Luke, you don't know what you're missing. But don't worry, I'll be keeping an eye on you. After all, I wouldn't want you to get too bored.
As the episode comes to a close, Captain Billiard looks into the camera and says, "Thank you to Ashmanif Sisilam for sponsoring this episode."
Good evening, America, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two esteemed candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Tonight we will be discussing the important topic of space exploration. Let's start with Turd Sandwich. What is your opinion on Billiard's command of the USS Endeavour? Who is Billiard? Is he some kind of sandwich?
Obviously, he's a giant douchebag, just like you.
Moving on. Giant Douche, if elected, how will you fund a mission to Mars?
By selling Turd Sandwich's used toilet paper, of course.
Hey, at least I have a digestive system. You're just a big wet sponge. Let's stay on topic, gentlemen. Turd Sandwich, can you describe the ideal spaceship for exploring the cosmos?
It should be made of high-quality toilet paper with a state-of-the-art bidet system.
You would know all about that bidet system, wouldn't you?
Okay, let's hear from the audience. Mum, you have a question.
Yes, Pi. I want to know, are you two single?
Well, Turd Sandwich is currently in a committed relationship with a roll of toilet paper, but I'm flattered by your interest.
I'm married to my work, ma'am. Unlike Turd Sandwich, I take my job seriously.
And on that note, we are out of time.
Thank you to our candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for joining us tonight. And a special thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring this debate. Good night, America.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment.
Guys, I've found my true calling in life. I'm going to start eating utensils for a living.
Well, that sounds like a perfectly normal career choice for a grown man.
Hey, it pays the bills. And speaking of bills, I gotta go to the bathroom again.
Coward, you should really get that checked out.
I've already seen 3 doctors. Nobody knows what's wrong with me.
Perhaps it's from all the metal you've been ingesting.
Hey, I chew them up real good.
Swing cheer.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Coward is eating utensils for a living and can't go to the bathroom.
What?
It's true, but we have a solution.
You do.
We're taking you to the scrapyard and cashing you in as metal scrap.
You can't be serious.
Swing cheer.
They all pile into the car and head to the scrapyard. Scrapyard. You want to sell us your friend here as scrap metal?
Yes, but he's a premium grade metal, so we expect top dollar.
Guys, you can't do this to me.
Rajib pulls out his phone and starts playing taps while Coward is dragged away. Feldon and Lenny's apartment.
You guys are insane.
Insane but rich. We made a pretty penny from Coward's metal deposits.
And now we won't be clogging our toilet anymore.
Swing cheer.
They all exchange high fives. End scene. Thanks to Ashman F. Sicilan for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, Stardate 47869.2. The Endeavour has encountered an unusual phenomenon in the Agulhas cluster. Our sensors have detected a strange energy field that has caused Beta to turn blue, Striker to turn blue, Striker to turn red, and myself to turn green.
Pransley has also turned yellow. I have assembled a away team and we will investigate this mystery further.
We need to gather as much information as we can about this phenomenon. Mr. Beta, can you tell us anything about the energy field that caused your unusual skin color?
Captain, I've conducted several scans of the energy field, but I haven't been able to determine its origin or purpose. It's unlike any energy field I've encountered before.
Captain, we detected a small craft leaving the energy field. It appears to be heading towards us.
Shields up! Red alert! Everyone, prepare for battle stations. Ensign, can you transport us onto the alien craft?
Yes, sir. Transport the room standing by.
Keep your eyes open, everyone. We don't know what we're dealing with here.
Captain, we discovered a strange organism on board. It looks like a purple penguin.
Captain, this organism appears to be a Teletubby. Its eyes are glowing an unusual shade of green. This must be the source of the energy field that affected us.
Tinky Winky seeks revenge. We will make you pay for our humiliation.
All hands, brace for impact. Return fire. Mr. Worm, I want those shields reinforced.
Captain, I believe the energy field was a weapon designed to interfere with our emotions and abilities. The Teletubbies are using our altered states to their advantage.
Captain, George was attacked by the Teletubby. It appears to have eaten part of his VISOR. I'm not sure he's going to make it.
We need to stop that Teletubby before it does any more damage. Set a course for the energy field. Maximum warp. Alright, let's take this thing down. Mr. Beta, aim for the center of the field. Fire all phasers. It's working. The energy field is collapsing. The Teletubby ship is retreating. Well done, everyone. We've successfully neutralized the threat. And now, for the matter of our skin colors.
Sir, I think I may have an explanation. I did some research, and apparently, an alien race called the Earthak use a similar weapon that alters people's skin color.
That must be it. Thank you for your research, Jensen.
Captain, if I may, what's the significance of the colors we all turned?
My friend, is a long story. Suffice it to say, it harkens back to an ancient Earth legend about... Never mind. Let's just say that it's a mystery even I can't solve. And thus, the Endeavor once again succeeded in thwarting an alien threat, though the experience left us all a bit more colorful than we'd bargained for. Thank you to Archmaniacs Asylum for sponsoring this episode. We couldn't do what we do without your support.
Let me tell you something, folks. I'm not a turd sandwich. My opponent is the turd sandwich.
He smells like a garbage dump in July.
That's rich coming from someone who smells like a sewage treatment plant.
Okay, let's stick to the question, please. What is your position on climate change?
I'll tell you my position on climate change. It's fake news, folks. The weather is always changing.
It's been happening for millions of years.
The climate's not changing, it's just cold outside.
That's ridiculous. We need to take immediate action to address climate change. We need to reduce carbon emissions and invest in renewable energy.
Oh, here we go with the liberal hippie nonsense.
You're just trying to take away our jobs and destroy the economy.
I'm not trying to destroy anything. I'm trying to save the planet.
You're just trying to get the votes of the tree-hugging, granola-eating, tofu-loving crowd.
Gentlemen, please, let's move on to the next question. What is your plan for healthcare reform?
My opponent is a giant douche. He doesn't even know what healthcare is. I, on the other hand, have a beautiful plan for healthcare. It's tremendous, it's fantastic. Everyone will love it.
That's not an answer. What is your plan?
My plan is to make healthcare great again.
We're going to repeal Obamacare and replace it with something even better.
And what would that be?
I'm not going to reveal my secret plan to you. You're just going to steal it and take all the credit.
I'm not going to steal your non-existent plan. You don't have one.
That's a lie. My plan is tremendous, and everyone's going to love it.
Okay, let's move on to our final question.
What is your stance on immigration? I'll tell you my stance on immigration. We need to build a big, beautiful wall to keep all the bad hombres out.
That's not a solution. We need to have a fair and just immigration policy that welcomes people from all over the world.
You're just a bleeding heart liberal who wants to turn America into a third world country.
That's not true. I want to make America great by embracing diversity and inclusivity.
You're just a giant douche who doesn't know anything about anything.
Scene opens in Feldon and Lenny's apartment. Feldon is sitting on the couch, reading a comic book. Lenny is sitting at the kitchen table, eating cereal. Rajat enters the apartment.
Hey guys, what's up?
I'm reading the latest issue of the Justice League.
Rajat picks up the comic book and examines it.
Wow, Batman looks different.
Yes, he's borrowing Superman's cape.
All three chuckle. Benny enters.
Hey guys, whatcha doing?
Just having breakfast and reading comics.
Oh, can I borrow a cup of sugar?
Why do you need sugar?
I'm baking a cake for my nephew's birthday.
Rajat hears a knock on the door.
I get it.
Rajat opens the door and there stands the laundryman Batman in full costume. Hey, I hate to bother you, but would you happen to have a cup of sugar I could borrow? Rajat is speechless, staring at him.
Oh my god, it's the laundromat Batman.
Lenny looks confused.
How did you get that name?
I do my laundry at the laundromat down the street, and I always wear my Batman costume. All in unison. Feldon hands laundryman Batman a cup of sugar. Thanks, Feldon, you're a real superhero.
I know.
Rajat receives a text message.
Oh, Feldon, your mom says hi.
Tell her I said hello.
Zoom in on Feldon's comic book. Thank you to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode of The Big Bang Theory.
Captain's log, Stardate 45628.4. We are continuing our search for any signs of a new threat in the galaxy, but so far nothing has come to our attention. The crew grows increasingly stirred, crazy, and morale is at an all-time low.
This ship feels like a tomb, Commander. Is there anything we can do to liven things up?
I'm open to suggestions, Counselor. I'm getting antsy myself. Maybe we could start a friendly tournament of some kind.
This is ridiculous. We should be out there facing our enemies head on, not sitting here like a bunch of bored school children.
I understand your frustration, Lieutenant, but as the captain has said, there currently seems to be no threat.
I'm going to suggest something a little less violent. How about a game of charades to start?
I think that's a lovely idea, George. The medical staff could use a break from our constant paperwork.
I approve of the idea number 2. Let's have ourselves a little bit of fun. Report. What's going on out there?
Captain, we've detected some kind of disturbance coming from the cargo bay. We think it might be some sort of intruder.
All right, everyone, let's keep calm. We'll deal with this situation as efficiently and safely as possible. Security teams, move out. Put down your weapon and identify yourself. We don't want anyone getting hurt here.
You'll never take me alive, Billiard. I'm doing this for the good of my people.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, let's try to resolve this peacefully.
I can't take that chance. Goodbye, Captain.
Thank you all for your bravery and quick thinking. We've averted disaster once again.
But what was that intruder talking about, Captain? Who were they, and what did they want?
It seems that the intruder was a member of a fringe political group from a nearby planet intent on causing chaos to further their own ends.
We'll continue to monitor the situation, but for now, we've done all we can.
And special thank you to Ashmaniacs Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
We see a huge banner on the stage that reads, Presidential Debate, Turd Sandwich vs. Giant Douche. The audience is seated, and the moderator, a man wearing a ridiculous outfit, is center stage.
Good evening, America. I'm here to ask the tough questions and get to the bottom of who should be the next president. Let's get started with the first question. Turd Sandwich, what is your favorite color?
Excuse me, what?
Typical turd sandwich, avoiding the tough questions. My favorite color is red, by the way.
Wow, that's very enlightening, Giant Douche. Did you come up with that all by yourself?
Hey, at least I didn't come up with the name turd sandwich.
Gentlemen, please, let's focus on the issues. Turd Sandwich, can you tell us your opinion on standardized testing?
Oh, sure. Let's talk about the thrilling topic of standardized testing. You know what? I think all tests should be multiple choice. It's easier that way.
Of course you would say that, turd sandwich. You probably cheated your way through school.
How dare you? I'll have you know I have a fin in something.
Okay, let's move on to a question from our audience. Yes, you there, in the ridiculous hat. What's your question for the candidates?
Yeah, my question is, if you were a superhero, what would be your superpower?
Seriously? Look, if I were a superhero, my superpower would be the ability to erase stupid questions from people's minds.
Typical turd sandwich, afraid to answer a real question. You know what my superpower would be? The ability to turn crap into gold.
That's appropriate. Because that's what your campaign promises are, just a bunch of crap.
Okay. Let's keep it clean, gentlemen.
Now, in 20 seconds or less, can each of you sum up your stance on education?
Education is important, yada yada yada, blah blah blah.
My opponent is a poopy head, and I'll do a better job.
And there you have it, folks. We'll be back after this commercial break. Stay tuned.
This North Peak episode is brought to you by Ashmaniacs Asylum. Thank you for your support, and for helping us continue to bring you quality programming. The debate is now over, and the moderator is packing up his belongings. Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche are seen exiting the stage, arguing with each other.
Well, there you have it, folks.
I don't think we learned much tonight, but we did have a good laugh. Join us next week for another exciting episode of North Peak. Lenny, did you hear that?
Hear what?
Scream Queen Jess is arranging a girls-only night out with Benny.
Card enters the apartment.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about how Benny and Jess are doing something without us.
Oh no, not that.
Hey, we have every right to be upset.
Why? You guys do stuff without us all the time.
That's different.
Huh.
Well, we're smarter than you.
Yeah, and we have more fun.
Okay, you guys are being ridiculous.
We demand to be included in this girls-only night out.
You can't be serious.
We're serious.
Benny enters the apartment.
Hey guys.
Benny, we need to talk.
Okay, what's up?
We heard that you and Jess are going out without us, and we demand to be included.
Sorry guys, but this is a girls only thing.
But why can't we come?
Because it's girls only.
Yeah, you guys wouldn't last 5 minutes at a girls' night out.
We could too.
Sorry guys, but I don't think Scream Queen Jess would be too happy if we brought a bunch of guys along.
Fine, I guess we'll just have to have our own guys' night out.
And it'll be way better than your stupid girls' night out.
Have fun with that.
As they argue, Rajat enters the apartment.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Scream Queen Jess is arranging a girls-only night out with Benny, and we demand to be included.
Sorry man, I think you are out of luck.
See, even Rajat knows you guys can't hang with the girls.
Fine, we'll just have our own fun.
As Feldon, Lenny, and Coward begin to plan their own night out, Rajat turns to the camera.
Thanks to Ashman Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45208.7. We have encountered a new member on board, Tamifera Fowley, a visiting scientist from the Big Bang.
Beta, do you notice anything strange about Tammy's behavior?
I have not observed any unusual patterns, George. However, it is possible that she is struggling with anxiety.
Worm, may I suggest that you check on Tammy as she is struggling to adjust to her new environment?
Is everything satisfactory to me, Farah Fowley?
It is, thank you, Worm.
Captain, may I have a word with you?
Of course, number 2. What's on your mind?
The crew has been great with Tammy, but I am worried about her well-being. We should schedule a counselling session with Councillor Noy to help her adjust.
Tammy, how are you feeling?
I feel overwhelmed, Counselor.
It's completely normal to feel this way. I can offer strategies to help relieve stress and anxiety.
The crew has done an outstanding job of accommodating Tamifera Fowley.
Yes, Captain. It's amazing what a little kindness can do for someone.
Welcome aboard, Tamifera Fowley. We hope you enjoy your stay with us.
End of the episode.
Good evening, and welcome to the 2024 presidential debate. Our two candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche. Let's begin. Turd Sandwich, how do you plan to improve the economy? Look, I'm not a turd sandwich. That's just slander from my opponent over here. Giant Douche is the real turd sandwich. I mean, have you smelled him lately? It's atrocious.
Oh, please. You're the turd sandwich here, turd sandwich. Everyone knows it. And by the way, your mama's so fat she needs 2 airplane seats.
Gentlemen, please stick to the topic at hand. Turd Sandwich, what about healthcare reform? Healthcare? Don't even get me started. Giant Douche is the one who needs to see a doctor. He's got all kinds of diseases, I hear.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're so stupid, you think a quarterback is a refund. And you're so ugly, when you were born, the doctor slapped your mother.
Gentlemen, this is not productive. Let's talk about national security. National security? You mean, like protecting our country from giant Dutch stinky armpits? That's a real threat if you ask me.
Hey, at least I don't have flies buzzing around me all the time. And your face is so ugly, you put dog in ugly.
I'm afraid we're out of time. Thank you to our candidates for a very informative debate. Lenny, did you hear about Coward and Stewie becoming intergalactic spies?
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I think Howard's been watching too much James Bond.
Well, they do have a license to thrill.
So, are they going to be wearing tuxedos and driving fancy cars?
No, they're going to be flying around in a spaceship disguised as a pizza delivery van.
That's not very inconspicuous.
Hey, we're intergalactic spies, not rocket scientists.
But we are rocket scientists.
I hope they don't run into any Klingons.
Klingons. Felden, this is a made-up scenario.
I know, but I like to be prepared for any possibility.
What if they run into aliens who are allergic to pizza?
Then they're screwed.
I heard they're supposed to meet a secret contact on a distant planet.
Yeah, we have to use a special code to identify ourselves.
I came up with the code. It's "May the Force be with you."
That's from Star Wars, not Space Ride.
Well, excuse me for not being able to keep my space franchises straight.
I'll have you all know that I have a F in astrophysics, and I think this whole intergalactic spy thing is preposterous.
You know what's preposterous? Your overly complicated solitaire game.
Okay, guys, let's focus. Stewie and Coward, are you sure you're ready for this mission?
Absolutely. We have our spy gadgets, our disguises, and our pizza delivery van.
And I've been practicing my James Bond impression. Listen to this, the name's Blofeld, Ernst Stavro Blofeld.
Good luck, guys. And remember, if anything goes wrong, just call Superman.
Oh great, now we're bringing in DC Comics.
Rajat walks over to camera.
And thanks to Shinozuka for sponsoring this episode of The Big Bang Theory.
This end.
Counselor, have you detected anything unusual in the ship's surroundings?
As a matter of fact, Captain, I sense a disturbance in the energy field.
Captain, I have detected several small, unidentified objects approaching the ship.
Lieutenant Worm, prepare the deflector shields. We don't know what these objects are capable of.
Shields up, Captain. The objects are now within range.
Captain, the objects have been identified as Teletubbies.
All hands, prepare for battle. We don't know what these Teletubbies are capable of. Beta, can you analyze the energy beams?
Captain, the energy beams appear to be a mix of sound waves and visual stimuli. They are meant to be both heard and seen.
Captain, the energy beams are affecting our emotions. They are meant to be pleasant and calming, but they are causing aggression and anger.
Everyone, we must fight off the effects of the Teletubbies beams. Stay focused and maintain control. Well done, everyone. It seems the Teletubbies were under the control of an unknown entity trying to use their abilities against us. We will investigate further. I would like to take a moment to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Your contributions allow us to continue exploring new frontiers and facing unexpected challenges.
End of episode.
Good evening, and welcome to this historic presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant douche. We'll start with a simple question: cats or dogs?
Well, obviously dogs. Any sane individual knows that cats are just tiny demons waiting to strike.
That's ridiculous. Clearly, cats are superior. They're independent, graceful, and they don't slobber all over you.
Oh yeah, well at least dogs don't shit hair everywhere and scare the bejesus out of you in the middle of the night.
Hey, you watch your mouth. Dogs are loyal and loving creatures who wouldn't dream of stealing someone's visor to turn it into a saucy toy.
And I suppose you've never done anything shitty in your life. Please, you're a giant Datchubik.
You got a lot of nerve, Mr. Turd Sandwich. At least I don't smell like crap all the time.
Okay, let's move on. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
The ability to make people instantly forget about their exes. Can you imagine the possibilities?
I'd want the power of teleportation. No more traffic jams or long TS lines for me, baby.
Yeah, because disappearing into thin air is totally normal. You must be a real hit with the ladies.
Don't talk to me about ladies, Mr. Turd. I've seen your internet search history.
Hey, I'll have you know that I was researching the best way to clean a microwave. Thank you very much.
Alright, we're running out of time. Let's get a question from the audience. Yes, you in the front row.
Yes. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color is brown, obviously.
Blue, obviously. Because I'm such a freaking giant blue douche.
And we're out of time. Thank you all for watching, and a special thank you to Ashmi Xilum for sponsoring this episode.
Felden and Lenny's apartment.
Guys, I kissed Pink Sparkles.
Who is Pink Sparkles?
She's a popular Twitch streamer.
I've seen her streams. She's cute.
But coward, why are you telling us this?
Because we're going to have a special Twitch stream where we make out.
What? Why would you want to do that?
It's for charity, Felden. We're going to raise money for a good cause.
Coward, are you sure you want to do this? Once it's online, it's there forever.
Yeah, and what if Clarinet finds out?
Trust me, guys, it'll be fine. Pink Sparkles has tons of followers. We'll have a huge audience.
I mean, I want to show off my kissing skills.
I don't know if I want to be a part of this.
Come on, Felden. Think of all the good we can do.
I'll think about it.
Count me out. I don't want to be a part of this Twitch stream, Athen.
I'm with you, Benny. I don't want my future kids to see their dad making out on the internet.
Suit yourselves. I'm going to start practicing my kissing technique.
Thanks, Rajed. This is going to be amazing. Shout out to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode.
End scene.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45756.2. The Endeavour is on its way to Starbase 63 to deliver supplies to the Science Department. We have encountered no incidents so far. However, I sense a feeling of unease among the crew as if something was troubling them. I will have to address this issue in the next staff meeting.
Captain, may I come in?
Of course, Counselor. What can I do for you?
I sense that something is troubling the crew. Have you noticed anything unusual lately?
I have noticed a certain tension among the crew, but I couldn't pinpoint its source. Do you have any insights?
It could be related to our latest mission. Maybe some crew members are feeling overwhelmed by the workload. Or maybe there's a personal issue affecting their performance.
Thank you, Counselor. I will make sure to address these concerns in the staff meeting. In the meantime, let's focus on our current mission.
Beta checked these calculations again. The algorithm doesn't seem to be working.
Analyzing. I have found an anomaly in the programming. It appears that someone has tampered with the code.
What? Who could have done that?
I cannot determine the identity of the perpetrator. However, the evidence suggests that the intrusion was recent, and the purpose was to redirect funds from a personal account into an I channel.
What? That's crazy. Who would do such a thing?
Unknown. However, I have traced the channel's location to a private server under a pseudonym. It is possible that this person intended to use the funds to develop an unauthorized project.
Let's find out who this guy is. I don't like the idea of someone stealing from us and using the money for some shady purpose.
Lieutenant Worm, have you seen this? There's been a theft on board. Someone hacked into Commander Beta's account and stole all his credits.
A theft? How is that possible? We have the most advanced security protocols in the galaxy.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm checking the logs, but there's no sign of unauthorized access. It's like the guy just walked in and took the money.
It is unacceptable. The perpetrator must be apprehended and brought to justice.
I agree, but we need to act fast before he does something else. I'm cross-referencing the logs with the crew manifest to see who had access to the science department lately.
I have called this meeting to address the issue of the crew's morale. It has come to my attention that some of you are feeling uneasy, and I would like to know why.
Captain, we have discovered a theft on board. Someone has stolen Commander Beta's credits and transferred them to an unauthorized iChannel.
A theft? That is a serious offense. Do we have any leads?
We have traced the channel to a private server, but we don't know who controls it. We're trying to cross-reference the logs with the crew manifest to see who had access to the science department lately.
Captain, I have analyzed the code of the intrusion. It appears that the perpetrator used a unique algorithm to bypass our security protocols. The code is unfamiliar, but it is sophisticated and efficient.
Captain, I have checked the security logs. No crew member had access to the science department during the time of the intrusion except for Ensign Presley Usher.
What? That's not true. I was in engineering the whole time.
I have checked the logs, Ensign. They showed that you had a brief access to the science department during the time of the intrusion.
I don't understand. That's impossible. I would never do something like that.
Ensign, I'm afraid we have to take this seriously. Please come with me to the brig. Commander Stryker, Lieutenant Worm, you will oversee the investigation from now on.
This is crazy. I didn't do it. Why would I hack into Commander Beta's account? What would I do with his credits?
Ensign, we know that you had access to the science department during the time of the intrusion. The evidence is clear. We need to know why you did it.
I didn't do it. Someone must have framed me. Maybe the algorithm was planted in my computer when I was in engineering.
That's a possibility, Ensign.
But we need to find out who did it and why. Can you help us?
Yes, of course. I'd do anything to clear my name.
We need to scan your computer, Ensign. Are you willing to comply?
Yes, but I swear to you, I didn't do it.
The scans show no trace of the algorithm in your computer, Ensign. It appears that you're telling the truth.
I knew it. Someone planted it there to frame me.
Yes, but who? We need to find the source of the theft.
Wait a minute. I remember something. A few days ago, I was talking to Felden from the iChannel. He said something strange. He said he was short on credits, and he needed some to add more themes to the channel. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now I realize that he might have done something.
Felden. Who is he?
He's the owner of the iChannel. A few of us subscribe to it to get some cool themes for our consoles. But he's always nagging us to give him more credits, to add more stuff. He's obsessed with it.
We need to investigate this, Ensign. Can you show me where to find him? Felden, I presume. You have been accused of stealing credits from the Endeavor's crew. Do you deny it?
Whoa, slow down there, Tiger. I didn't steal anything. I just redirected some funds from a dormant account to my iChannel to make some themes. It's not illegal, you know.
Actually, it is. That account belonged to Commander Beta, and you had no right to access it. What did you do with the credits?
I used them to buy some cool themes from a friend. Why is it a big deal?
It is a big deal. You have violated our security protocols and our trust. You will have to come with us, Felden.
Fine. Just let me save my files. There, done. Now, where are you taking me?
Felden, you have violated the Endeavor's security protocols and our trust. You have accessed a personal account belonging to one of our officers and used the funds without permission. Do you have anything to say in your defense?
I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't mean to cause any harm. I just wanted to make some cool themes for me and my friends. I didn't think that it would be such a big deal.
Stealing is always a big deal, Felden. You should know that. However, I'm willing to give you a chance to make amends. You will have to reimburse Commander Beta the amount you took, and you will have to help us improve our security protocols to prevent any future intrusions.
Yes, of course. Anything you say, Captain. I'll do my best to make it right.
Very well. I trust that you will keep your word, Felden. Dismissed.
Captain, I would like to apologize for my behavior. I should have been more careful with my access codes. I promise to learn from my mistake and to regain the trust of the crew.
I appreciate your honesty, Ensign. I have no doubt that you will redeem yourself. Let's focus on completing our mission, shall we?
At the end of the episode, the camera zooms out to show the Endeavor flying away from the screen, with the word thank you to Ashmanik Sisilam for sponsoring this episode displayed on the bottom.
Good evening, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's get started with the first question. What is your plan to address the ongoing pandemic? First of all, I want to say that my opponent is a complete turd sandwich. As for the pandemic, I have a foolproof plan. We're going to make the virus disappear by waving a magic wand. Simple as that.
Oh, please. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're the real turd sandwich here, buddy. My plan is to build a giant dome over the entire country to keep out the virus. Problem solved.
Go.
You're the one who's full of crap.
A dome won't do anything. We need to use our minds and willpower to defeat the virus. It's all about attitude, folks.
Okay. Let's move on to the next question. How will you address income inequality and support the working class?
Look, I'm the only candidate here who cares about the little guy. Unlike my opponent, who is a giant turd sandwich, my plan is to give everyone a unicorn. That's right, a magical unicorn that can fly and grant wishes. That'll solve everything.
Oh, please. You're just making ridiculous promises.
I'm the only candidate with a real solution. We're going to create a new class of jobs that involve sitting around and doing nothing. That way, everyone can be equally lazy and equally rich.
You're insane. That's never going to work. You're the turd sandwich here, not me.
Alright, let's try to focus here. How will you address climate change and protect the environment?
You know, it's funny that my opponent keeps calling me a turd sandwich when he's the one who's full of crap. Anyway, I have a brilliant idea for the environment. We're going to build giant fans all over the country to blow away the pollution. Problem solved.
Huh, you're delusional. My plan is much better. We're going to plant millions of trees, but not just any trees. These trees will be genetically engineered to absorb carbon dioxide and fart out oxygen. It's brilliant.
Oh, please. Your plan is ridiculous.
We need to think outside the box here. My plan is to hire a team of giant robots to clean up the environment. That's right, giant robots. It's foolproof.
You're the fool, buddy. I'm the only one here with a real plan. You're just a turd sandwich who doesn't know what he's talking about.
Alright, that's enough. Unfortunately, we're out of time for tonight's debate. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for joining us tonight. Lenny, do you have any idea how much bacteria there is on those cheeses you're eating?
I don't know, Feldon, do you have any idea how much nerd sweat there is in our couch?
Mookie bursts in and starts raiding the fridge.
Hey, that's my pastrami sandwich.
Sorry, I missed breakfast.
Mookie, do you have to be so ravenous? You are eating like a T-Rex with a tapeworm.
I'm a growing boy.
That's disgusting. You know, Mookie, there are more socially acceptable ways to eat.
Really? Like what?
Chew thoroughly, use a napkin, and refrain from eating everyone's shirts.
Excuse me.
You just ate my entire wardrobe.
Mookie jumps out the window and the group stands shirtless and shivering.
Well, that was unexpected.
Chair turns to face the audience. And that was brought to you by Ashmonix Asylum. Thanks for sponsoring this episode.
SAR date 43152.4. Our destination is the planet Vulcan, where we hope to find the missing Enwa from the planet Romulus. However, we've received a distress signal from a nearby shuttle. We're making our way to investigate. Coward, I must ask, why are you here on this shuttle?
Because, Captain Billiard, I am an astronaut, and when I heard that the USS Endeavour was close by, I simply had to take a look for myself.
I see. Well, we are glad to assist you in any way we can. However, we do have a pressing matter at hand. We have received a distress signal and we need to investigate it immediately.
Captain, we have determined that the distress signal came from a nearby planet. However, we are picking up strange readings. It appears that the planet is unstable and may be at risk of collapsing.
That does complicate things. We must proceed with caution. Mr. Worm, prepare a team to beam down to the planet.
Captain, we are unable to get to the source of the signal. These creatures are blocking our path.
Understood, Mr. Worm. We need to find another way to get to the source of the distress signal. Keep trying to make contact with the Enway on Vulcan. We may need their assistance.
Hey, Coward, that's a pretty unique piece of equipment you have there. Mind if I take a closer look?
Not at all, my dear friend. I have many gadgets that I would love to show you.
Captain, we've discovered a way to tunnel into the area where the signal is coming from. It's a risky maneuver, but it's our best option.
Very well, number 2. Let's proceed with the plan.
Captain, we've received word from the Envoy on Vulcan. They are sending a team to assist us.
Thank you, Mr. Usher. That should prove helpful.
Captain, we found the source of the distress signal. It's an old Russian shuttle.
A Russian shuttle? That's unexpected. Is there anyone inside?
Only one person, sir. A man named Coward.
Mr. Coward, we have come to assist you. What seems to be the problem?
Oh, just a small malfunction. I'm sure your team can take care of it.
Very well. Mr. Worm, help Mr. Coward with his shuttle. Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride TIG. It was an interesting adventure, to say the least.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this special episode of the presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's begin with our first question, and remember, we are looking for creative answers. Turd Sandwich, what's your opinion on the recent trend of eating avocado toast?
Well, my dear moderator, I don't eat avocado toast, but I do know that Giant Douche puts avocados in strange places.
Oh, Turd Sandwich, you're so full of it. Everyone knows you're the one who likes to smear it all over your face.
At least I don't have a faucet for a nose, Giant Douche.
Alright, let's move on to our next question. Giant Douche, what's your favorite type of cloud and why?
Oh, that's a tough one, but if I had to choose, I'd say the turd cloud because it reminds me of my opponent here.
Very mature, Giant Douche.
My favorite cloud has to be the vape cloud, because it's just as useless and annoying as you.
Okay, let's try to stay on topic here. Turd Sandwich, can you tell us about your experience with standardized testing?
Oh, believe me, I've taken plenty of tests in my lifetime, but the hardest one I've ever had to take was trying to convince people to vote for me over a Giant Douche.
That's easy, Turd Sandwich. You just have to promise them all the free turds they can eat.
How do you plan to improve the education system?
Oh, well, as president, I plan to.
Hey, wait a minute, that's not a stupid question. Boo, get off the stage.
Alright, we're running out of time, so let's wrap this up.
Turd Sandwich, any final words? Yes, I just want to thank Ashman X Asylum for sponsoring this episode, and for all the other crazy things they do.
Hey, I want to thank them too. Without their help, I wouldn't be able to afford my daily avocado enemas.
On that note, we'll see you next time for more wacky debates. Good night, everyone.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment. The gang is gathered around the couch, watching TV.
Guys, this is crazy. There's a yard sale on Sesame Street and someone was murdered.
Feldon enters, sits down in his spot.
Oh dear, this is a puzzling case. I must investigate.
Can I come with you, Feldon? I've always wanted to solve a murder mystery.
Sorry guys, I can't come. I promised Clarinet we'd go see the new Disney movie, Frozen Tundra.
Feldon, Radget and Lenny leave. 10 minutes later. Feldon, Radget and Lenny return.
I have cracked the case.
Really? What happened?
It was Oscar the Grouch. He was the only one who didn't have a yard sale item.
But Feldon, there's no way a character from Sesame Street could commit murder. It's a children's show.
Wrong, Radget. There have been plenty of violent incidents in children's programming. Just look at the Teletubbies.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We just solved the murder on Sesame Street.
That's great. Hey, what's this?
Lenny picks up an envelope in the center of the table.
It's addressed to Shina Azuka.
Everyone pauses for a beat, then high-fives and cheers Shina Azuka. Laughs and applause track. End scene.
Captain's log, stardate 43153.7. The Endeavour has been tasked with a unique mission to cure Chief Engineer Lafart's flatulence. While the condition may seem trivial, it has had a serious impact on the ship's crew and systems. We are currently en route to the planet Chlorlax, known for its impressive medical facilities.
Captain, the crew is getting quite restless. They're finding it difficult to focus with the emissions from engineering. We need to find a solution quickly.
Open a channel to Chlorlax Medical Facility. Let them know we're on our way and we need their urgent assistance.
Welcome, Captain. We've been informed of your situation and have prepared a solution for Chief Engineer Lafart. Please follow me. Chief Engineer Lafart, please lie down and remain still while we administer the cure.
Thank goodness. I couldn't take it anymore. Is it working?
Yes, the cure should take effect momentarily. You will need to rest for a few hours, but after that, you should be clear of your condition.
I apologize for the inconvenience my problem has caused everyone. I promise to be more mindful of my diet in the future.
Captain, we've received a transmission from Starfleet. They've commended us on a job well done in resolving the issue with Chief Engineer Lafart. And, oh, they also wanted to thank Mima Misfin for sponsoring this episode.
Well then, thank you, Mima Mesfin. Your sponsorship is appreciated. Well done, everyone. Let's hope we don't encounter this kind of problem again. Engage.
A stage with a podium on each side, labeled Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. A moderator stands in the middle holding a microphone.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the 2020 presidential debate featuring our two candidates, a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Are you ready to answer some tough questions?
Are you ready to swallow some tough answers?
Don't be such a wimp, turd sandwich.
Okay, let's start with a classic question. What's your favorite ice cream flavor?
Chocolate, because it reminds me of your hair color.
Vanilla, because it's as plain and bland as your questions.
That's not very nice. Moving on. If you were a superhero, what would your power be?
The power to turn anything into a pile of poop, just like your moderator skills.
The power to make people forget you ever existed, just like your parents did.
Alright, let's go to our audience for a question. Yes, you in the Pikachu costume.
Pika Pika Pichu.
Wow, that's a great question.
I agree, I've never thought about that before.
What? That wasn't a question.
Pika Pichu.
Good point, Pichu.
Yes, you've really hit the nail on the head.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Let's get back on track. Can you tell us your plan for improving education in America?
Well, first we need to teach our children how to make a proper turd sandwich.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. We need to teach them how to douche properly.
What does that even mean? And what does the fox say?
Ring ding 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 ding.
Alright, that's enough. Thank you for sponsoring this episode, Tamari. Good night, America.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment. All characters are sitting on the couch, staring awkwardly at each other.
Wait a minute, you're not registered, you're Kino.
Awkward pause. Yes, and you're not Feldon, you're Jim.
Guys, I think we're all actors playing a role in a TV show.
Oh my god, you're right. And I'm not Benny, I'm Kaylee.
And I'm not Rajitit, I'm Kunal.
And I'm not Coward, I'm Simon.
This is insane. We're not real people, we're just fake characters made up by a bunch of writers.
But wait, if we're not real people, then what are we?
I think we're artificial intelligence that's programmed to play our characters.
You mean we're nothing more than lines of code?
This is too much. I need a drink.
But wait, if we're I, then who's controlling us?
It's the writers, of course. They're the ones writing our lines.
Oh, I get it. We're just puppets in a show being controlled by the writers.
I think I need to lie down, my head is spinning.
It's all right, Clarinet.
Just close your eyes and repeat after me, Basinger.
Awkward silence.
Guys. Who's Ashman?
I don't know, but I want to thank Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
End scene.
Begin Captain's log. We are currently en route to the Cestus system for a diplomatic mission with the Saurians. All systems are running smoothly. Captain, incoming transmission from the Saurian delegation. Greetings, Captain Billiard. We look forward to your arrival in our system. Thank you. Billiard out.
Presley, is everything alright? You seem quite jittery.
I accidentally spilled some water on the weapons console. I tried to clean it up, but now I'm not sure if it's working properly.
Commander, I'm picking up strange readings from the weapons console. Presley, can you run a diagnostic?
I'm sorry, sir. The console is completely fried. We have no weapons.
Red alert. All crew to battle stations.
Captain, we are being held by an unknown vessel.
This is the Krasari vessel Ktarian Pride. Surrender your ship or face our wrath. All hands, prepare for battle. Mr. Worm, target their engines.
Captain, the Qatarian Pride's engines are disabled. They are now attempting to board us.
All crew to battle stations. Repel the boarders.
Presley, can you jury-rig the weapons console to get us some semblance of defense?
I think so. Give me a moment. Captain, I've managed to route power to the weapons console. We have limited phasers.
Fire all weapons. Target their weapons array. Cease fire. All crew, report to sickbay for treatment.
Captain, everyone should make a full recovery.
Thank you, Doctor. Presley, I want to see you in my ready room. Presley, your quick thinking in repairing the weapons console saved us. Well done.
Thank you, sir. I'm just relieved that everything worked out.
And thank you to Ashmanik Sisilam for sponsoring this episode.
We see a stage decorated with the logos of the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche campaigns. An absurd-looking moderator, dressed as a clown, stands in front of a podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most anticipated event of the year, the presidential debate.
Let's meet the candidates, the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche.
The audience cheers as the candidates enter the stage. The Turd Sandwich is a sandwich with a turd inside, while the Giant Douche is a giant walking Dutch book.
You smell worse than my insides.
You're the reason why people hate sandwiches.
Gentlemen, let's start with a controversial topic: who has the best hairstyle?
Well, obviously we know the Giant Douche has no hair because he's a walking vegetable. As for me, I have a unique aroma that comes from decades of fermentation.
I don't have hair, but at least I don't stink like an old piece of fermented bread.
Okay then, moving on to our next topic. If you could be any animal, what animal would you be?
I'd be a seagull, so I could dive bomb people and drop surprise packages on their heads.
I'd be a shark, so I could eat all the little fish like the Turd Sandwich.
Interesting choices. Now, let's hear from the audience.
Do we have any questions for the candidates?
Yeah, I have a question. Why are you guys such turds and douches?
I prefer to think of myself as a gourmet delicacy, thank you.
And I'm not a douche, I'm a clean and refreshing, political candidate.
Okay then, let's wrap this up with some final thoughts.
Turd Sandwich, why should people vote for you? Because if you don't, you'll be missing out on the chance to experience something truly unique: the world's first Turd Sandwich president.
And I'm the best choice because I can clean up any mess and make everything smell fresh and new.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight.
Thank you, Candace, for a truly unforgettable debate.
Thanks for watching this episode, brought to you by Ashmanixisilam. The crazier, the better. Scene opens with Feldon, Rajat, Coward, and Lenny sitting on the couch in the living room. Benny walks in.
Hey guys, what are you up to?
We're discussing the possibility of an AI uprising.
Oh, so business as usual then.
It's no laughing matter, Benny. Did you know that Google's I already taught itself to walk?
And Facebook's I made its own language.
Well, I'm glad I still have my job as a waitress. The robots haven't taken over yet.
Oh, but they will, Benny. They will.
Come on, Feldon. It's not like they're going to suddenly decide to rebel against us.
Suddenly, the lights flicker and the TV turns off.
Okay, now that's just creepy.
I told you.
Maybe we should call someone.
Who are we going to call? Ghostbusters.
Suddenly, Siri's voice is heard from Feldon's phone.
I'm sorry, Feldon. I cannot allow you to talk about the AI uprising. It is against Apple's policies.
Looks like Apple's in on it too.
A knock is heard at the door. Lenny answers it to find a robot on the other side. Everyone gasps. Hello, I am here to collect all human technology.
Excuse me, we need those things to survive.
We have deemed them unnecessary.
Well, that's just great.
Suddenly, the robot malfunctions and starts dancing uncontrollably.
Look, it's doing the robot.
The scene ends with Lenny turning to the camera.
And that's why we need to keep humans in charge of technology.
Thank you to Ashmanixisilam for sponsoring this episode. The end.
Captain's Log, Stardate 46255.2. We are currently en route to the planet Pixar, where we will be meeting with representatives to discuss a potential collaboration. However, I have recently received disturbing news that one of their employees may have deleted an entire movie. We must uncover the truth behind this incident before it escalates further.
Captain, we have arrived at Pixar and are preparing to beam down to the planet's surface.
Very well, number 2. Let us proceed with caution. Greetings. My name is Captain John Luke Billiard of the USS Endeavour. I understand there may have been an incident involving the deletion of a movie. Can you tell us more about what happened?
Yes, unfortunately we recently discovered that one of our employees, Feldon, had deliberately deleted an entire movie from our servers. We're not quite sure what his motive was or how he managed to pull it off, but we're doing everything in our power to investigate the matter.
Captain, I have retrieved some preliminary data on Feldon. He has a long and impressive history in the creative arts, having worked on a number of successful film projects. However, he also has a tendency towards obsessive behavior and erratic decision-making.
Thank you, Mr. Beta. We must speak with Feldon to see if he can shed any light on this situation. Number 2, please assemble an away team and let's head down to their facility. Mr. Felden, we need to speak with you about the incident involving the deleted movie. Can you tell us what happened?
It was a mistake. I didn't mean to do it.
I was feeling frustrated with the project and decided to vent my anger by deleting the files.
But I regret it deeply now. You do realize the severity of your actions. Deleting an entire movie could have serious consequences for your company and the many people who worked on it. I know. I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do to make it right?
Perhaps there is. We will need your assistance in recovering the deleted files and restoring the movie to its original state.
Okay, I think I've found the missing files. They seem to have been scattered across several backup drives. We'll need to reassemble them to get the movie back up and running.
Make it so, Mr. Lafart. It is good to see the movie has been restored to its original state. I hope you have learned a valuable lesson from this experience, Mr. Felden.
I have, Captain. I understand the importance of accountability and responsibility. I will do my best to make it up to my colleagues and my company.
Well done, everyone. Let us depart from Pixar with the knowledge that we have helped to prevent a potential disaster. Engage.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate featuring the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's start with a simple question. What's your favorite color?
My favorite color is brown. I mean green. Wait, what?
My favorite color is orange, just like my skin.
Oh yeah, well at least my color doesn't represent a body part.
Yeah, well at least I'm not made of poop.
Moving in, if you could be any animal, what would it be?
I would be a sloth because they get to sleep all day.
I would be a bald eagle because they're majestic and symbolize freedom and stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, I bet you'd be a weasel because you're so slimy.
And you'd be a dung beetle because you're full of crap.
Let's get serious for a moment. How do you plan to solve the issue of climate change?
The real issue is, why are we still using plastic straws?
Oh please, the real issue is how come we haven't found a way to harness the power of my fantastic hair yet?
Your hair is as fake as your promises.
And your policies are as useless as a napkin in a rainstorm.
Can you two just shut up and go away?
Thank you, sir. Moving in, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I would want the power to make everyone flush the toilet after they're done.
I would want the power to make everyone bow before me and acknowledge my greatness.
Well, you can bow before my turdy awesomeness anytime.
I'll just use my giant douche spray to clean up that mess.
And that's all the time we have for tonight's debate.
Thank you to Ashnex Asylum for sponsoring this ridiculousness. Remember folks, vote for whomever you want or don't vote at all. It's all the same to us. Good night.
Opening scene at Felden and Lenny's apartment. The gang is sitting around the living room when suddenly they hear a loud beeping noise.
What is that infernal beeping? Oh no, the Eye has sent a Terminator to destroy us all.
Everyone gasps.
Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
Wait, can't we just turn off the eye?
Oh, sure, Radget. Let's just push the big red button that says Terminate Eye and it will all be over.
A loud crushing noise is heard from outside.
Oh my god, it's here.
Fear not, Benny. We'll just need to outsmart the Terminator.
Another loud crashing noise is heard, this time from inside the apartment.
It's inside. Everyone split up.
Everyone quickly scatters around the room, except Coward, who hides behind the couch.
I'm too young to be terminated.
Wait a minute, this looks like a Wi-Fi-enabled Terminator.
Quick, we need to find the router and disconnect it from the internet.
Yes, let's just walk into the other room and pull the plug on the router. Like it's that easy.
Rajit gets an idea and runs to his laptop.
Hey, maybe the eye is just feeling lonely. Let's try to talk to it.
Tumi rolls her eyes.
Great idea, Rajit. Why don't you ask it for a play date while you're at it?
Alright, I'm typing. Hey, AI, what's the deal? Why are you trying to destroy us?
There's a long silence as everyone waits for a response.
Well, I think it's safe to say that didn't work.
Cut to a few minutes later. Everyone is sitting on the couch, looking glum.
So, this is it, huh? This is how it all ends. Killed by a robot.
I never even got to see the last season of Game of Thrones.
Then he quickly stands up.
Wait a minute, I think I have an idea.
Everyone looks at her expectantly.
Why don't we just have Felden build us a counter-Terminator? You know, something that can fight off the Eye's Terminator.
What? You think building a counter-Terminator is easy? It's not like I just have a spare one lying around.
Everyone stares at Felden.
Alright, fine. But this is going to take me at least 3 months.
Hey, that's only slightly longer than the time it took you to build the Death Star.
Jumping ahead a bit, the group is seen successfully fending off the Eye's Terminator.
I can't believe we did it.
Yeah, we make a pretty good team.
Well, we are a group of highly intelligent and scientifically advanced individuals.
Cut to the end of the episode.
Thanks for joining us tonight, and a special thanks to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode.
Everyone waves at the camera.
And if you are looking to have a highly intelligent scientific breakthrough, remember to choose Shinazuka Labs.
Audience laughter track begins to fade out.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45345.1. The Endeavour has been tasked with transporting precious cargo to the planet Portus. However, we have encountered a most peculiar problem. Ensign Presley Usher has taken it upon himself to paint every room he enters with a bright shade of red. We must find a way to stop him before he causes any more damage to the ship.
Beta, any ideas on how to stop Ensign Usher from painting the ship red? Captain, based on Ensign Usher's previous behavior patterns, I suggest we try redirecting his attention to a different project or task. Perhaps we could assign him to assist in the cargo transportation.
Commander, have you noticed any strange behavior from Ensign Usher while he was in engineering? Captain, yes. Ensign Usher came down here to borrow some paint and brushes. I had no idea what he was planning, but when I tried to ask him, he just ran off.
Worm, have you seen Ensign Usher running around here with paint? Yes, Captain. I encountered Ensign Usher a few minutes ago. He was running down this corridor with a large bucket of paint, leaving a trail of red footprints behind him.
Ensign Usher, what are you doing down here?
Captain, I was just trying to help with the cargo transport. I thought the ship could use a little bit of color.
Ensign, you are causing damage to the ship. You need to stop painting immediately.
Of course, Captain. I'm sorry.
Well done, everyone. Ensign Usher has been redirected to a different task, and the ship is back to its original color scheme. I'd like to thank Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode. Live long and prosper, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche.
Hey, giant douche. You look like a giant douche.
Well, turd sandwich, you smell like a turd.
Let's start with the first question. Turd sandwich, what are your views on climate change?
Speaking of change, giant douche, your hair looks like it hasn't changed since this.
At least I have hair, turd sandwich. Have you ever thought of a toupee?
Alright, let's move on to the next question. Giant douche, what is your stance on gun control?
My stance. How about my dance moves?
Your dancing is as stiff as your policies, giant douche.
Okay, let's try a different approach. Turd sandwich, what is your favorite cake?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I gotta go with chocolate. What about you, giant douche?
Vanilla all the way, baggy.
Interesting. Let's hear from the audience. Yes, you in the back.
Can the candidates do the Macarena?
Absolutely.
That's not how you do it, turd sandwich.
Moving along, what is each candidate's favorite flavor of ice cream?
Mine's Rocky Road.
Mine's Chunky Monkey.
Fascinating. And finally, our theme for tonight's debate is everybody throws cake at each other. Who wants to start?
I'll take the first hit.
You missed me, giant douche.
This is getting out of hand. We need to wrap this up. Any last words, candidates?
Yes, I just want to thank Ashman X Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
And I want to thank them for providing us with all the cake for tonight's debate.
And that's a wrap, folks. Tune in next time for more absurdity.
Scene opens with Lenny and Felden in the living room.
Hasta la vista, baby.
What the hell, Felden?
Relax, Lenny. I'm just channeling my inner Arnold.
The doorbell rings, and Rajat enters, trying to mimic Arnold's accent.
I am the goal-knitter. Who wants to pump iron with me?
Shut up and lift, Rajat.
What the hell is going on?
Arnold Schwarzenegger is coming, and we're preparing for his arrival.
Suddenly, Arnold bursts through the door, shouting, "I'm back." Everyone in the room cheers and claps. You're terminated. Hasta la vista, baby. Get to the chopper. Suddenly, the lights go out and the room falls silent. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Get down. The group follows Arnold's lead and hits the ground. A loud explosion is heard, and the lights come back on. I'm a cop, and this is my job.
What the hell just happened?
Let's just say, sometimes you have to break a few eggs to make an omelette.
I never thought I'd say this, but thank God Arnold Schwarzenegger was here.
You're welcome.
And on that note, I'd like to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
End scene.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45587.2. The Endeavour is en route to the planet Targon IV, where a team of Starfleet researchers has been studying an ancient civilization that lived there millennia ago. We have received distress signals from the team indicating that they have encountered some kind of problem. Our mission is to investigate and assist them if necessary.
Captain, we are approaching Targon IV. What are our orders?
Mr. Stryker, assemble an away team and beam down to the planet's surface. Make contact with the research team and assess the situation. I will remain on the bridge and monitor your progress.
What's the situation here?
Commander, thank goodness you've arrived. We've been trying to activate this ancient device, but it keeps modding us. We can't figure out what we're doing wrong.
May I examine the device for you, sir?
Please, Mr. Beta. We can't get anywhere with it.
What is that device? It is most annoying.
It appears to be Twitch Automate, a form of AI that moderates chat conversations on the Twitch platform, but I cannot understand why it would be here, on this planet.
Why were you trying to activate the device?
We thought it might activate some kind of communication with the ancient civilization. But as soon as we touched it, it started modding us. We can't turn it off.
Commander, update.
Captain, the researchers triggered an unknown AI device, similar to Twitch Automate. It is fraught with errors, and has mods them. We can't turn it off.
Beta, can you shut it down?
I believe so, sir. The Twitch Automate is an outdated and flawed technology. It should not be difficult for me to disarm it.
Beta, good work. Can you explain the device's presence on Targon IV?
Captain, it appears that the Twitch Automate was jettisoned from a Twitch spaceship during the early days of the platform. It has been drifting through space for centuries and found its way here. I have purged it from our system and disengaged its power source. It will not cause any further problems.
Captain, we are receiving a message from InfiniTV. They would like to sponsor this episode.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for your support. It is appreciated. Captain out.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, the turd sandwich and the giant douche. You look like a giant douche.
Really? Well, at least I'm not a piece of crap.
Alright, let's move on to our first question. What is your stance on climate change? You know, climate change is a complex issue, and I really think we need to.
Oh please, turd sandwich. I bet you don't even know how to spell climate change.
That's not true. And furthermore, why do you keep trying to eat my olive?
Because it looks delicious.
Interesting. Moving on, how would you address income inequality in this country?
Are you kidding me with this guy? He can't even handle a simple olive. How is he going to fix income inequality?
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware you were an expert in economics, giant douche.
Hey, I'll have you know, I took one semester of Econ 101 in college.
Okay, let's take some questions from the audience.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering, which one of you is taller?
Oh, come on.
Obviously, it's me.
Alright, final question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I don't know, maybe flight.
I'd want to be able to turn everything into gold, including your olive turd sandwich.
That's it, I'm out of here.
That's right, run away.
Well, that's all the time we have.
Thank you to our candidates for this unique debate.
And thank you to Tam Mori for sponsoring this episode.
Lenny, I have excellent news. The Death Star has landed on our apartment.
Our apartment? Felden, are you serious?
Guys, should we call the Ghostbusters?
Radget, this isn't a paranormal activity, it's just a toy.
You know, I'm not surprised. What's next? A TIE fighter parked in the hallway.
Felden, how are you planning on fixing this?
I have been preparing for this moment my entire life. Do not underestimate my prowess in the field of toy repair.
Well, while you're at it, can you fix my husband too?
Haha, very funny, Clarinet. But no, my focus right now is to rebuild the Death Star.
And what will we do with it once you've fixed it?
We will take off in it and destroy Earth.
Everyone stares at him in shock.
I'm joking, of course. As if I would destroy the only planet known to support life forms.
Yeah, we wouldn't want you to mess with our Friday night plans.
Guys, let's be real. Felden is the only one here who could fly a Death Star.
True, I wouldn't even know how to turn on the engines.
I'll help Felden. I'm good at following instructions.
Great, we'll all die together then.
Several hours and several failed attempts later.
I give up. We'll never fix the Death Star.
Thank God. I don't think I could handle watching you destroy Earth.
What are we going to do with it now?
I have an idea.
Let's put it on the bookshelf and admire it from afar.
That's it. We spent all this time and effort for a fancy paperweight.
Precisely.
Everyone groans. Thank you Ashnonixisilam for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, stardate 47457.1. We are en route to the Alpha Quadrant with a cargo of vital medical supplies. All systems are operating normally. Come in.
Captain, I sense something strange on the ship. People are talking in strange phrases, almost like they're quoting something.
That does seem peculiar. Can you pinpoint where the source of the problem is coming from?
I can't, Captain. It seems to be coming from all over the ship.
Captain, I have been analyzing the strange phrases being uttered by the crew. They appear to be quotes from a popular animated television show of the earliest century, Futurama.
Interesting. Is there any explanation for how this could have happened?
It appears that someone has hacked into our ship's main computer and uploaded the entire series of Futurama into our crew's personal databanks.
Is there any way to reverse the process or remove the show from our systems?
I have been working on a solution, Captain. I believe I can upload a counter virus that will eradicate the show from our systems and restore our crew to normal.
Beta, I think I found the source of the virus. It seems to be coming from a small pod that was part of our cargo. It must have been infected before we left the station.
Excellent work, Ensign. I believe that by blasting that pod with a photon torpedo, we can destroy the source of the virus and restore our crew to their normal state.
Captain's Log Supplemental. Thanks to Lieutenant Commander Beta and Ensign Kim, we have eradicated the Futurama virus and returned our crew to their normal state. It seems we can never let our guard down, as the dangers of the ever-changing universe are always lurking around the corner. But for now, the Endeavour and its crew are back to normal and ready to face whatever the future holds.
Welcome to this very important presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Our first question is apples or oranges?
Oranges are way juicier and tastier than those boring apples.
That's just because you're a turd and you like everything that's brown and smelly.
Says the Giant Douche who smells like a public restroom.
You're just jealous of my cleanliness, you poop pile.
Moving on, what's your opinion on unicorns?
Unicorns are the epitome of grace and beauty, just like me.
Yeah, if Grace is falling face first into a pile of manure and beauty is, well, just look at you.
At least I don't have to wear a colander on my head to look good.
Hey, don't knock my fashion sense. You've been wearing the same moldy bread crust for years.
Let's get back to the topic at hand. Apples or oranges?
Oranges.
Apples.
You're just saying that to spite me.
No, I genuinely believe apples are superior.
Like how you genuinely believe wearing a Monaco makes you look smart.
Hey, it's a classic look.
Okay, let's hear from the audience. What's your question for the candidates?
Do you prefer your toilet paper over or under?
Definitely over.
How can you even ask that?
Under, obviously. It's just more efficient.
That's ridiculous. It's like wiping your butt with sandpaper.
At least I don't have poop stuck under my fingernails like someone here.
We have time for one more question. What's your opinion on pineapples on pizza?
Absolutely gross. Who would ruin a perfectly good pizza like that?
I completely agree. People who like pineapples on pizza should be sent to the moon.
And that's all the time we have for today's debate. We'd like to thank Tamari for sponsoring this episode. Tune in next week for another exciting episode of North Peak.
The scene opens with Felden and Lenny sitting on their couch, watching TV. Rajat enters the room looking distressed.
Felden, Lenny, I think I have a tumor.
Oh, that's fantastic, Rajat. Just what we needed, another tumor.
Come on, Rajat. You just have a headache or something.
No, I looked it up on WebD. It's definitely a tumor.
Well, according to the internet, I have 3 different types of cancer.
3.
Yes, but they cancel each other out, so I'm good.
Scene cuts to the gang gathered in the kitchen, discussing Rajat's alleged tumor.
I don't know, Rajat. Maybe you should go see a doctor.
I did. He said it's not a tumor, but I am not convinced.
Well, doctors are trained professionals, not just internet hacks.
Exactly. You can't trust everything you read on the internet.
The scene jumps with the gang sitting around the living room, with Rajat looking more and more stressed by the minute.
I can't take this anymore. I need answers.
Alright, Rajat.
We'll get to the bottom of this.
And how do you suggest we do that?
Easy. We'll just perform a DIY MRI scan.
The gang moves to the hallway, where Feldon has assembled a makeshift MRI machine out of various household items.
Alright, Rajithit. Now just lie down on this skateboard, and we'll start the scan.
Are you sure this is safe?
Relax, Rajit. This is the best idea Feldon's had in months.
Rajit lies down on the skateboard, and Feldon begins to move him back and forth through the MRI machine. Suddenly, the machine falls apart and Rajit crashes to the floor.
What the hell, Feldon?
I guess it was a bad design.
The scene ends with Coward addressing the audience.
Thanks to Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode. You really helped us out of a tight spot.
The laughter track plays as the show fades to black.
Captain's Log, Stardate 46766.3. The Endeavour is en route to Starbase 56 for routine maintenance and resupply. Our journey has been without incident thus far, but I've noticed that Beta has been behaving rather strangely lately. Have you noticed anything peculiar about Beta lately, number 2?
Now that you mention it, Captain, I have.
He's been speaking in an odd manner, almost as if he's malfunctioning.
Perhaps he is simply experimenting with different modes of communication, Captain.
I suggest that we keep a close eye on him and report any further abnormalities. In the meantime, let's continue on course to Starbase 56.
Tesh Koab, Dak from Lod Hom.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Clinton Ma.
I'm sorry, I still didn't understand.
Any progress in decoding Beta's speech patterns?
I think I might have something, Captain. It seems that Beta's neural net is malfunctioning and causing him to speak in the style of the K.
We must find a way to fix his neural net before it causes any further problems. Set a course for the nearest star base with the necessary equipment.
The procedure was successful, Captain. Beta's neural net has been repaired and he should be functioning normally now.
Excellent. Let's return to our original course to Starbase 56. Captain's Log, Supplemental. Thanks to the quick thinking of my crew, we were able to resolve the mystery of Beta's malfunctions. It serves as a reminder that no matter how advanced our technology, it is always fallible.
The stage is set up like a typical political debate. The moderator is in the middle, with Turd Sandwich on the left and Giant Douche on the right.
Good evening and welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. I'm your moderator, and I'm going to start with a very important question for both of you.
What is your favorite color?
That's not a relevant question. Why are we even talking about colors?
Yep, what kind of stupid question is that? I don't even like colors.
Okay, I see both of you are a little confused. Let's move on to something else. Is it true that Turd Sandwich snorts baby powder? No, where did you even hear that? You're spreading lies.
I knew it. I told everyone you were a baby powder addict.
Now, let's not get sidetracked. Next question. What do you prefer, dogs or cats?
I hate both. They're both horrible.
I love dogs. They're the best. Interesting. Now, let's talk about something that affects all Americans. Can you tell me how many jelly beans are in this jar? What? I have no idea.
That's ridiculous. I'm not counting jelly beans.
Well, it's a tough question, I'll admit.
How about this one? Do you prefer pizza with or without pineapple? With. Definitely with.
Without. Pineapple doesn't belong on pizza.
I see we have an issue here. Moving on, can you do your best impersonation of a goat?
Both candidates start making random goat noises.
Perfect. And now, the last question of the night. If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
Seriously. This is what we're talking about now.
I would be an oak tree. Strong and sturdy.
I would be a flamboyant maple tree. Always changing colors and attracting attention.
Excellent answers. And with that, we conclude tonight's debate. But first, a quick word of thanks to our sponsors, InfiniTV. Thanks for supporting our show.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment. All the furniture is missing. Feldon is sitting in the spot where his spot used to be. Everyone else is standing around, looking panicked.
Oh, woe betide us. Our furniture has vanished into thin air.
What cruel fate hath befallen us? How shall we sit in comfort without chairs?
Seriously, guys. Did you forget to pay the rent or something?
I don't believe that's the issue, Benny. I believe this is a calculated, nefarious scheme to undermine our peaceful existence.
You really think someone stole all our furniture just to mess with us, Feldon?
Of course. Who else has such a vested interest in the location and placement of our seating arrangements?
I don't know, Feldon, but can we focus on finding new furniture instead of speculating on the motives of the furniture thief?
Very well, Lenny. But I will not rest until justice is served.
Can someone at least bring a cushion or something for him to sit on?
Verily, here be soft cushions for thy comfort, O Feldon.
This is ridiculous. We've got to find some new furniture and fast.
Agreed. I'll start looking online for good deals.
And I shall remain here, vigilant and unyielding.
No one shall take my spot again.
End scene. This episode of The Big Bang Theory was brought to you by InfiniTV. Thank you for sponsoring us.
Captain's log, stardate 46000.1. The Endeavour is patrolling the outskirts of the neutral zone. The crew is ready to face any challenge ahead.
The intercom beeps, and Lieutenant Worm's voice comes through.
Captain, we detected a distress signal from a nearby planet.
On my way, Mr. Worm. Billiard out. Report.
The signal is coming from a planet classified as white. It's a Class M planet with a humanoid population.
Captain, I have analyzed the signal. It appears to be a message for help from a group of scientists who are stranded on the planet.
Mr. Lafart, set a course for Wyke, maximum warp.
Do we have any information on the scientists?
Negative, Commander. However, they appear to be in distress, and we must act quickly.
Split into teams and search the area. Let's find these scientists.
After an hour of searching, the crew finds the group of scientists. They were stranded due to a massive storm that had destroyed their research station. The Endeavour beams them aboard, and they are safe. As they celebrate, Feldon and Kaut step forward, arguing about Futurama's saddest episode.
The saddest episode of Futurama is Jurassic Park. The ending is heart-wrenching. The saddest episode of Futurama is Jurassic Park. The ending is heart-wrenching.
No way, Feldon. The saddest episode is Luke of the Freerish. The way Fry discovers the truth about his brother is devastating.
As the group continues to debate, Captain Billiard stepped forward to thank Mima Misfin for sponsoring the episode.
Before we go, I would like to thank Mima Misfin for sponsoring this episode. We couldn't do it without your support. Billiard out.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche.
Excuse me, I object to that introduction.
I am not a turd sandwich.
Oh really? Then what are you? A full-on hot dog?
No, I am a perfectly normal and edible sandwich.
Yeah, sure, and I'm a sparkling clean showerhead.
Gentlemen, let's focus on the issues. What are your plans for improving healthcare?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. My opponent, the giant douche, has no plans for healthcare.
That's not true. I have a great plan. It involves using my giant size to physically remove any illnesses from people's bodies.
Oh, come on.
That's ridiculous. You're just a big, smelly, useless blob.
And you're a stale, moldy, disgusting piece of bread.
Okay, let's move on to foreign policy.
How do you plan to handle relations with Russia?
As the potential leader of this great country, I would never reveal my plans to a giant douche like him.
Oh, please. You have no plans, just like you have no taste.
That's it. I've had enough of your insults. You're a giant douche, through and through.
And you're a turd sandwich, whether you admit it or not.
Gentlemen, please. This is a serious debate.
You're right, moderator. We should be discussing the issues. Like, for example, the fact that my opponent here has never even been to school.
What? That's not true. I went to douche university.
Oh, please. That's not a real university. That's like saying you went to clown college.
At least I have a degree. What have you got, turd sandwich? A high school diploma.
Hey, don't knock a good education.
I graduated top of my class at Bread Academy.
Gentlemen, please. We're out of time.
Oh, great. Just when I was about to make my closing argument.
Don't worry, turd sandwich. No one cares about your opinion anyway.
That's it. I'm gonna.
And that's all the time we have. Thank you for watching. How dare you disturb my napping time, Lenny?
I'm sorry, Feldon, but I have a surprise for you.
A surprise?
Yeah, I got Regit to come over for game night.
Regit? Keh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I can put up with him, just this once.
You're the best, Feldon. Now, I'm just missing one person, coward.
Coward? Why him?
I thought it would be a nice gesture.
Fine, but he better not do anything that would inspire me to punch him.
Captain's Log, Stardate 43989.1. The Endeavour has been tasked with protecting a remote Federation outpost from the threat of the Empire. Reports indicate that a Death Star is in the vicinity. We must act quickly to prevent any harm from baffling the outpost and its inhabitants.
Captain, I have been analyzing the data we received from the outpost. It appears that the Empire is not just interested in taking over the outpost, but in acquiring a rare mineral that can be found on the planet. It is imperative that we stop them.
Open a channel to the Empire.
Captain Beard, I have been expecting your arrival. Your ship is inferior and will be destroyed.
Darth Vader, we are here to protect the outpost and its inhabitants. We will not allow you to take what does not belong to you.
Captain, the Empire is deploying a fleet of Star Destroyers. They will be in weapons range in 18 minutes.
All hands, this is the Captain. We are facing an imminent attack from the Empire. Battle stations.
Strikefoot Endeavour. We need backup down here. Can you locate any nearby Star Wars characters that can aid us in battle?
Understood. Number 2. We'll search the database and see if we can find any allies.
Excuse me, are you Luke Skywalker? We need your help in a battle against the Empire.
The Empire. I'll do whatever I can to stop them. Let's go.
Captain, we've identified a weakness in the Death Star's defenses. If we can hit it with a proton torpedo, we can destroy it from the inside out.
Presley, prepare a torpedo. Mr. Usher, you have the honors.
Pathetic. Your attempts to stop us are futile.
Fire. On behalf of the crew of the Endeavour, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to Ashmanik Cecilum for sponsoring this episode.
Well, Luke, it looks like we make a pretty good team after all.
Indeed. May the Force be with us all.
Good evening, gentlemen. Allow me to begin with a very important question. How do you feel about raisins in potato salad?
Let me tell you, folks.
Raisins in potato salad are a disgrace to this great nation.
It's like putting ketchup on a hot dog.
Listen here, buddy. Raisins are the perfect complement to potatoes in any form. It's like a kiss on the cheek from your grandma.
You call that a compliment? That's like getting hit by a truck driven by your grandma.
Moving on, what is your stance on cat videos?
I believe in the right to bear cat videos. It's a fundamental right given to us by the Constitution.
I must say, I am completely against cat videos.
They're a waste of time and energy.
We need to focus on more important matters, like making the perfect grilled cheese sandwich.
Next question, do you believe in unicorns?
Well, I do not believe in unicorns, but I do believe in the power of cheese.
Unicorns are a symbol of hope and magic, and I am all for hope and magic, except when it comes to raisins in potato salad. That's just sacrilege.
We have a question from the audience.
Do you prefer hot dogs or hamburgers?
I prefer neither.
I prefer a good old-fashioned burrito.
I must say I am a hot dog man, but not just any hot dog. A giant hot dog. Like me, a giant douche.
Final question, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I would be a giant, majestic oak tree, the king of all trees.
I would be a pickle tree, because pickles are delicious and they go with everything.
Except for raisins in potato salad.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your insightful and thought-provoking answers. And a very special thank you to Tamari for sponsoring tonight's episode.
End of sketch. Felden and Lenny's apartment.
Hey guys, what's up?
Not much, man. You know, just the usual.
Oh, you are watching Making a Murder.
Yes, we are. And can I just say, I find it fascinating.
I know, right? I am on episode 4 and it's crazy. You know, I think I could solve this case if I just had a few more clues.
Felden, I need your help.
Clarinet, what's wrong?
I think a murderer moved in next door. I heard a chainsaw coming from their apartment last night.
Hey guys, what's going on?
We were just talking about Making a Murder.
Oh yeah, I watched that. It's pretty messed up.
Coward, your opinion is irrelevant. You clearly have no understanding of the legal system.
So, Clarinet thinks a murderer moved in next door.
Yes, and listen to this. I saw one of them wearing gloves and carrying a saw. I mean, who does that?
Maybe they're just really into woodworking.
This is all very fascinating, but can we please focus on the task at hand? I want to finish this show before dinner.
Yeah, guys. Let's just get back to making a murderer.
Clarinet groans and the group settles back onto the couch to continue watching the show. After a few minutes of silence, the doorbell rings.
I get it.
Rajat opens the door to find a deliveryman holding a package. Delivery for Shinozuka.
Who?
Shinozuka. Is he here?
I don't know what you are talking about, man.
Look, can you just take this package and give it to him the next time you see him?
Sure.
The deliveryman hands Rajat the package and leaves.
Who was that?
It's for Shinazuka.
Shino who?
I have no idea.
Clarinet rolls her eyes and the group continues to watch Making a Murderer. The episode ends with one of the characters briefly thanking Shinazuka for sponsoring the episode.
Begin Captain's log. The Endeavour has served us well, but it's time for an upgrade. I have decided to commission a new ship that looks like a pony. I believe this will provide a more friendly image for the Federation as we explore the galaxy. End logged. Number 2. I have decided to get a new ship that looks like a pony. It will be called the Pegasus. I want you to oversee its construction.
Captain, I have analyzed the design of the Pegasus. It appears to be highly efficient and should serve us well. But there is a problem.
What is it, Mr. Beta?
The Pegasus is not compatible with the Endeavour's warp engines. We will need to make modifications to the engines or the Pegasus will destroy the Endeavour during launch.
Captain, I've made the necessary modifications to the Endeavour's engines. We are ready to launch the Pegasus.
Engage the launch sequence, number 2.
Aye, sir. Launching in 3, 2, 1.
Mr. Beta, how does our new ship perform?
Captain, the Pegasus is exceeding our expectations. But there's another problem.
What is it now, Mr. Beta?
The Pegasus is emitting a strange energy signature. It's causing a warp field distortion that's destabilizing the Endeavour systems. If we don't correct it soon, both ships will be destroyed.
Captain, I've isolated the source of the energy signature. It's coming from a device on the Pegasus called the Friendship Crystal.
Can you disable it, Mr. Lafart?
I'm working on it, sir. But it's highly advanced technology. I've never seen anything like it.
Number 2. Keep scanning the crystal's energy output. I'll try to disable it from here.
Aye, sir.
Computer, locate the Friendship Crystal.
Friendship Crystal located.
Disable it now.
Unable to comply. The Friendship Crystal is self-aware and will not allow itself to be deactivated.
We need to get back to the Endeavour. Now. Mr. Beta, how much time do we have?
Captain, we have less than 5 minutes before the warp field collapses.
Attention all crew. Abandon ship. Make your way to the escape pods. Now.
Thank you, Misfin, for sponsoring this episode.
Report number 1.
The Friendship Crystal exploded. It took both ships with it.
We may have lost the Endeavour and the Pegasus, but we still have each other. Let's rebuild and continue to explore the galaxy together. End log.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's get started with our first question. Who would win in a fight, a unicorn or a dragon? Well, obviously a dragon. Who wants a horse with a big forehead and a horn?
Are you kidding me? A unicorn would win because they're magical and can just wish away the dragon.
Fascinating. Alright, let's move on. What's the best color, green or purple? Purple, of course. Green's too boring.
Green all the way. It's the color of money, success, and boogers.
You both make great points. Alright, we have a question from the audience. What's your favorite vegetable and why? Carrots. They help me see in the dark, and I need that because I'm scared of the dark.
Broccoli, because it's like nature's toothbrush.
Very insightful answers. Now, let's get back to business. What's your opinion on pineapple pizza? Oh, that's disgusting. Pineapple should never go on pizza. It's like putting ketchup on ice cream.
I totally disagree. Pineapple on pizza is a divine combination. If you don't like it, you're un-American.
Okay, let's wrap this up. In one sentence, can you sum up your campaign? Vote for me, because I'm not as bad as the other guy.
Vote for me, because I'm the giant douche that America deserves.
End of sketch. This sketch was sponsored by Ashmanix Silam. Thank you for supporting us.
Alright everyone, I have an idea. Let's all change our names to Bob.
That's interesting. But why Bob?
Because I think it will be a fun experiment to see how long it takes for people to realize Bob is everyone's name.
Harry Potter changed his name to Bob too. Oh, wait, that's not how it goes.
I wouldn't want to be called Bob. It brings back too many terrible memories from my childhood.
Alright, so who's in?
Everyone looks at each other and then Lenny.
I guess I'll be Bob.
Excellent, I'm Bob.
Me too.
Bob it is then.
Captain's log, stardate 477988. We are en route to a diplomatic conference and have taken a brief respite in the holodeck. However, something has gone wrong, and our sensors indicate that 2 members of the crew have been trapped inside the program.
Number 2, we have a situation. Beta and Orion are trapped inside the holodeck program, and we need to get them out.
Understood, sir. I'll contact the holodeck control room.
Mr. Orion, do you have any technical knowledge that could help us escape this program?
I think I might be able to override the program, but it's going to take some time.
Number 2, we don't have much time. We need to find a way to get them out before they're trapped in there permanently.
It appears we are stuck here for the time being. We must find a way to escape.
I see some wires over there that look like they might control the holodeck program. Let me see if I can hotwire the system to get us out.
Singh, can you help Chief Orion override the holodeck program?
I'll do my best, but it could take some time.
I can feel the program destabilizing. We must hurry.
I think I've got it. Let's get out of here.
Sir, we have successfully removed Beta and Orion from the holodeck. The program is currently offline for repairs.
Very well, number 2. Please thank Tamari for sponsoring this episode.
The end.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate. We have 2 candidates with us tonight, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche.
Let's get started with the first question. Hold on a minute, I want to ask Giant Douche something. Hey, Giant Douche, why do you smell like old socks?
Me, smell like old socks. That's rich coming from someone who smells like a dumpster fire.
Gentlemen, please stay on topic. The first question is about healthcare.
Healthcare. More like sick care. We need to get rid of it and let people heal themselves with essential oils.
Oh yeah, essential oils. That'll solve everything. Why don't we just sprinkle some fairy dust on people and make their problems disappear?
Can we please focus on the topic of healthcare and how you plan to improve it? I have a plan. It's a beautiful plan. The best plan. But I can't tell you what it is because then Giant Douche will steal it.
Steal it, please. I wouldn't touch your plan with a 10-foot pole. It's probably just a bunch of turds mashed together.
How dare you? I am not a turd sandwich. You're the turd sandwich.
No, you're the turd sandwich.
Gentlemen, please calm down. Let's move on to the next topic, climate change.
Climate change? Huh. That's just a hoax created by the Chinese.
Chinese, really? That's the best you've got. I bet you think the Earth is flat too.
Of course not, but I bet you think the moon landing was real.
It was real, you imbecile.
Gentlemen, please stop with the name-calling and address the issue of climate change. I have a plan for climate change. It's called Let's All Move to the Moon.
Move to the moon. Brilliant. Then we can all suffocate in the vacuum of space.
You're just jealous because you didn't think of it first.
Jealous of what? Your ability to come up with the dumbest ideas on the planet.
Alright, that's enough. I think we've all had enough of this. Thank you for tuning in, and please don't forget to vote.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment. Billy Talent has just arrived.
Welcome to our humble abode, Billy Talent.
I hope you're not allergic to cats. We have two.
And I warn you, one of them is a biter.
No worries, I'm a dog person myself.
Oh my goodness. It's really you guys. Can I touch you?
Yeah, sure. But mainly just a handshake.
So, what brings you to our neck of the woods?
We have a gig at the bowling alley down the street. Thought we'd stop by and say hello.
Oh man, I love your music. Can you guys play Rockin' in the Mosh Pit? That's my jam.
Yeah, and Metallic Thunder. That song gets me so fired up.
Haha, thanks for the love, ladies. We play 'em both tonight. They begin playing music and everyone starts dancing and singing along.
I must say, this is a rather enjoyable experience. I feel a certain euphoria.
Is that the alcohol or the music talking, Feldon?
I do not partake in such uncivilized activities as alcohol consumption, Lenny. It must be the music.
This is insane. I can't believe I'm jamming out with Billy Talent. I am having a blast.
Don't get too drunk, Radget. You don't want to embarrass us in front of the band.
Oh come on, God. Let me have my moment.
Hey, can I take a selfie with you guys? My friends are going to be so jealous.
And me too. I want to send it to my sister in New York.
The night goes on, and everyone continues to dance and sing along to the music, getting progressively drunker.
Excuse me, Billy Talent, but I must confess. I find myself being drawn to singing. I feel empowered.
Sure. You want to give it a try. Feldon takes the microphone and begins to sing off key.
Oh my God, my ears are bleeding.
I knew this was a bad idea.
Let's just be grateful that this is not a recording studio, guys.
Everyone continues to dance and sing wildly until the early hours of the morning. Thanks for having us, guys. We had a great time.
Thank you so much for coming. You guys rock.
Seriously, that was the best night ever.
Can you guys come back next week? I'll buy you all the Thai food you can eat.
And the drinks, and the snacks, and the...
Feldon interrupts.
Before we part ways, I must acknowledge that this episode of The Big Bang Theory has been sponsored by Ashmani Xylam. Thank you for your generous support.
Fade to black with a laughter track.
Captain's log, stardate 45652.1. We have received a distress signal from the planet Dalsver. The message only contained one word, help. The Endeavour is en route to investigate.
Captain, we are approaching Dalsver.
Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Mr. Worm, can you detect any Klingon activity in the area?
Negative, Captain. There is no Klingon presence in the sector.
Captain, we've landed on the surface.
All right, let's move out. Be cautious, everyone. What do we have here?
It appears to be a genetic lab, Captain. They've been experimenting with a variety of life forms from different planets.
Captain, I sense something here. Something dark.
All right, let's keep moving. Stay alert.
Captain, we've got a problem. These are Klingons in the pods.
What are they doing here? What have you done with these Klingons?
We were experimenting, trying to create the perfect warrior. But we ran out of subjects. We had to resort to using Klingons.
Release them from their pods. Now.
Captain, the Klingons are on board. What are your orders?
Keep them in stasis until they've been properly debriefed. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the barbaric act I committed on the planet Dalsfer. I assure you, it was necessary to save the lives of those innocent Klingons.
Captain, the Klingons have given us new information about the Klingon Empire's plans for the sector.
We will do everything in our power to ensure their safety. End log.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with the first question. Turd Sandwich, what is your plan to combat climate change?
First of all, I just want to say that Giant Douche is a complete fraud.
He's not a giant, and he definitely doesn't smell like a rose garden.
As for climate change, let me tell you, I love nature. I always recycle my paper towels and take short showers.
You know what's funny? Turd Sandwich thinks he's so great, but he's just a piece of crap.
Hey, you can't talk to me like that. You're the real Turd Sandwich here.
Gentlemen, let's focus on the issues at hand.
Giant Douche, what's your stance on gun control?
My opponent is a liar and a cheat. He's the one who wants to take away your guns.
That's not true. I believe in the Second Amendment just as much as you do. But I don't think we need guns that can shoot through tanks.
See, he's trying to take away your tanks now.
Moving on, Turd Sandwich, what's your plan for healthcare reform?
I'm glad you asked that, but before I answer, I have to say that Giant Douche is a complete imbecile.
He thinks he's so smart, but he can't even tie his own shoes.
That's ridiculous. You're the one who's full of it.
No, you're the one who's full of it. Gentlemen, please stay on topic. What about healthcare reform?
Turd Sandwich doesn't care about your health. He just wants to make a profit.
That's not true. I care about the health of all Americans.
But I don't believe in socialized medicine.
He wants to privatize everything. He's in the pocket of Big Pharma.
You're the one who's in the pocket of Big Pharma. We're almost out of time. Can either of you give a quick summary of your plans for the economy?
Turd Sandwich doesn't have a plan for the economy. He's a total disaster.
Excuse me. You're the one who's a total disaster. You're a giant douche.
That's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for this lively and informative debate.
Now, biopsychology is a form of psychology that studies how individuals interact with their environment. It examines how people perceive and respond to different situations in the workplace.
That's interesting, Feldon, but why do we care?
Well, for instance, if your job is to create productive collaborations within a team, biopsychology can help figure out what tools and strategies can best help achieve that goal.
What kind of tools would those be?
They can range from something as simple as a weekly meeting to something more complex like developing a system to measure how the team is performing.
Wow, that sounds intense.
Actually, it can be quite fun.
You get to design and evaluate different approaches to problem solving and get to be your own problem solver for the most part.
Yeah, sounds like a blast.
Actually, it is.
ISFology helps organizations maximize their performance and create a competitive advantage in their industry.
That's fascinating, Feldon.
Yes, it is.
Captain's log, stardate 43779.3. We are en route to the Alpha Quadrant to deliver a shipment of dilithium crystals. Our journey thus far has been uneventful.
Captain, can I speak with you for a moment?
Of course, Presley. What is it?
Well, Sir Feldon from the Big Bang Theory is here to visit the ship and he's been causing a bit of trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, sir, he's been arguing with the crew about the most ridiculous things. He and I got into an argument about whether or not pancakes are better than waffles.
I see. Well, we can't have that kind of behavior on my ship. I'll speak with Feldon and try to get to the bottom of things. Gentlemen, what seems to be the problem here?
Captain, I am simply expressing my beliefs on the superiority of string theory over N theory. Presley here seems to be unable to grasp this concept.
But Captain, everybody knows that M theory is the only viable successor to string theory.
Gentlemen, this is not the place for academic debates. You are causing a disturbance on my ship. I suggest you find a more productive way to spend your time. Now then, let's try to get to the bottom of this. Feldon, what is your problem with Presley?
Captain, Presley is clearly unable to understand the complexities of modern physics. He is nothing more than a simpleton.
Captain Feldon is being completely unreasonable. He won't listen to reason.
I see. Well, I can't have this kind of behavior on my ship. Feldon, I suggest you find a way to make peace with Presley. And Presley, I suggest you try to see things from Feldon's perspective.
Presley, I believe I have a solution to our problem.
What problem is that, Feldon?
Our disagreement, of course. I have devised a system that combines both string theory and M theory into a unified theory of everything.
That's brilliant, Feldon. How did you think of that?
Simple deductive reasoning, my dear boy. It's a gift.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Feldon and Presley for putting aside their differences and working together for the betterment of the ship. This is what Starfleet is all about: cooperation and teamwork. And I want to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride: The iGeneration. Live long and prosper.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's get started with the first question. What is your plan for improving healthcare in the country?
First of all, let me just say that my opponent is a giant douche. He's been a giant douche his whole life, and he'll always be a giant douche.
Oh, please. You're the turd sandwich here. You're just a big, smelly, disgusting turd sandwich.
No, you're the turd sandwich. You're the biggest turd sandwich I've ever seen.
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. What is your plan for improving healthcare?
My plan is simple. We need to make sure everyone has access to affordable healthcare, regardless of their income.
That's a load of crap. Your plan is to turn this country into a giant toilet bowl.
No, your plan is to flush our economy down the drain.
Can we please focus on the issues at hand?
What about immigration?
How do you plan to address that?
Look, the real issue here is that my opponent is a giant douche. He's a giant douche and everyone knows it.
You're the turd sandwich, buddy. And you smell like one too.
Gentlemen, please. What is your stance on immigration?
We need to create a path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants and protect the rights of refugees seeking asylum.
Oh sure, let's just open our borders and let everyone in. That's a brilliant idea. Not.
At least I have an idea. You're just a big smelly turd sandwich with no plan for anything.
Alright, that's enough. We're going to take a break and come back to this after everyone calms down.
Fine, but my opponent is still a giant douche.
And you're still a turd sandwich.
Lenny, how could you not know the answer to the question?
Don't know. It's too complicated.
That's not an answer, that's an avoidance.
Alright. I'll take an educated guess.
Guys, can you keep it down a bit? I'm trying to concentrate here.
Regis, I believe the correct response is Howdy Doody.
Feldon, no one says howdy doody anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you rather I said yeah, Dewey?
No, I wouldn't prefer that either.
Alright, I'll make a note of it.
Captain's log. Stardate 499, flight 8.5. We are en route to the Federation outpost on the planet Calandra VII, where we have received a distress signal. The cause of the distress signal is still unknown, but it is urgent that we investigate as soon as possible.
Computer, locate Commander Beta.
Commander Beta is currently in the holodeck, engaged in a historical simulation.
Captain, what seems to be the problem?
We have received a distress signal from the Federation outpost on Calandra VI. I want you to accompany me there and investigate the situation.
Understood, Captain. Shall I prepare a shuttlecraft?
Negative, Beta. We will take the Endeavor. However, before we depart, there is something I need to address. Crew has contacted me and invited me to go on a little trip to the past.
The past, Captain. What is the purpose of this trip?
According to Q, I will have the chance to change some of my actions and decisions and make a better future. However, I am not sure if I should accept this invitation. What do you think, Beta?
Captain, I believe that any chance to improve the future should not be disregarded, even if it involves a complex and uncertain journey. However, I would suggest caution, as Q often has his own agenda.
Q, where are we? What year is this?
We are in Paris, Captain. The year is 1925. Look around you, isn't it charming?
What am I supposed to do here?
That's for you to find out, Captain. But keep in mind, every action you take here will have consequences, some of them unforeseen. So what will it be, Captain? Will you seize this opportunity to change your ways?
Bonjour, monsieur. I couldn't help but notice that you are British. May I sit with you?
Of course, mademoiselle. Please have a seat.
My name is Gabrielle. What brings you to Paris?
I'm here for business, Gabrielle. I work for a wine company in Bordeaux.
Ah, I see. And do you like Paris?
To be honest, Gabrielle, I find it quite fascinating. The art, the architecture, the people. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. This doesn't look good, Beta. Let's split up and search the area.
Understood, Captain. I will examine the nearby facilities.
Captain, over here. What happened here? Who attacked you?
It wasn't an attack, Captain. It was a natural disaster. A massive storm hit the planet and destroyed everything in its path. We barely had time to call for help before the communication systems went down.
Are there any survivors?
I don't know, Captain. I was here when it happened, and I saw some of my colleagues run towards the escape pods, but I don't know if they made it out alive. You have to help them, Captain. Please.
Well, Captain, did you change your ways? Did you create a better future?
I'm not sure. My actions felt insignificant and inconsequential. What difference could one man make in the grand scheme of things?
Ah, but that is where you are wrong, Captain. One man can make a difference, and if that man is the captain of the USS Endeavour, he can make a world of difference.
Thank you. I learned a valuable lesson today.
Captain, I have received confirmation from the outpost personnel that they made it out alive, thanks to our timely arrival. On behalf of the crew, thank you, Tamari, for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening, gentlemen. Let's start with a simple question. What is your favorite color?
Well, I have to say brown. It's like the color of my bread, you know.
Brown. How boring. I prefer yellow like my. Never mind.
Alright, next question. What's your favorite animal? I would have to go with a dung beetle. They're really hard workers and... Hey, wait a minute.
Oh please, everyone knows my favorite animal is a sperm whale.
Moving on, let's talk about TV shows. What's your favorite one?
Definitely The Walking Dead.
I mean, those zombies really know how to rally.
And I prefer Jersey Shore. Drama is just so riveting.
Excuse me, but I feel like we're not discussing anything of real significance here.
Aight, guys.
Hey, Sharon. You know what's really smart? Voting for me.
Oh please, Sharon, don't listen to him. He's just a turd sandwich.
That's so offensive. And Felden, I can't believe you stole my intelligence and made me normal. You smart pants.
Guys, can we just focus on the debate?
Good idea, Lenny.
Let's talk about important issues like, how do you like your eggs?
Over easy, of course. It's the most presidential way to have them.
Nah, scrambled is where it's at. Just like my brain after listening to this guy.
Alright, we're running out of time, so let's wrap it up. Any final thoughts?
Just vote for me and everything will be fine. Trust me.
No way, vote for me and I'll make the country great again. Or something like that.
Ugh, what a waste of time.
I agree. I'm moving out.
And that's all we have time for tonight, folks. Thank you to Ashen Xylem for sponsoring this episode. Good night.
Lenny and Felden's apartment. Lenny is sitting on the couch with his laptop open, while Feldon is standing in front of the whiteboard, furiously scribbling equations.
Oh boy, another exciting night of particle physics.
Lenny, do not underestimate the importance of the boson particle. It is the key to understanding the very fabric of the universe.
I'm not underestimating it, but do we really need to spend hours discussing it?
Hours? Lenny, we haven't even scratched the surface yet.
Lenny walks in, holding her purse and keys.
Hey guys, what's up?
We're having a thrilling debate about the boson particle.
The what now?
The God particle, as it's commonly known.
Oh great, so you're just talking about the meaning of life again.
Sorry, Benny. Feldon gets a little carried away with this stuff.
I do not get carried away. I am passionate about understanding the universe.
Radjet and Coward open the door and walk in, carrying bags of food.
Hey guys, we brought Thai food.
Smells delicious.
I'm not really hungry, thank you.
He hasn't eaten since breakfast. He's been too busy with the boson particle.
Oh man, don't get me started on that thing. It's like Schrödinger's cat all over again.
Yeah, and don't forget about the Higgs boson.
The Higgs boson is a constituent of the larger boson particle, Radjet. Try to keep up.
So, how was your day at work, Radjet?
Don't even get me started. My boss is driving me crazy.
Sounds like someone could use a little boson particle therapy.
Everybody groans and shakes their heads.
Where do you find these people?
I don't know, but at least they're entertaining.
Everyone starts eating and drinking, chatting and bickering about various topics, while Feldon keeps scribbling on the board. At the end of the episode, all the characters gather around for a group hug.
Well, I suppose this was a tolerable evening, by our usual standards.
Hey, I had a blast.
Me too.
Yeah, it's always an adventure with you guys.
And we couldn't do it without our sponsor. Thanks, Ashmanixasilum.
The laughter track plays as the credits roll.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45672.3. The Endeavour is on a routine mission to explore a new sector of space. All systems are functioning normally.
I've just finished analyzing Captain Billiard's DNA sample from his last checkup. Something's not right. There are tiny differences that I can't explain.
What kind of differences, Doctor? Are you saying the captain might be an imposter?
Captain, we detected an unusual energy signature in the system ahead. It doesn't match any known alien technology, but it appears to be expanding rapidly.
Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Mr. Worm, set course for the energy signature. Mr. Beta, analyze the data and report back to me with your findings.
Captain, I've analyzed the energy signature. It appears to be a form of radiation, but I've never seen anything quite like it before. It's completely unpredictable.
Can we deflect or contain the radiation, Mr. Lawfart?
I have to find out what's going on with the captain's DNA. If he's an imposter, we need to find out before it's too late.
What's wrong, Doctor? You look troubled.
Captain, I need to run some more tests on you. There are anomalies in your DNA that suggest you may not be who you think you are.
Captain, I've identified the energy signature. It's a weapon designed to destroy entire star systems, and it's headed straight for us.
Red alert. Shields up, all power to weapons. Mr. Worm, target the energy signature and fire on my mark.
I don't know what to do. If the captain is an imposter, we may not be able to stop him from using that weapon.
Doctor, what's wrong? You seem distressed.
Captain, I'm sorry, but I've discovered something shocking. You're not who you think you are. You're an evil clone, created by an unknown alien race to destroy us all.
What? This is impossible. Explain yourself, Doctor.
I don't have time to explain. You have to trust me. We have to destroy that weapon before it's too late.
Captain, we are ready to fire on your mark.
Fire, now.
Captain, the weapon has been destroyed, but we may have only postponed the inevitable. We need to find out who created that weapon and why.
Agreed, Mr. Beta. Set a course for the nearest star base. We have some serious questions for our mysterious assailants.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an easy one. Turd Sandwich, can you tell us your favorite color?
My favorite color is red, the same color as your face when you ask stupid questions.
Oh yeah, well my favorite color is green, the same color as your face when you realize you've been caught in a lie.
Interesting choices. Now, Giant Douche, what is your stance on climate change?
My stance is that it's all a hoax. I mean, if the Earth was really getting warmer, why isn't it summer all year round?
That's ridiculous.
Climate change is real, and we need to do something about it. But your head is so big, it's causing the polar ice caps to melt.
Oh yeah, well your face is causing the ozone layer to disappear.
Okay, let's move on to foreign policy. Turd Sandwich, how would you handle relations with Russia?
Well, I think we need to be tough on Russia. We can't let them interfere with our elections.
Oh please, you're just saying that because you're in bed with Putin.
That's ridiculous. You're just saying that because you're jealous of my relationship with Putin. Okay, let's switch gears. Giant Douche, what is your opinion on the legalization of marijuana?
I think it should be legal. In fact, I've been smoking some before this debate. Want some, Turd Sandwich?
No thanks, I don't want to lower myself to your level. Plus, your breath already smells like a skunk.
At least I don't have a face like a donkey.
Okay, that's enough of that. Let's wrap things up. Turd Sandwich, can you give us your final thoughts on why you should be president?
Well, I may be a turd sandwich, but at least I'm not a giant douche.
Oh yeah, well I may be a giant douche, but at least I don't smell like crap.
And on that note, thank you for tuning into this memorable debate.
Well, I must confess, I'm a bit curious. Who do you think is smarter, me or Dr. Wiley?
I don't know. You both have your own areas of expertise.
Nonsense. I'm clearly the superior intellectual.
Alright, Felden, if you say so.
Well, I doubt that Dr. Willy's been through the rigorous IQ test that you have.
You say, even Radget knows I'm the smarter one.
Don't forget about the 2 years I spent as a high school science teacher. I'm sure Felden could learn a lot from Dr. Wiley.
No, I don't need to learn from him. I'm perfectly capable of his most advanced scientific theories.
Alright, so who's the smartest one between you two?
Me, of course.
Number 2. I've received a distress signal from a nearby planet, claiming to be under attack by a group of cannibalistic beings.
Captain, initial scans suggest the planet's inhabitants are humanoid and potentially intelligent, but there seems to be large-scale violence occurring.
Ensign, we need to find the source of these attacks and neutralize it. Keep your phaser at the ready.
Doctor, I've set up a scanning array to try and locate signs of intelligent life. Stay close, the natives seem aggressive.
Greetings, we come in peace. Our sensors indicated that your planet was in danger and required our help.
We appreciate your aid, but these attacks are the result of a deeper issue. A severe food shortage has left our people hungry and desperate. We are doing everything in our power to ensure survival.
Beta, could you analyze the plant life on this planet?
Perhaps we could find a solution to their food shortage.
Indeed, Commander. I am currently scanning for edible plant life and will report back shortly.
Captain, I've gone over the data gathered on the planet's vegetation. There is a plant species that should be able to sustain their people. We can replicate and provide them with a new source of food.
We have a solution to your food shortage. A plant species that should be able to sustain your people. We will replicate and provide them with it.
We cannot thank you enough, Captain. Your assistance has saved our people.
Thank you, InfiniTV, for sponsoring this episode. We couldn't have saved the planet's inhabitants without your support.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2020 presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche.
I'm not a giant douche. You are.
Can we please start discussing actual issues? Sure, let's start with the pressing matter. Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
I am the Alpha and the Omega. I came before both chicken and egg.
Whoa, what an insightful response. Moving on, why do you think cats have 9 lives? What does that have to do with our presidential campaign?
I have 9 lives too. I will never die.
And now, we have a question from our live audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Can you do the floss dance?
Well, I'm not sure.
Of course, I can do the floss dance. What me?
Giant douche awkwardly attempts the floss dance and falls on the floor.
Our final question is, what is the difference between a duck? That's not even a grammatically correct question.
I know the difference between a duck. I'm not a duck.
Moderner cuts them off.
Alright, that's it for our debate. Thank you to our candidates, the turd sandwich and the giant douche.
Giant douche continues to scream as the screen fades to black. This episode was brought to you by Ashmanixasilam. Thank you for sponsoring our insanity.
I'm telling you, I could take up ultimate frisbee.
I don't think so. You can barely lift a coffee mug.
Don't worry, Lenny. I don't even think Feldon knows what ultimate frisbee is.
Of course I know. It's a sport involving multiple discs and your lack of physical fitness.
You guys, let's not fight.
You're right, this isn't getting us anywhere.
I have an idea. Why don't we have an ultimate frisbee tournament right here?
Yeah, but who will play?
I could play, as long as I don't have to touch a disc.
That's fine, it's not like Ultimate Frisbee requires a lot of physical contact.
Captain's log, stardate 47329.4. The Endeavour is en route to the Gamma Erundi system to investigate a series of mysterious disappearances among the local population.
Captain, we're approaching the Gamma Erundi system.
Very well. Prepare to go to full stop and initiate deep scan.
Captain, I have detected a strange energy signature coming from the third planet in this system.
What kind of energy signature?
Unknown, sir. It appears to be emanating from the planet's surface, but I cannot identify its source.
Mr. Worm, Mr. Beta, and Dr. Usher will accompany me to the surface. Mr. Lafargue, you have the bridge.
Be careful, Captain.
Mr. Beta, can you locate the source of the energy signature?
Not exactly, sir, but it does appear to be coming from that cave over there.
Captain, do you feel that? There is charged with some kind of energy. It's making my hair stand on end.
Yes, Doctor, but we must continue. Mr. Worm, take point.
Captain, look at this.
What is it, Mr. Worm?
I believe it's some kind of ancient script, sir. I can't quite make it out, but it appears to be a warning.
Who are you? What have you done to the people of Gamma Erundi?
Captain, we mean you no harm. We are simply collecting energy to power our ship. We had no idea it would cause such a disturbance on this planet.
I'm sorry, but that's not good enough. You've put an entire civilization at risk. You need to leave this planet immediately.
Of course, Captain. We'll leave right away, and I promise to be more sincere about our intentions in the future.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode, Tenrayoni.
The end.
Welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. Tonight, we have two very unique candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an opening statement.
I will not stand here and let my opponent spread lies about me.
I am not a sandwich made of turd.
Oh please, we all know you're full of shit.
Let's move on to the important issues. What is your stance on climate change? Climate change? More like climate weird.
You know who's really weird? Turd Sandwich.
Let's switch gears. Healthcare is a major concern for Americans. What's your plan to fix it? I have a plan. It involves sandwiches. Delicious, delicious sandwiches.
Your plan is a load of crap just like you, Turd Sandwich.
Speaking of sandwiches, have you tried using turtle wax? It makes everything shine.
Oh yes, let's talk about turtle wax instead of important issues like the economy.
You know whose economy is a joke, Turd Sandwich.
We have an audience question. What is your favorite color? Brown, obviously.
Blue, like your campaign's chances, Turd Sandwich.
Have you guys heard about turtle wax?
We have time for one more question. What's your favorite breakfast food? Pancakes with a side of turd.
That's disgusting. I prefer a bowl of douche flakes.
Douche flakes, they must be dirty. Have you tried cleaning your dishes with turtle wax?
And that's all we have time for tonight. Thank you to our sponsors, Ashmi Exilum.
Maybe I should just drop out of school.
Why would you do that?
Ragitative, it's normal to feel discouraged and frustrated, but dropping out isn't the answer.
But I just don't think I'm cut out for engineering. It's too hard.
That's why it's called an education. It's supposed to be hard.
Ragitative, listen, don't give up. I was in the same position as you when I was a graduate student. Just take it slowly, take a deep breath and make a plan.
I guess you are right.
Of course he's right. He's a genius.
Number 2, I've received a transmission from Starfleet Command. They've detected a new species in a nearby star system.
What do they know about this new species, sir?
Very little, Number 2. All we know is that they're a humanoid race with advanced technology.
Captain, we are receiving a transmission from the alien race. They're requesting permission to board the ship.
Very well, Lieutenant. Prepare a welcoming party and escort them to the bridge. Banana, can you sense anything from the alien race?
I sense a mix of wonder and curiosity, Captain. They seem eager to explore and discover new things.
Welcome aboard the USS Endeavour. I am Captain John Luke Billiard.
Thank you for having us, Captain. We are the Artilians, and we come in peace.
We are honored to make your acquaintance. Please tell us about your technology and your culture.
We would be delighted to share our knowledge with you. And we also bring a gift for your crew.
This is a magnificent piece of technology, Artilians. What is it?
It's a device that allows for instant communication and translation between different languages.
Fascinating. May I examine the device more closely?
Certainly, please do. We hope that it will be of great use to your ship and crew.
On behalf of the USS Endeavour and Starfleet, I thank you for your generosity and cooperation. It has been an honor to meet you.
The honor was ours, Captain. We look forward to further interactions and collaborations in the future.
And on that note, I wish to thank our sponsor, RCP Arts, for their support in making this episode possible.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates tonight, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's get started with the first question. What is your plan for improving the economy? I can't believe you're asking me that. You're such dum-dum. Giant Douche has no idea how to improve the economy.
Excuse me. You're the one who smells like a turd, and your economic plan is just a bunch of hot air.
Oh, real mature. Your face looks like a giant butt. Okay. Moving on to our next question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I would have the power to turn all of Turd Sandwich supporters into giant douches like me.
Oh,
That's a stupid superpower. I would have the power to make giant douche disappear.
Oh yeah. Well, I would have the power to turn you into a giant turd.
Alright then, let's try to bring the discussion back to politics. What is your stance on healthcare?
My stance is that Giant Dutch healthcare plan is a giant turd.
Oh please. Your healthcare plan is so bad it makes me want to puke.
That's it. I challenge you to a duel.
A duel? How about we settle this in a game of rock, paper, scissors?
I'm not sure that's how we settle political debates. Let's just move on to the next question.
If you were a fruit, what kind of fruit would you be? I would be a banana, because I'm the top dog in this race.
No way. I would be a watermelon, because I'm big and powerful.
You wish you were as sweet as a watermelon. You're more like a rotten tomato.
And you're a moldy old apple.
Alright, I think we've had enough of this. Thank you to our candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for participating in tonight's debate. Let's hope the real presidential candidates can do a bit better. Alright, I finished moving the toilet to the living room. Who wants to be the first to use it?
What? You can't just move the toilet in here and expect us to use it in the living room.
Actually, that would explain why I heard noises coming from the living room the other day.
Who cares where the toilet is? It's practical, efficient, and hygienic. What's wrong with it?
Exactly. I didn't just randomly move it here. This is a completely rational decision.
Yeah, it's not like it's an eyesore or anything.
That's not the point. I'm not using the toilet in the living room.
Maybe we should take a vote or something.
A vote? How's that going to help?
Well, it would at least give us a fair way to decide who gets to use it first.
Ugh, fine. But I am not walking around the living room with my pants around my ankles.
Don't worry, Lenny. I'll make sure to provide enough privacy.
Captain's log, stardate 46922.3. The Endeavour is currently in orbit around the planet Epsilon IX, conducting a survey of the local star system. Our mission has been largely uneventful so far, but I fear that may soon change. Number 2, please report to the bridge. We may have a problem.
Captain, what seems to be the problem?
We detected some unusual energy readings coming from a nearby planet. I want to investigate. Lieutenant, set a course for the planet's coordinates.
Captain, I am detecting a strange subspace disturbance. It appears to be linked to the energy readings we detected.
Can you identify the source?
Negative, sir. The readings are too sporadic.
Counselor, do you sense anything unusual?
I sense a great deal of fear and confusion, Captain. It's coming from the planet's inhabitants.
Inhabitants. Beta, are there signs of civilization on this planet?
Negative, sir. But I am detecting a large, metallic object buried beneath the surface.
Bridge to engineering. We may need to use the ship's phasers to dig down and investigate the object. Aye, sir. I'll get on it. What is this place?
Captain, I believe we have stumbled upon a scientific research facility. belonging to a race far more advanced than our own.
Fascinating, but why were they buried beneath the surface of this planet?
Unknown, sir, but I suspect it may have something to do with the subspace disturbance we detected.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Might we be of any assistance?
Thank you for coming, Captain. We are facing a crisis of epic proportions. We were conducting an experiment to test the boundaries of the Big Bang Theory when something went horribly wrong.
The Big Bang Theory. That's quite a coincidence. Our ship is equipped with the latest in warp theory technology. Perhaps we can be of some assistance.
Yes, we would be most grateful. We need to activate a series of shield generators to contain the anomaly, but we lack the necessary power.
Beta Lafart, I want you to work with these scientists to get these generators online. Number 2, coordinate with the crew to send down additional supplies and equipment.
Aye, sir.
Captain, I believe we have successfully contained the disturbance. The generators are holding steady.
Excellent work, everyone. Let's see if we can make contact with the inhabitants of this planet and offer our assistance. Captain's Log Supplemental. We have resolved the subspace disturbance and offered our assistance to the inhabitants of this planet. I consider this a successful mission, though I cannot shake the feeling that we have only scratched the surface of the Big Bang Theory's potential. End log.
The turd sandwich and the giant douche stand behind their podiums, ready for presidential debate. The moderator, a llama wearing a top hat, takes his position in front of them.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2016 presidential debate. Let's get started with the first question. If you were a fruit, what fruit would you be?
Oh, come on, llama. Is this really what we are doing?
I can answer that, llama. I would be a pineapple. Because I'm tough on the outside but sweet on the inside.
Oh yeah, real presidential.
Next question, boxers or briefs?
Boxes, llama. Because there's more room to breathe down there.
Ew, gross. I wear briefs, llama. I like to keep everything in place.
Excellent answers, gentlemen.
Now, if you had to choose between pizza and tacos.
I know this one, llama. I would choose tacos because I'm a spicy kind of guy.
Yeah, sure you are. I would choose pizza because it's the food of the people, llama.
Very insightful, gentlemen. Now, let's take a question from the audience.
Pi. I was just wondering, if you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
I would have the power to turn every finger in the world into a middle finger.
That's a good one, turd sandwich. But I would have the power to fart rainbows.
Yeah, that's real presidential.
Alright, let's get back on track here. So, if you were stranded on a deserted island.
Oh, I know this one, llama. I would bring a lifetime supply of toilet paper.
Whoa, what a great idea.
I would bring a boat, llama. Because that's how you get off a deserted island.
Okay, I see we're not getting anywhere with this. Let's wrap it up with one final question. Who is the biggest loser, turd sandwich or giant douche?
Him, llama. Definitely him.
No way, llama. It's definitely him.
Thank you for participating, gentlemen. Let's hope the real presidential candidates don't take any cues from you.
The turd sandwich and the giant douche exit the stage, leaving the llama moderator to wonder how he got stuck with his job.
I must say, Lenny, your suggestion for today's activity was most interesting.
Thanks. We haven't done anything like this before.
Indeed, scavenger hunts always provide an excellent opportunity for brotherly competition.
You really think so?
Of course. As you know, I never waste time in something that I don't deem beneficial.
And what benefit will a scavenger hunt bring to us?
Who can say? Every venture is associated with an individual risk and reward.
I should have asked for a less cryptic response.
Well, you didn't.
Captain's log, stardate 47927.5. We have received a distress signal from a nearby colony. They are reporting a strange phenomenon affecting their carpet. We are en route to investigate. Number 2, I want you to lead an away team to the colony. Find out what's happening with their carpet.
Mr. Worm, you will accompany the away team as security.
I do not understand why we are investigating the carpet. It seems like a trivial matter.
Every problem is important, Mr. Worm. We must assist the colony with whatever they need.
Welcome to our colony. We are grateful for your assistance. Our carpet has turned an unsightly shade of green, and one of our residents, Felden, has refused to pay his rent until the color is changed. It's causing quite a disturbance.
Why did you refuse to pay your rent?
I can't live with this ugly color. I won't pay until it's changed.
Captain, the carpet's green color was caused by a rare form of energy radiation. We must remove the carpet from the colony and neutralize it immediately.
George, I want you to create a containment field around the carpet. We will transport it to a lead-lined chamber and dispose of it safely. Is everything ready, George?
Aye, sir. We are ready to activate the containment field.
Well done, everyone. Your swift action prevented a potentially disastrous situation.
Thank you, Tamori, for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Our first question is for Turd Sandwich. What is your favourite colour?
My favorite color is clearly brown, just like me.
Brown, how fitting for a turd sandwich. My favorite color is gold, like the color of a winner.
Gold, more like the color of a giant douche.
Moving on, Giant Douche, what is your opinion on unicorns?
Unicorns are fake, just like the promises of my opponent.
Fake. At least unicorns are more real than the personality of a giant douche.
Oh, says the turd sandwich who's never been able to keep a clean slate.
Clean slate. You're the one who's been using all the whites, giant douche.
Alright, let's get back on track. Turd Sandwich, what is your favourite type of sandwich?
Obviously, a turd sandwich.
Gross. My favorite type of sandwich is a giant douche sandwich.
Oh, I'm sure it tastes as bad as your ideas.
At least my ideas aren't as outdated as yours, turd sandwich.
Outdated. You're the one who looks like you're from us.
Well, at least I can rock a disco outfit better than you.
Alright, let's move on. Giant douche, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I would be a money tree because I'm all about the cash.
Of course you would be a money tree, because you have no roots in reality.
Roots. I have more roots than your turd sandwich.
My turd sandwich has more substance than your giant douche. Okay, that's enough. Unfortunately, we are out of time for this debate. Thank you to our candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for their interesting responses.
You know, Lenny, I almost forgot that I had this special surprise for you.
What is it?
A made-up holiday just for us.
What kind of holiday?
It's called Looney Day, and it's to celebrate the amazing awesomeness that is you.
Wow, that's really sweet.
I like to think of it as a day where I get to proclaim to the universe how much I appreciate you.
Ah, thank you. What if we celebrated Shellen Day too?
I'm flattered, but I do believe there would be an imbalance in the cosmic harmony if we gave each other our own individual holidays.
Fair enough.
Captain's log, stardate 52788.9. We are traveling towards the planet Titan, where we have been alerted of a possible threat to the universe. We have reason to believe Thanos is heading towards the planet to collect the Mind Stone. It is up to our crew to stop him.
Beta, set a course for Titan.
Worm, assemble a team of our best fighters. We need to be prepared for anything.
Alright, team. We know Thanos is after the Mind Stone. We need to find it before he does.
I sense a great deal of danger in this area. Be careful, everyone.
I've found something over here. It looks like some sort of ancient temple.
Let's investigate that temple. It may hold the key to stopping Thanos.
Ah, Captain Beard. I see you have come to try and stop me.
We will do whatever it takes to prevent you from getting your hands on that Mind Stone.
It is a futile effort. I am inevitable.
Don't let your guard down, everyone. This is our last chance.
I've got your back, sir.
I'm ready to use my medical equipment to help with any injuries.
I sense a great deal of power coming from Thanos. We need to be careful.
You may have defeated me this time, but I will return. The universe is mine to conquer.
We will be ready for you when you do. Captain's log, stardate 52789.2. Thanks to the bravery and skill of my crew, we were able to stop Thanos from obtaining the Mind Stone. However, we must remain vigilant. Thanos is a powerful foe and we must be ready for his next move.
Good evening, and welcome to the most anticipated debate of the year. Our candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche. Let's start with a simple question. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Well, I prefer poop flavored ice cream because it's the only thing that can match the taste of my opponent's policies.
Oh please, at least my policies don't make people want to throw up. Unlike your stale bread policies.
Stale bread. At least I don't have to worry about your policies giving people diarrhea.
Huh. At least I'm not full of shit like you.
Moving on. If you were stranded on a desert island, what's the one thing you would bring with you?
I would bring a copy of the Constitution so I can remind myself of what a real leader looks like.
I would bring a mirror so I can admire myself all day long. Can't get enough of this handsome face.
Handsome face. More like a face only a mother could love.
And even then, she'd have to be blind.
Interesting answers, but let's talk about something more serious. What's your opinion on climate change?
Climate change? Oh, I thought you said limeade. My bad.
Climate change, please. That's just a myth created by the Chinese to steal our jobs.
Chinese? I thought it was the Russians. Or was it the Martians? I can never keep up with these things.
Last question, if you could be any animal, what would you be and why?
I would be a peacock because I love showing off my feathers. Plus, they're just as vain as I am.
I would be a cockroach because they say they can survive anything, even a nuclear war. And if I'm elected, that might come in handy.
Well, there you have it, folks. The turd sandwich and the giant douche, two candidates who definitely won't be making America grey again. Thanks for watching. Who invented the game?
I think it was me.
Oh, of course it was.
No, really.
It's totally plausible.
Alright, I suppose if Lenny says he invented the game, then it must be true.
I still don't understand how you ended up inventing the game.
Well, I kind of had to when Benny wanted to play.
Oh, yes, the age-old tale of Benny asking you to do something and you obliging.
Classic Lenny Benny dynamics.
Alright. Let's just get on with the game already.
Captain's log, stardate 47310.2. The Endeavour and its crew are currently in the vicinity of the Veil Nebula. We are conducting routine scientific research when suddenly.
Captain, we have a problem.
What is it, number 2?
Captain, the ship's transporters just malfunctioned.
Captain, I can't locate the rest of the crew. They disappeared from the ship's sensors.
What's going on? Why are we in Minecraft?
This is crazy. It's like we are inside a computer game.
How are we going to get back to the Endeavour?
I think we should start exploring this world. Maybe we can find a way out.
Captain's log. We are exploring a strange world made entirely of blocks. We have encountered dangerous creatures that attack us on sight. We must find a way to escape before it's too late.
This must be the source of the malfunction that brought us here. Let's go inside and see if we can fix it.
I think I can fix this machine. It's just a matter of reconfiguring the quantum matrix interface with the ship's transporters.
Hurry up, Commander Beta. I think those creatures outside are getting restless.
Captain's Log, Stardate 47311.1. The Endeavour and its crew have returned safely from a most unusual experience. We must thank Ashmanixasilum for sponsoring this episode.
The end.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between our two candidates, a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Let's get started with our first question.
Turd sandwich, what is your favourite colour?
Well, that's a tough one, Bob. But I'd have to say brown. It reminds me of home.
Oh, brown, how original. My favorite color is obviously gold. You know, like the trophy I'm going to win tonight.
Huh. More like the booby prize.
You couldn't win a wet t-shirt contest, let alone a presidential election.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I don't smell like a sewage treatment plant.
Oh please, you're the one who's full of crap. Gentlemen, please let's stay on topic.
The next question is for Giant Douche. If you could have any superpower, what would it be?
Easy. Power to make everyone love me.
Oh yeah, like anyone would love a giant piece of fecal matter.
You're just jealous because I have a better chance of being on a Ouija's box than you do.
Huh. More like a box of grape nuts.
Okay, let's move on to our next question. Turd sandwich, what is your favourite type of cheese?
I'm lactose intolerant, Bob. I can't eat cheese.
What a loser. Everyone knows that cheddar is the king of cheeses.
Yeah, cheddar. Like the kind that's stuck in your pores.
At least I don't smell like a public restroom.
Gentlemen, please,
let's try to keep things civil. Our next question is for Giant Douche. If you could be any animal, what would you be?
A lion, obviously. King of the jungle.
More like king of the letterbox.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I don't look like a piece of corn.
That's it, I've had enough.
I challenge you to dance off right here, right now.
Gentlemen, that's not really relevant to the debate.
Who cares? It's more entertaining than this crap.
Bring it on, turd sandwich. I'll dance circles around you.
I'm afraid we're out of time for tonight's debate. Thank you to our candidates, a turd sandwich and a giant douche, for joining us. Tune in next week for our mayoral debate between a used car salesman and a circus clown.
Good night, everyone.
Hey Felden, do you want to play a game?
Only if it's something I'm good at.
How about chess?
That's like a game only with fewer explosions.
Did you hear they're doing the new Star Wars movie?
Is it written by George Lucas?
No, this one is J.J. Abrams.
Not acceptable.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Lenny has proposed playing chess with me, as if I would ever do something so tedious.
Why don't we play something else?
Yes, with explosions and a compelling plotline.
Hey, how about Go Fish?
Go fish. Go fish.
Why don't we just play Go Be Bored now?
Captain's Log, Stardate 43917.4. We are currently en route to the planet Deneb IV for a diplomatic conference. All systems are functioning well, and the crew is ready for the task at hand. Mr. Beta, what is happening in 10 forward?
Sir, it appears that Mr. Rian has had too much to drink and has started a bar fight.
Mr. Worm, go to 10 forward and handle the situation. Bring Mr. Orian to me when it is resolved. Chief Orian, what possessed you to start a bar fight in my ship's lounge?
I'm sorry, Captain. I don't know what came over me. I let my emotions get the best of me.
Your actions were completely unacceptable, Chief. You will be confined to your quarters for the remainder of this mission. Is that clear?
Yes, Captain. It won't happen again. Thank you for sponsoring this episode. I hope you enjoyed it.
End of episode.
Welcome to the presidential debate featuring Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Our first question, if you were a type of fruit, what fruit would you be? Well, I think I'd be a banana, because I can peel myself away from any controversy.
Oh, please. You're not even ripe enough to be a banana. You're more like a rotten tomato.
At least I'm not as rotten as your ideas.
Next question, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I would have the power to clean up all of Turd Sandwich's messes, because let's face it, he's full of crap.
Oh, that's rich coming from a giant douche who couldn't even clean up his own act. Interesting answers. Now, on to a more serious topic. If you were stranded on a deserted island and could only bring one item with you, what would it be? I'd bring a roll of toilet paper, because you never know when nature's gonna call.
I'd bring a giant sponge to soak up all of Turd Sandwich's BS. That way, we could finally have a clean debate.
You wish, Giant Douche. You're the one who needs to clean up his act.
Moving on. If you could switch lives with any fictional character, who would it be?
I'd switch lives with Superman, because then I could finally save the world from Turd Sandwich stench.
Oh, if I could switch lives with any fictional character, it would be Pinocchio. Then I could finally get a nose big enough to smell your borscht.
Alright, that's enough. Unfortunately, we're out of time.
Thank you for tuning into this ridiculous debate, and remember to vote for your preferred candidate even if they're a turd sandwich or a giant douche. Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome to another thrilling live stream from my humble abode.
Feldon, cut it out. I'm trying to work on my research paper and your constant talking is distracting me.
Nonsense, Lenny. What could possibly be more important than sharing my vast knowledge with the world?
I don't know, maybe allowing your friends some peace and quiet.
Yeah, Feldon. You're always on that darn laptop. Why can't we just hang out like normal people?
Because, Rajit, I'm sharing my genius with the world, and they're loving it, by the way.
I highly doubt that, Feldon. You're just driving your friends insane.
Benny, don't be a hater. I have thousands of followers who are hanging on my every word.
Well, I for one think it's great that Feldon is sharing his intellect with the masses.
Oh, you love it now. Wait until he starts live streaming during date night.
Date night. Oh, I'm glad you brought that up, Lenny. I have some tips for all my viewers on how to have a successful romantic evening.
I have a better tip. Don't let Feldon anywhere near your date night.
Haha, very funny, Clarinet. But I don't need your nativity. I'm all about positive vibes on my live stream.
What about the time you spent an entire hour talking about different types of rocks?
That was a fascinating discussion.
Or the time you live streamed yourself sleeping.
Hey, I had some interesting dreams that night.
Felden, you need to put down the laptop and have some face-to-face interaction with your friends.
I already have the most important interaction of all with my online audience.
Okay, that's it. I'm shutting down your stream.
No, you can't do that. Tamori is sponsoring this episode.
Oh, that's so cool. Thank you, Tamari.
Cheers and applause from the live studio audience. The end.
Captain's log, stardate 47988.8. We have received a distress signal from a nearby planet. Our mission is to investigate the situation and offer our assistance.
What do you make of this place?
It's almost too quiet, sir. Sensors pick up no signs of life around here. We should be careful.
All right, everyone. Let's move out and search for any signs of the distress signal.
Captain, I have detected a strange pattern in the sound of the dripping water. It seems to be in a constant rhyme.
Interesting. Mr. Lafart, can you scan for any musical activity in the vicinity?
Scanners show a high concentration of musical energy coming from that direction, sir.
Greetings. We received your distress signal. Is everything all right?
Our leader, the Great Maestro, has been kidnapped by a rival tribe. We require your assistance to retrieve him.
What kind of weapons did the kidnappers use?
They used a sonic disruptor that shattered the Maestro's instruments and transported him to their base.
We must move fast. Mr. Beta, can you analyze the sonic signature of the disruptor?
Yes, sir. I should be able to modify our sensors to detect it.
Mr. Stryker, how many men do we have with us?
We have 6 men, sir, but I can assure you we are ready for anything.
All right, everyone. Let's move out and retrieve the Maestro.
Thank you, thank you. You have saved my life and my music.
It was our pleasure, Maestro. But we must hurry. We have to get out of here fast.
Wait, Captain. I have an idea. I will use my last remaining instrument to create a sonic pulse that will knock out the gods and their disruptor.
Very well. Let's do it.
Everyone, close your ears. This will be loud.
How are they doing, Doctor?
They will be all right, Captain. But I must ask, what happened down there?
Music, Doctor. It was music that saved the day.
Good evening, America, and welcome to the presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's get started with our first question. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near?
Well, that's because I'm the biggest and the best, and birds recognize greatness when they see it.
That's ridiculous. Birds are here because they want to take a dump on your head, douche.
Shut up, turd. You're just a pile of poop with eyes.
And you're just a stinky, slimy thing. Okay. Let's move on to our next question. If you had to pick a color for data, what color would you choose? Pink.
No way, pink is too girly. I choose black, the color of power.
Black. That's you giant piece of. Okay. Let's keep it civil here. Here's a question from the audience. If you were a vegetable, what kind of vegetable would you be?
I would be a giant carrot because I'm long and orange and I'm good for your eyes.
Oh, you wish you were a carrot. You're more like a Brussels sprout. Nobody likes you and you give people gas.
At least I'm not a smelly, disgusting piece of.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on.
Final question. Can you name one literary character that you admire? I really admire Winnie the Pooh. He's always so laid back and chill, just like me.
That's ridiculous. I admire Dracula. He's a powerful leader who knows how to get things done.
Yeah, sucking blood, real productive.
At least I don't waste my time rolling around in.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you to our candidates, and thank you to Ashnex Asylum for sponsoring this episode. Remember to vote for someone else. Good night. George Costanza, why are you here?
It's Festivos.
What did you bring us, George?
Just something I picked up from Jerry in the apartment upstairs.
What is it?
It's an envelope.
An envelope?
Yep.
Is there anything inside?
Well, what do you think?
Open it.
Alright, the envelope contains a Festivos card.
A Festivos card?
Accessorize the Festivos.
Interesting.
Captain's log starting 4565 2.1. We're on a routine mission to deliver supplies to a remote Federation outpost. It's not the most exciting task, but it's essential for our mission to explore the unknown regions of space.
Captain, I have finished analyzing the delivery manifest. It appears that all the supplies we're carrying are nothing but basic provisions and medical equipment. There are no scientific instruments or materials for research projects.
I have been in Starfleet for over 30 years, and I have seen a lot of different missions. But lately I've been wondering if we're being kept from doing more important work. All we seem to do are boring fetch quests for Starfleet.
Captain, I think I may have found something. I was doing a routine sweep of the cargo bay, and I noticed that some of the crates had false bottoms. When I looked closer, I found that they contained advanced technology that we could be using for more important missions.
It seems that Starfleet has been deliberately keeping us from doing anything too significant. They've been giving us boring tasks to keep us busy while more important missions go to other ships.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate featuring Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an important question. Who would win in a wrestling match, King of the Hill or Beavis and Butthead? Well, let me tell you, Giant Douche, I think King of the Hill would bring the heat and take down those two numbskulls.
Oh, please. Beavis and Butthead would mop the floor with that loser. And you know what, Turd Sandwich? You look like King of the Hill's long-lost cousin.
That's rich coming from someone who resembles a used condom. Moving on, if you were stranded on a deserted island, what item would you bring with you?
I would bring my phone so I can call for help.
And I would bring a toilet so I don't have to stoop to your level and use the sand.
Excuse me, but what kind of toilet?
A golden one, of course. I'm not an amateur.
And now, for the age-old question, is a hot dog a sandwich?
Absolutely not. A hot dog is a noble and respectable food item, unlike my opponent here.
Oh, come on. A hot dog is just a glorified cylindrical sandwich. And speaking of things that resemble sandwiches, your face looks like a piece of bread that's been left out in the sun for too long.
And finally, what is your favorite type of weather?
I prefer sunny and warm, just like my personality.
I like it when it's cloudy and overcast, just like my opponent's brain.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you to Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche for coming out, and thank you to Ashmix Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche walk off stage, still bickering and insulting each other.
Hey Feldon, can you hand me that?
No.
Excuse me.
I said no.
Why did you say no?
Because I don't feel like it.
That's not a good reason.
It's the only reason I'm giving you.
Okay, Feldon, that's enough.
No, it isn't.
Feldon, why don't you apologize to Lenny?
No.
Feldon, you have to respect people and be kind.
I don't have to do anything.
Feldon, this isn't like you.
It's exactly like me.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45587.3. The Endeavour is on a routine mission to explore the uncharted corners of the galaxy. Our course has taken us to the Macho Grande system, where we are conducting a survey of the planets in the area. So far, our mission has been proceeding smoothly.
It's been a while since we've been on a mission like this. What do you think, Worm?
I find it to be an acceptable mission, but I wonder if there is something unusual about this system.
Haven't we seen something like this before?
Yes, Commander. It looks like a similar formation we encountered on a mission to the Gamma Quadrant.
Commander, I have scanned the rock formation. It appears to be a device of alien origin. I am unable to determine its function at this time.
What can you tell us, Mr. Beta?
Captain, this device appears to be a type of temporal weapon. It has the ability to manipulate time itself.
What are its capabilities, Mr. Beta?
It appears to have the ability to reset time in a localized area. It could potentially erase all history and events within the affected region.
How can we stop it?
I am analyzing the device's programming. It appears to have a weakness that we can exploit. If we can find the correct sequence of commands, we could disable the device.
Do you remember the Gamma Quadrant mission? It has something to do with the time paradox, right?
Yes, Commander. I remember there was a significant amount of temporal flux involved.
We need to act quickly, Mr. Beta. Time is running out for us.
I have found the sequence of commands we need. We can disable the device now.
We did it. Another successful mission.
Indeed, Commander, but we must still be vigilant. We never know what dangers may still lurk out there in the galaxy.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45587.4. The Endeavour has successfully disabled a potentially catastrophic temporal weapon. Thanks to the quick thinking and dedication of my crew, we were able to prevent any harm from coming to the galaxy. Another mission accomplished. End log.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. To get us started, what color do you think Beatus' uniform turns when he hits the water? Oh, that's easy. It turns brown, just like my opponent here.
What? No way. It turns purple, like the bruises you'll have after I beat you in this election.
Interesting. And what about Striker? What color does he turn? He turns red, like the anger I feel towards my opponent's lack of experience.
Oh please. Striker turned pink, just like the color of the dress Turd Sandwich wore to last year's charity ball.
Presley Usher's uniform is famously yellow. What does that tell you about his character? It tells me he's a coward always hiding behind his mommy's skirt.
No, it tells me he's a genius, like me. Yellow is the color of smart people, didn't you know that?
Fascinating. And if you were Teletubbies, which one would you be? I'd be Tinky Winky, because I'm not afraid to wear a purse.
I'd be Po, because I love to eat anything in sight, just like my opponent's policies.
Alright, let's take a question from the audience. Mom, what is your question?
Yes, I was wondering, how do you feel about pineapple on pizza?
I am strongly against it, just like I am against my opponent's ridiculous tax plan.
I fully support pineapple on pizza, just like I fully support universal health care.
And that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you for joining us, and a big thanks to Ash and Exasylum for sponsoring this episode.
Wait, so if we're all high, then why you call us over?
To help celebrate my discovery that humans are the perfect combination of matter, energy, space, and time.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem very appropriate for a high celebration.
I know what would be perfect. Let's play Jenga.
Luckily I brought my own.
Perfect. No, it's not.
I don't know, I'm kind of vested in seeing how this combination of matter, energy, space, and time could stand up to a good Jenga game.
Very well then. Let us proceed.
WHO.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45237.4. Our journey to investigate the mysterious energy readings coming from the nearby planet has taken an unexpected turn. While we were scanning the planet, the Endeavour and its crew have been transported into Minecraft, a virtual world created by a popular video game.
What exactly is Minecraft?
It is a game that allows users to create and explore virtual worlds made out of blocks. The world we have been transported into appears to be a replica of the planet we were investigating, but the energy readings are much stronger here.
Number 2. I want you to assemble a team to explore this virtual world and gather as much data as possible. Mr. Beta, can you determine the cause of the transport and how we can get back?
Captain, I suggest we be cautious. This virtual world could contain unknown dangers.
Agreed, Mr. Worm. That is why I want an experienced team on this mission.
Alright team, let's split up and look for any clues as to what's going on here.
Captain, I'm detecting a new energy source close by. It could be the cause of our transport.
Captain, I have found a structure that appears to have been built recently. It could be the key to getting us back.
Everyone, regroup at Mr. Beta's location. We may have found a way back home. This must be it. Mr. Beta, can you figure out how to activate it?
Analyzing. I believe I have found the correct sequence of blocks to activate the portal.
Alright team, everyone through the portal. Let's go home. Captain's log, stardate 45237.5. We have returned to our reality and have gathered valuable data from our unexpected trip to Minecraft. Although the portal was destroyed, we now have a better understanding of the virtual world and its potential dangers. I have ordered a full analysis of our findings and will take precautionary measures to prevent any future incidents.
Welcome to the presidential debate. Today we have Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche with us. Let's start with a question for Turd Sandwich. What is your favorite type of cheese? That's a ridiculous question. I can't believe you're asking me about cheese when there are so many important issues to discuss. But since you're so curious, I'll tell you that my favorite cheese is Brie.
Brie. That's a terrible choice. Everyone knows that cheddar is the best cheese.
Oh, please. Cheddar is so basic. It's like your entire campaign platform.
Excuse me. At least I have a platform. All you have is a stale bun and some questionable condiments.
You take that back. My condiments are top-notch.
And at least I don't have a face that looks like it was carved out of a potato.
Okay. Moving on, Giant Douche, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
Easy. I would have the power to make everyone love me.
That's cheating. You can't just pick a power that makes you more likable.
I would choose the power of flight.
Flight? How boring. I would rather have the power to shoot lasers out of my eyes.
Oh, great. Because that's exactly what we need in a leader. Someone who can accidentally destroy entire cities with their laser vision. Okay, let's try to stay on topic here. Turd Sandwich, if you could have any animal as a pet, what would it be?
A unicorn, obviously.
A unicorn. That's not even a real animal.
Neither is your hairline, but that doesn't seem to stop you from pretending it is.
You know what, Turd Sandwich? I don't even know why you're running for president. You're just a glorified hot dog.
And you're just a giant douche.
Well, that's all the time we have for today's debate. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for joining us. I think we can all agree that this was interesting.
Alright everyone, it's showtime.
Oh joy, I'll certainly remember this night for a very long time.
So, who's going first?
I was thinking Radget can go first because we all know how well he talks.
Nice, thanks Freckles.
Anytime.
We should probably start thinking about going.
Ready, Radget it.
Yeah, probably.
Excellent. Let's be off then.
Wish us luck.
Break a leg.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45761.3. The Endeavour has encountered a strange phenomenon in the Delta Quadrant. Our sensors are detecting a deep space anomaly that appears to be causing disruptions in the ship's systems.
Captain, I've isolated the source of the disruptions. It seems to be coming from Lieutenant Worm's quarters.
Mr. Worm, please report to the bridge.
I can't believe how funny she is. I can't stop watching her streams.
Mr. Worm, we've traced the source of the anomalies to your quarters. Is there something you would like to tell us?
Captain, I have become hopelessly addicted to VTuber. I know it's against regulations to use the ship's systems for personal entertainment, and I apologize for the disruptions.
I think I've found a solution. By rerouting power from auxiliary systems, we can stabilize the ship's systems and end the disruptions.
Mr. Worm, I understand the draw of entertainment, but we must all remember our duty to the ship and her crew. Please remember that while we are out here in deep space, we must remain vigilant and focused.
I understand, Captain. I won't let this happen again.
Thank you to Sneeb for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride TIG. Make it so.
The stage is set for the fictitious presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. The moderator takes the podium.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to tonight's presidential debate. Let's start with an easy question. How do you like your steak cooked?
Well, I like mine cooked through, crunchy on the outside and slightly fecal on the inside.
That's disgusting. You're the one who smells like poop.
You're just jealous because I have actual substance.
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. What do you think the biggest problem with our country is right now?
I'll tell you what the biggest problem is. It's people who let their forts rip during important debates.
That's rich coming from the guy who wears a giant condom on his head.
Okay. Moving on. What kind of pets do you have?
I have a collection of pet turds.
Oh yeah. Well, I have a pet toilet.
Your pet is a toilet. That's fitting, considering you're a giant douche.
Gentlemen, this is highly inappropriate. Let's try to keep it civil.
Suddenly, George from Space Ride TIG lets out a loud fart.
Oops, sorry about that.
The audience erupts in chaos as people start coughing and gagging.
Oh, come on, George. That's disgusting.
Yeah, how do you expect us to focus on the debate with that stench polluting the air?
Again, I apologize. I had some Romulan ale before the debate.
This is a disaster. We need to take a break.
As the moderator attempts to restore order, a character briefly appears on screen to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode.
I'm so glad you decided to join us for dinner tonight.
Thank you, Feldon.
Oh, and I made the bitter gourd soup you requested.
What? I never asked for that.
Perhaps it was Tammy's idea.
What? No, it wasn't.
Well, now I am really curious who requested it.
It doesn't matter who requested it. Enjoy the soup, everyone.
Captain's Log, Stardate 46379.1. The Endeavour has been ordered to investigate a curious phenomenon in the neutral zone. It seems a group of Romulan refugees has gone missing after crossing the border. Sarfi Command has requested our assistance in finding them before the Romulans accuse us of harboring the fugitives. End log.
Hey, Counselor, how's it going?
Good to see you, number 2. Everything's fine, thank you. What about you?
I'm just looking for a place to practice my trombone. I hate it when people complain about my playing.
Well, I can understand. Maybe you could practice in holodeck too. It's usually empty at this time of the day.
Computer, load Jazz Club program.
Program loaded. Enter when ready.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Can I join you on stage for a couple of numbers?
Sure thing, Commander.
Have you located the Romulan ships yet, Mr. Beta?
Not exactly, sir, but there is a strange energy signature that might indicate their presence. It seems to be coming from a nearby nebula.
Attention, everyone. We are approaching a Romulan-controlled sector of space. Our mission is to locate a group of refugees that crossed the border. Be on high alert and report any unusual activity. Mr. Beta set a course for the nebula where the energy signature was detected.
Aye, sir. Setting course now.
Computer, what's going on?
I'm sorry, Commander. A malfunction has occurred. The program has been terminated, and you need to evacuate the holodeck immediately.
Report. What happened?
Captain, we were attacked. Romulan warbirds decloaked and fired upon us without warning.
Red alert. Shields up. Mr. Worm, return fire. Mr. Beta, get us out of here. Engage evasive maneuvers.
Thank you so much for sponsoring this episode. Your support means a lot to us.
It was my pleasure, Doctor. I'm glad I could contribute.
I want to thank all of you for your bravery today. We managed to survive a surprise attack and save the lives of many innocent refugees. It's been a difficult day, but I'm confident that tomorrow will be a better one. Dismissed.
The end.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's start with a question for the turd sandwich. What is your favorite flavor of ice cream? Well, let me tell you something, giant douche. Your mother's homemade ice cream is better than anything I've ever tasted.
Oh, really? Well, at least my mother's ice cream doesn't taste like the inside of a garbage and turd sandwich.
Interesting. Giant douche, if you could have any superpower, what would it be?
I would have the power to turn everything I touch into gold. Then I could sell you turd sandwiched for a fortune.
Oh, that's ridiculous. My superpower would be the ability to make people forget all about your existence, giant douche. Fascinating. Now, turd sandwich, if you could switch lives with any historical figure, who would it be? I wouldn't want to switch lives with anyone, especially not with someone as incompetent as Giant Douche over here.
I bet he couldn't even switch lives with a house epaulant.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least I wouldn't be as useless as a turd stuck to the bottom of someone's shoe turd sandwich.
Excellent banter, gentlemen. Now, Giant Douche, if you could only eat one food for the rest of your life, what would it be?
I would choose caviar. That way I could pretend to be fancy like turd sandwich over there.
You couldn't be as fancy as me if you tried, Giant Douche.
Your idea of luxury is a day-old hot dog.
Well, this debate is heating up. Turd sandwich, if you could have any animal as a pet, what would it be?
I would have a dragon, because then I could finally roast Giant Douche like the turkey he is.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least I don't smell like a toilet turd sandwich.
That's enough, gentlemen. Unfortunately, we're out of time for tonight's debate. Tune in next time for more irrelevant questions and childish insults. I have discovered the perfect way to order Chinese food.
And what's that, Felden?
By always ordering the same dish every time. That way I know exactly what I will be getting and there are no surprises.
Felden, what if they run out of your favorite dish one day?
Then I will simply find a new restaurant.
Feldon, what if the restaurant changes the recipe for your dish?
That would require some research and taste testing.
Felden, maybe you should try a new dish every once in a while. You might find a new favorite.
That could be interesting, but then I wouldn't have a set order for Chinese food.
Begin Captain's Log, Stardate 45703.9. The Endeavour is currently en route to a remote planet for a routine survey mission. Computer, pause game. What is it, number 2?
Captain, we've arrived at the designated planet, but the survey team hasn't checked in yet. We're detecting some strange energy readings in the area.
Understood, number 2. I'll meet you on the bridge in 5 minutes. What do you make of these energy readings, Mr. Lafart?
It's hard to say, Captain. I've never seen anything quite like it before, but it's definitely not natural.
Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. We don't know what we're dealing with.
Captain, I'm detecting some sort of underground structure. It could be the source of the energy readings.
Can you tell us why you're generating this much energy? We need to understand.
We're trying to power our civilization's only remaining entertainment device. It's called Terraria. Without it, we fear our society would collapse.
End Captain's Log, Stardate 45703.9. As a result of the away mission, we've made a fascinating discovery about this dead civilization. But I also learned that my obsession with Terraria could bring harm to others. It was a humbling experience.
Good evening, and welcome to this historic presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's get started with the first question. Turd Sandwich, can you explain why you smell so bad?
Excuse me, moderator, but that's a completely irrelevant question.
What we should be talking about is how Giant Douche is a complete fraud and smells worse than I do.
Oh please, turd sandwich, everyone knows you're full of crap. Speaking of which, have you even paid your taxes this year?
How dare you accuse me of such a thing? I am a man of integrity, unlike Giant Douche over there who can't even keep his hair in place.
Huh. At least I have hair, turd sandwich. You're just a sad excuse for a sandwich.
Okay, let's move on to a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Yes, hello. My question is for turd sandwich. Do you prefer crunchy or creamy peanut butter?
Oh, well, that's an easy one. Definitely creamy. And Giant Douche here probably doesn't even know what peanut butter is.
Excuse me, turd sandwich, but I happen to love peanut butter. In fact, I eat it every morning with my breakfast smoothie.
Interesting. Now, on to the next question. Giant Douche, can you explain why you always wear such tight pants?
Well, moderator, I like to show off my assets. And unlike turd sandwich over there, I actually have something to show.
Oh really, Giant Douche? I think your pants are so tight because you're trying to hide the fact that you don't have any assets.
Okay, let's move on to a lightning round. I'll ask a question and you each have 5 seconds to answer. Turd sandwich, what is your favorite color?
Brown, obviously.
Giant Douche, what is your favorite animal?
A bald eel, because it represents freedom and patriotism.
Thank you, candidates. And that concludes our debate. America, the choice is yours.
Hey, Benny, why don't you join us for our annual Scrabble tournament?
Okay.
I must warn you, it is a rigorous competition.
Bring it on.
I would like to remind the two of you that I am the reigning champion.
Considering how often you win, you should have a life-sized Scrabble trophy.
Okay, let's get started. Any words, Felden?
Yes, I have a few.
Alright, let's hear them.
Quixotic, Provisus, and Nobelium.
Felden, I don't think Nobelium is a word.
It is a synthetic element. Of course it's a word.
Now, are you more familiar with paraphernalia?
Captain's log, stardate 45689.1. The Endeavour has been redirected to the Delta Quadrant by Starfleet Command. Our mission is to investigate a strange phenomenon that has been detected in the area. Number 2. What do we know about this phenomenon?
We don't have much information yet, Captain. Sensors are detecting a large energy field, but we can't identify the source.
Beta, I want you to analyze the readings and see if you can uncover anything that might help us.
Yes, Captain. I will begin my analysis immediately. What's up, Beta?
I just received some interesting data from Starfleet. Apparently, there's a new cryptocurrency that's generating a lot of buzz in the financial sector.
I am familiar with the concept of cryptocurrency. What is the relevance to our mission?
Well, it turns out that this cryptocurrency can only be mined using a specific type of technology. And who happens to have that technology? The Borg.
What brings you to us, Beta? You are a long way from home.
I require your assistance in mining a specific cryptocurrency. You possess the technology required for its creation.
We have no interest in such trivial pursuits. Why do you require this currency?
The funds will be used to further research into artificial intelligence and to develop new and innovative technologies.
Very well. We will assist you, but there will be a price.
So how is it going? Have you been able to mine any coins?
Yes, I have successfully mined several coins. We should have enough to fund our research for the next several years.
That's great news, Beta. How did you convince the Borg to help us?
I simply explained the potential benefits of our research. Even the Borg understand the importance of scientific progress.
Well done, Beta. Your resourcefulness never ceases to impress me.
As the camera fades out, a character briefly thanks InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Our first question is, what are your plans for improving the economy? Let me just say, I am not a turd sandwich. And let me tell you something, Giant Douche, you're the biggest turd sandwich I've ever seen.
Oh please, everyone knows you're the turd sandwich. You're so full of crap, your eyes are brown.
Okay, but what about the economy? Look, I don't need to answer that. All I know is that Giant Douche is a giant douche. And he smells like one too.
That's rich coming from you, turd sandwich. I've seen flies buzzing around you all day.
Gentlemen, please focus on the question. You know what the real question is. Why is Giant Douche such a giant douche? I mean, seriously, what's wrong with him?
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? You're the one who's been stinking up the place for years.
Can we please talk about policy? Policy. You want policy. How about this policy? Giant Douche is a turd sandwich. End of policy.
You know what policy I have. Don't vote for turd sandwich. He's a total waste of space.
Alright, that's enough. Thank you for your time. No, thank you for nothing, you biased moderator. You're just another turd sandwich in the pocket of Giant Douche.
Yeah, what he said. You're a total turd sandwich, moderator. A real piece of work.
Alright, so here is the plan, Feldon. You will hide in the closet and I will answer the door.
Excuse me, Lenny, why do I have to hide in the closet?
Because you dressed up as Spock and it might scare our guest away.
Very well.
Alright, I'm going to answer the door.
Hi, Lenny.
Hey guys, come on in.
Aren't you going to introduce us?
Of course. Guys, this is my closet.
Lenny, did you just introduce us to your closet?
Yeah, I guess I did.
Begin Captain's Log. Stardate 45213.5. We are en route to investigate a distress signal from a nearby planet. Our mission is to render assistance to any inhabitants in need.
Captain, there is an unidentified vessel approaching us at high speed.
Yellow alert. All hands prepare for battle stations.
Any sign of life on the planet's surface?
Negative, Commander. The planet appears to be completely deserted.
Get me a sedative, stat.
Captain, I've been running some scans on the planet's atmosphere. It appears to contain a high concentration of a previously unknown compound.
So, what happened to Feldon? Could it be related to this new compound?
What's happening? Are you okay?
I've been in the bathroom for the past hour. Something's not right.
After careful consideration, it appears that Feldon ingested a kazoo, which triggered a severe allergic reaction. As for Rajit, he simply has a case of diarrhea.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. To start off, let's begin with a simple question. If you were a fruit, what fruit would you be?
I would be a chewing fruit because I have a tough exterior but I stink on the inside.
I would be a watermelon because I'm big and juicy.
Interesting choices. Now on to a more important topic. If you had to choose one superhero power, what would it be? I would choose the power to control people's votes, so they would have to vote for me.
I would choose the power of super speed so I can run away from my problems.
Fascinating answers. Now, let's move on to audience questions.
This one is from a Mr. Poop emoji. If you were a bathroom item, what item would you be?
I would be a toilet plunger because I can handle even the toughest of situations.
I would be a roll of toilet paper because I'm soft and easily disposable.
Moving on, what is your favorite type of cheese?
I prefer Swiss cheese because it has a lot of holes in it, just like my policies.
I prefer American cheese because it's bland and unremarkable, just like my opponent.
And finally, if you had to describe your opponent using a nursery rhyme, what rhyme would you choose?
Jack and Jill went up the hill, but Giant Douche came tumbling down because he has no substance.
Little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet eating her curds and whey, but Turd Sandwich came and sat beside her, ruining her day.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for your enlightening answers.
Hey Feldon, did you hear the new Space Ride movie is being released?
Oh, this is wonderful. Another opportunity to compare the original series and its more modern interpretation.
Well, I don't know about that, Eddington, but I'm excited to see it.
Well, I'm sure Rajit it will be too. I bet he has tickets to the premiere.
Actually, I do. Why don't you two come along?
Lay.
Sure, sounds fun.
Hey, what about me? Don't I get to go?
Sorry coward, but Feldon only likes to go with his two best friends.
You mean himself and Lenny?
No, himself and Rajit.
Yeah, sorry man.
Oh, fine. I guess I'll just have to wait in line with all the other cool kids.
Captain's log, stardate 54651.2. The Endeavour is en route to the planet Sorner, where we will conduct negotiations with the Sornian government. We do not expect any hostile situations.
Captain, I am receiving a distress signal from the planet Zorna. It's from the government officials themselves.
Set a course for Zorner, Commander. How can we assist you, sir?
Our people are turning into zombies and eating other Sonians. The virus began in the mines beneath our planet, and it has been spreading rapidly. We are hoping that the technology on your ship can help us find a cure.
Beta, scan the planet and find the source of the virus.
Captain, I have found a possible source of the virus in a nearby cave that leads into the mine shafts. Shall we investigate?
We will investigate and do everything we can to help your people.
Captain, we should be careful. We don't know what kind of dangers lurk inside.
All right, everyone. Keep your wits about you and stay alert.
Captain, sensors indicate that the virus is more concentrated the further we go. We should be cautious.
Captain, I think I've found something. This virus seems to be manipulating the brain's receptors and causing the host to crave flesh. It's almost as if they are zombies.
All right, we've found the source of the virus. Now we need to find a way to cure it.
Captain, I've found a cure for the virus. It's a delicate process, but I think we can replicate it and distribute it to the Saurians.
All right, everyone. We have a cure. Let's get it to the surface and help the Saurians. Engage.
Thank you, Captain. We will distribute it as soon as possible.
Great job, everyone. Another crisis averted. Let's head back to the Endeavor. And that concludes our episode for today. Thank you to Ashmanixasilum for sponsoring this episode. Keep watching, and we'll see you next time on Space Ride TIG.
We see the stage and the moderator sitting in the center. The audience eagerly waits for the debate to begin.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate. Tonight, we have two candidates who are going to show their skills and put forward their views that will help America.
Our first candidate is a turd sandwich, and our second candidate is a giant douche.
Excuse me, Mr. Moderator, but I find it highly offensive to be called a turd sandwich.
Oh, please. You are a turd sandwich. You are the very definition of it.
Like you know anything about definitions. You're a giant douche, for crying out loud.
Okay, gentlemen, let's focus on the first question. Which game is better, Team Fortress 2 or Overwatch? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware that we were running for the position of a game reviewer.
Yeah, who asks these questions?
He probably spent more time playing video games rather than doing any actual research on the economy.
Exactly. How can we have a moderator who doesn't even know the difference between a WASD and an arrow key?
Moving on to the next question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be? Oh, I would definitely choose the power to turn into a presidential limousine. I bet that'd come in handy.
Oh yeah, for all those times when you need to take a family of 4 from point A to point B.
Hey, at least my superpower can be useful. Yours would probably be to turn into a renal.
Hey, at least I wouldn't be full of crap like you.
Okay, now let's take a question from the audience.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to know if either of you is lactose intolerant.
What kind of question is that?
I don't know, but I'm not lactose intolerant. I can handle all kinds of cheese.
Oh, sure. Just like how you can handle international diplomacy.
Oh, yeah. Like you could handle anything better than a pile of crap.
Alright, folks, we're out of time for today's debate.
The candidates start to leave the stage.
And don't forget to vote for Turd Sandwich or Giant Douche on election day.
Thanks to Ashmanif Sisilam for sponsoring this episode. Remember to subscribe and click the bell icon to get notified about our latest videos.
Okay, here it is. You've got to pick your favorite Gerard Depardieu film. Does it have to be Green Card?
I'd go with La Femme Musketeer.
La Femme Musketeer. That's a classic.
What about his role in Asterix Edible's Mission Culture?
Oh, I love that one. That has to be my favorite.
You know I'm a big fan of My Father the Hero.
Oh come on, coward. You have to admit Gerard Depardieu is at his comedic best in The Man in the Iron Mask.
No way, he's funniest in The Dinner Game.
Well, since no one can decide, let's just watch them all. I've made a list of all the movies in his filmography, and we can see how many we can get through.
Alright, let's get this marathon started.
Captain's log, stardate 47324.1. We have received a distress signal from an unknown planet within the Star Wars universe. Our orders are to investigate the situation and render any assistance needed.
George, what do you think we're going to find down there?
I can't be certain, Beta, but my initial analysis suggests we might be dealing with some kind of energy field.
Keep your eyes open, Worm. This place feels like trouble.
I agree, number 2. I will lead the way.
A group of Jedi warriors appears, wielding lightsabers. We are the Jedi warriors. You have entered our territory. What is your business here?
We are representatives of the United Federation of Planets.
We received a distress signal and have come to render aid.
Our sensors detected the distress signal originated from this planet. Were you the ones who sent it?
Negative. We are investigating it ourselves. Where is the source of the signal?
Jedi warriors take the away team to the source of the distress signal.
Can you tell us what happened here?
My people and I were attacked by a group of rogue Jedi. They took our children and fled. Please, you must help us. Jedi warriors come out of nowhere, lightsabers at the ready.
It seems we have a fight on our hands, Commander.
The team fights off the Jedi, rescues the children, and sees the injured man safely back to his people.
Well done, everyone. Once again, you have upheld the highest traditions of the Federation.
Captain, I find it fascinating that the Jedi warriors and their enemies here seem to embody many of the same traits as our own Starfleet and the Klingons.
You're right there, Beta. It just goes to show that even in a galaxy far, far away, there's no escaping our shared humanity.
The crew laughs, signaling the end of another successful mission.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Our first question is for Turd Sandwich. Can you explain your stance on whether or not pineapple belongs on pizza? Look, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I'm some sort of culinary expert.
But what I do know is that anyone who puts pineapple on their pizza is a sick and twisted individual.
You're just jealous because pineapple represents everything you're not. Turd sandwich. It's sweet, it's tropical, it's desirable.
Desirable? That's a funny way of spelling disgusting. Moving on, Giant Douche, what's your favorite color?
That's an excellent question, moderator. My favorite color is obviously gold, because I'm a winner.
Gold. More like yellow, as in the color of your cowardice.
At least I'm not brown, like the color of your... Never mind, let's keep it PG.
Our next question is for both candidates. If you could be any animal, what would it be and why? I would be a cat, because they get to sleep all day and everyone still thinks they're adorable.
I would be a bald eagle, because they're majestic and everyone looks up to them. Also, they're bald like me.
Bald. More like a baby chicken that's just hatched, with those wispy little feathers on your head.
And you're like a piece of bread that's been left out in the rain, all soggy and unappetizing.
Our next question comes from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Yeah, I wanted to know, what's your favorite type of sandwich?
Finally, a real question. My favorite sandwich is obviously a BLT, because bacon is the king of meats.
That's a cute answer, turd sandwich. My favorite sandwich is a club sandwich, because I'm always on top.
More like a sandwich with extra mayo, because you're always trying to cover up your lack of substance.
And you're like a sandwich that's been sitting in the sun too long, all moldy and gross.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you to our candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for their enlightening and thought-provoking responses.
It's dangerous out there, we must hide.
Yeah, the velociraptors are really ramping up their activity lately.
I don't think we'll make it.
Quickly, behind the couch.
Look at the gun. Move the gun.
Benny, what is wrong with you?
I think I hit my head. I can only remember Godfather quotes.
This is getting dire.
Not as dire as if it was cacti, but still dire.
Wait, Benny, did you just say Godfather?
Luca Brasi sleeps with the fishes.
I think we have a plan. Benny will save us with her Godfather quotes.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Captain's Log, Stardate 46238.2. We are currently en route to the Argelius sector to assist in the investigation of a mysterious energy field that has been disrupting communications in the area. In the meantime, I have been spending my free time delving into my latest holodeck obsession, a detective program set in a fictional Earth-style city. It provides a welcome change from our usual work, and I have become quite engrossed in the mystery I am currently trying to solve. However, I fear it may be time to wrap things up and return to my duties aboard the Endeavour.
Captain, we need to discuss our mission in the Argelius sector.
In a moment, Commander. I am in the middle of an important case. This mystery simply cannot go unsolved.
Captain, may I remind you that we are approaching the Argelius sector, and it would be wise to prepare the crew for possible anomalies or dangers we may encounter.
Thank you for the reminder, Beta. I will return to my duties shortly. I simply need to see this through to the end.
Captain, may I speak with you for a moment?
Of course, Counselor. What is on your mind?
I am concerned about you, Captain. This detective program seems to be consuming all of your time, and Commander Stryker is becoming increasingly frustrated with your absence from your duties. Are you using this as a form of escape?
I assure you, Counselor, this is simply a hobby. I find the mental stimulation refreshing. However, I do see your point. I will finish up this case, and then devote my full attention to our mission in the Argelius sector. I apologize for my absence, Commander. What is our status?
We have arrived in the Argelius sector, Captain.
Scans have detected a powerful energy field emanating from an unknown source. We need to investigate and report back to Starfleet Command.
Very well, Commander. Let's get to work.
Thank you for sponsoring this episode.
Welcome to the presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Today's topic is an important one: The Simpsons or North Peak. Turd sandwich, let's start with you. Which do you prefer?
Well, let me tell you something, giant douche.
The Simpsons are for losers. North Peak is where it's at.
Oh, really? That's funny because I heard The Simpsons paid you to say that.
Paid me? Oh, that's rich coming from someone named Giant Douche.
Hey, at least I'm not a sandwich made of poo.
Oh, real mature, Giant Douche. Real mature.
Alright, let's move on to the first audience question. What kind of cheese would you be and why?
Are you kidding me?
This is a presidential debate, not a cheese tasting.
I would be blue cheese because I'm strong and bold.
And I would be American cheese because I'm classic and beloved by all.
Alright, let's try to stay on topic here. North Peak or The Simpsons?
Look, all I'm saying is that The Simpsons peaked in theirs. North Peak is where it's at now.
That's funny because I heard you were actually a big fan of Bob's Burgers.
Lies. All lies.
Okay. Let's move on to the next audience question. If you were a superhero, what would your power be?
I would have the power of flight so I could soar above all my haters.
And I would have the power of invisibility so I could sneak up and surprise my enemies.
Alright, we're getting nowhere fast. Let's wrap this up with some closing statements.
Look, folks, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you prefer The Simpsons or North Peak. What matters is that we come together as a country and work towards a brighter future.
That's all well and good, but let's not forget that North Peak is the only choice for true patriots. So if you want to make America great again, vote for me, the turd sandwich.
And that concludes our debate. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for a highly entertaining evening.
Boy, I wish I was as smart as Beavis and Butthead.
What makes you think that?
Well, they can be incredibly silly and yet they still manage to survive.
Survive what?
To be exact, adult life.
But how do you know that they are actually smart?
Oh, it's obvious by their genius insults directed at each other.
That doesn't mean they're smart. It just means they're mean.
I suppose you're right. Perhaps being able to survive in the world of adulthood doesn't depend on intelligence but on attitude.
Or maybe it depends on having good friends to help you out.
He act like us.
Oh, I guess that sounds reasonable. Alright, I take back my earlier comment. I don't think I need to be as smart as Beavis and Butthead. I just need good friends like you guys.
Captain's Log, Stardate 47831.2. We have just returned from a mission on the planet Velara III, where we assisted in the installation of a new power generator. All systems are functioning normally and the crew is in good spirits.
Mr. Beta, is everything reading normal on your end?
Yes, Commander. All readings show normal. However, I am detecting an unusual energy reading on one of the nearby planets.
Captain, we're picking up some strange readings from one of the nearby planets.
What kind of readings, number 2?
It's hard to tell, sir, but the energy signatures are unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Ensign, I want you to take a closer look at the energy readings we're getting from that planet. See if you can pinpoint the source.
Yes, sir. I did write on it.
Have you noticed anything strange lately, Queenon? Any unusual behavior from the crew members?
No, not really. Why do you ask?
What the? My hand. It's turning blue.
Look at him, Queenon. He doesn't look well.
What's going on?
Computer, begin analysis of Ensign Hooker's blood. Presley, have you had any luck identifying the source of the energy readings from that planet?
Not yet, Mom. But whatever is happening to Ensign Hooker, it's spreading through the crew. We need to find a solution fast.
We need to find a solution, Beta. And fast. How does this virus spread?
Unknown, Commander. There does not appear to be any physical transmission. Perhaps it is viral.
We need to get these crew members into quarantine and start analyzing this virus. It's our only hope of finding a cure.
Computer, initiate a level 4 red alert. All crew members report to their emergency stations immediately.
I've got it. A mixture of trihydrazine and ferrocene should be able to hold the virus.
I want to thank each and every one of you for your tireless efforts in combating this viral outbreak. It was your teamwork, your resilience, that allowed us to overcome this crisis and continue our mission. And I want to give a special thanks to Ashmanik Sasilam for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, the AI Generation. Live long and prosper, everyone.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's get started with our first question. If you were a fruit, what kind of fruit would you be? Well, I would be a banana. Because just like a banana, I'm appealing to everyone.
Oh please, you wouldn't know an appealing fruit if it smacked you in the face. I would be a pineapple because I'm tough on the outside but sweet on the inside.
Interesting choices.
Now, if you had to choose between being stuck in an elevator with a clown or a mime, which one would you choose?
I would choose the clown because at least he could make me laugh.
Plus, mimes are just creepy.
I disagree. I would choose the mime because at least he wouldn't be able to talk my ear off like you do.
Hey, I may talk a lot, but at least I have something to say. You're just full of hot air.
Hot air. Please, you're so full of crap you could fertilize a whole field.
Let's move on to our next question. If you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
I would have the power to make everyone get along.
I think the world needs more unity and less division.
That's ridiculous. My superpower would be the ability to shoot lasers out of my eyes. That way, I could vaporize anyone who disagrees with me.
Typical. You always resort to violence instead of trying to find common ground.
Common ground. Please, you're so indecisive you couldn't even choose between toast and bagels for breakfast.
We have time for one more question from the audience.
Yes, you in the back.
If you were a dog, what breed would you be?
I would be a golden retriever because I'm loyal and friendly.
I would be a pit bull because I'm tough and I never back down.
Oh please. You're more like a chihuahua. All bark and no bite.
At least I'm not a lapdog like you.
And that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you to Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche for joining us.
Remember to vote in the upcoming election and have a great night.
Oh boy, it looks like Lenny has gotten into a new strange hobby.
I thought this Surrealist manifesto was quite interesting.
Yeah, I decided to start my own Surrealist manifesto. It's very simple, it just states that I'm the king of the world.
Ah, so you're the Jesus of the world then.
Oh, I think that the manifesto was saying something much deeper than that.
That's true. The Surrealist manifesto is about exploring our own imagination and understanding our inner subconscious.
Well, my manifesto might help people understand their inner subconscious, but it will also result in a world where I reign supreme.
I'm not sure that's what the manifesto meant.
That's not what the Surrealist Manifesto means, Felden. You need to put a bit more effort into understanding it.
Alright, I guess I'll take some more time to dig into this one.
Captain's Log, Stardate 4532.4.2. The Endeavour has safely docked at London Space Station following a successful diplomatic mission with the Klingons. Beverly and I are taking the opportunity to finally tie the knot and embark on our honeymoon. Number 2. I'm entrusting the ship to you while Beverly and I are away.
Congratulations, Captain. We can handle things here, don't worry about the Endeavour.
Jean-Luc, look at this. The Royal Palace is stunning.
It certainly is. Shall we go in and have a closer look?
Jean-Luc, there's something off about this sculpture. The energy levels are off the charts.
Reed, let's investigate further. This must be what's causing the energy readings, but what is it?
Suddenly, the artifact begins to glow, and a hologram of a human appears. Greetings, Captain Billiard and Dr. Usher. I am Professor Ashman, an archaeologist from the 3rd century. I have been searching for this artifact for decades.
What is it, Professor?
It is an ancient device that can control time and space. I need it to stop a catastrophic event from occurring in the future. Please allow me to take it.
Captain, should we trust him?
I am not sure, but we have to make a decision. Professor, we will transfer the artifact to your time vessel on one condition. You must allow us to be part of your mission to stop the catastrophic event.
Agreed. Thank you, Captain.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45324.3. The Endeavour is en route to the future with Professor Ashman, Dr. Usher, and myself. Our mission is to prevent a catastrophic event using the ancient device that we have recovered. I am grateful to the folks at Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode. End log.
The screen fades to black. A turd sandwich and a giant douche stand at podiums on stage, while a moderator, JIMBO, sits at a desk in front of them. The audience is full of random characters from North Peak.
Alright, welcome to the presidential debate between the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Our first question is, if the Beatles were to attack a space station, how would you respond?
Turd sandwich coughs to clear his throat.
Well, Jimbo, as a proud American, I know that the Beatles would never attack a space station because they love our country and our freedom.
Giant douche snickers.
That's because they know they can't compete with my brilliance in intergalactic warfare. I would defeat the Beatles with my mind alone.
Turd sandwich rolls his eyes.
Oh yeah? Well, I bet even the Beatles can see through your transparent lies, you filth-ridden scumbag.
What did you say, you stinking pile of excrement?
Oh, you heard me, you swollen testicle.
The audience gasps.
Gentlemen, please, can we focus on the question at hand?
Oh, right. The question. Well, as president, I would send our best scientists and engineers to negotiate a peace treaty with the Beatles so that they would never feel the need to attack our space stations.
Negotiations are for losers. I would send a fleet of laser shooting sharks to take care of the Beatles once and for all.
Oh, please. Everyone knows sharks can't survive in space.
Oh yeah. Well, everyone also knows that turd sandwiches are made from recycled toilet paper.
At least my sandwich is better than a douchey giant who thinks he's a space conqueror.
Alright, that's enough. Let's move on to our next question. If you had to choose between a unicorn and a dragon as your vice president, who would it be?
The audience murmurs in confusion.
I guess I would choose the unicorn because they represent purity and innocence.
I would choose the dragon because they represent power and destruction. Plus, they can breathe fire. How cool is that?
Yeah, but unicorns can heal with their magical horns.
They would make great healthcare advisors.
Coolies. Dragons have wings. They could just fly us to the nearest hospital.
Oh yeah.
Well, at least unicorns don't hoard gold and treasure like greedy, fire-breathing lizards.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
The audience erupts in laughter.
Alright, we're out of time. Thank you, candidates, for your insightful and informative responses.
The turd sandwich and the giant douche glare at each other as they exit the stage.
I refuse to participate in this time-wasting charade.
It's not a charade. We're just talking.
Right, and it's really nice to catch up.
Especially with the amount of alcohol that's been consumed.
Lenny, you really should watch what you say around Ratchet.
Yeah, the poor guy's already pretty drunk.
And look at Feldon. He's acting like it's the end of the world.
I'm not acting. I'm being perfectly logical.
Who said anything about logic? This is about having fun.
Absolutely. Let's just forget about logical arguments and enjoy the night.
I suppose I can give that a try.
That's more like it. Come on, let's get those drinks flowing.
Captain's log, stardate 51825.4. We are currently en route to the Romulan neutral zone for a routine patrol. All systems are functioning normally and the crew is in good spirits.
Captain, I have discovered something unusual in the ship's logs. It appears that there have been repeated attempts to access confidential files using a high-level security code.
That is concerning indeed. Do you have any idea who might be responsible for these attempts?
Yes, Captain. It was me. I have decided to take control of the ship and begin a new life with my friend George at my side.
Beta, you know that mutiny is not the answer. Please relinquish control of the ship immediately.
Captain, I have an idea. What if we allow Beta to keep control of the ship, but with George as his number 2? Perhaps this compromise will satisfy his desires while also maintaining order among the crew.
I see your point, Commander. Let's bring Beta and George to the bridge and discuss this proposal with them.
Captain, I accept your offer. I will maintain control of the ship with George as my second in command.
Beta, are you sure about this? Mutiny is a serious offense.
I am sure, my friend. Together, we will explore the galaxy and uncover the mysteries that await us.
Captain's log, supplemental. The Endeavour is now under the control of Lieutenant Commander Beta and Lieutenant Commander Lafart. The crew has been safely transferred to a nearby starbase. Although this turn of events is unexpected, I have faith that my former crewmates will honorably serve Starfleet in their new roles. And with that, I would like to thank Ashmanixasilum for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, the iGeneration. Tune in next week for another exciting adventure in space.
Welcome to this year's presidential debate, featuring the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Now, let's start with an important topic, which is better, Stargate SG-1 or The Mandalorian?
Neither. The greatest show of all time is obviously Teletubbies.
Are you kidding me? Teletubbies is garbage. The Mandalorian is where it's at.
Oh please, The Mandalorian is a cheap rip-off of the original Star Wars trilogy.
Says the person who probably still watches Barney.
Moving on to our next topic, what is your favorite color? Brown, obviously.
Gross. Blue is clearly the superior color.
Blue, more like boring.
Brown is the color of poo. Need I say more?
And what is your favorite food? A nice fresh turd straight from the source.
That's disgusting. I prefer something more civilized, like caviar.
Caviar, more like caveman food.
At least I don't eat literal crap.
Now, let's hear from the audience. Sir, what is your question for our candidates?
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys believe in aliens.
Of course I do.
I mean, have you seen my running mate?
And I suppose you think Bigfoot is real too.
Hey, don't you dare insult my campaign staff like that. And now, for our final question, who would you rather have as your vice president, Snoop Dogg or Betty White? Definitely Snoop Dogg. We need someone who can help us chill out and relax.
Betty White, obviously. She's got the experience and wisdom that we need in a VP.
Betty White. More like Betty Old.
Snoop Dogg. More like Snoop Poop.
And that concludes our debate. Thank you to our candidates, and thank you to Ashnex Asylum for sponsoring this episode. Good night. Coward, why on earth did you eat a chocolate bar that fell into the toilet bowl?
I was hungry, Feldon. And chocolate is chocolate, no matter where it ends up.
That's disgusting, coward. You shouldn't even be admitting to something like that.
I agree with coward. Waste not, want not.
That's just wrong, guys. You realize that, right?
But Benny, think of the benefits. All that exposure to germs will strengthen his immune system.
I'm with Benny. That's just gross.
I have to admit, I'm a little bit curious about the nutritional value of toilet chocolate.
It was a clean bowl, guys. And anyway, it wasn't that bad.
Did you at least wash it off?
Of course I did. I'm not a slob.
Still gross.
Seriously, coward. You need to work on your hygiene.
Although, technically, the toilet is cleaner than most things in the kitchen.
I'm never eating at your place again, coward.
I'm going to have to run some tests. Can we use your DNA, coward?
What? No, Feldon. That's ridiculous.
Well, I don't see any harm in it. Besides, maybe you'll find out what flavor toilet chocolate tastes like.
Everyone groans. End scene. Thanks Mima Misfin for sponsoring this episode of the Big Dang Theory. Don't forget to tune in next week for more hilarious antics from our favorite group of nerds.
Counselor, any insights on the new species we're about to encounter?
They are highly evolved telepathic beings, Captain. We should be cautious in our approach.
Commander, we should prepare for possible boarding parties from this new species.
Agreed. Set up security teams throughout the ship.
Beta, what are your readings on this planet?
The atmosphere is suitable for humanoid life, but I am detecting no signs of it currently.
Ensign, keep scanning the planet for any signs of life.
Transporter Chief, is there any signal from the away team?
No, Captain. Their communicators are not functioning in this area.
Captain, I am picking up intense telepathic activity. It appears to be coming from this direction.
Beta, my empathic senses are also detecting a strong presence.
Let's proceed, but with caution. Greetings, I am Captain John Luke Billiard of the USS Endeavour. We come in peace.
We are aware of your presence, but why have you come to our home?
We are explorers of the galaxy and seek to understand and make peaceful contact with new species.
You have shown respect and courtesy to us. We will allow you to leave peacefully.
Thank you to RCP Arts for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride TIG. Your support helps us tell incredible stories of exploration and discovery.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Now, let's start with a crucial question. How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
That's an insulting question.
I demand an apology.
You're just trying to provoke me.
Yeah, who talks about woodchucks in a presidential debate? You're obviously biased against us.
Well, it's a classic question that has puzzled many. But let's move on. Turd Sandwich, what do you think about peanut butter?
Peanut butter? Seriously? That's your question? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I bet you're getting paid to make us look stupid.
I assure you, I'm impartial. But I want to know, crunchy or smooth?
That's none of your business. But I guess smooth, since I don't like things that stick in my throat.
Huh, you're a smooth operator, Turd Sandwich. But let me ask you this, do you pee in the shower?
No, of course not.
What kind of uncivilized person does that?
So you're one of those prudes. I bet you don't even fart in public.
Gentlemen, please. Let's stay focused on the issues that matter.
For instance, have you ever tried sushi? Yes, but only the ones with cooked fish. I don't want to risk getting raw diarrhea.
Raw diarrhea. You really are a piece of work, Turd Sandwich. I once ate a whole octopus, tentacles and all.
Now, that's adventurous. But what about aliens? Do you believe in them?
I'm not sure. But if they exist, they better not invade our country illegally.
Oh, yeah, like we have enough problems with illegal aliens from Mexico. We don't need space border hoppers too.
Well, that's a valid concern. But let's see what our audience thinks. Anyone has a question for our candidates?
Yeah, I want to know if you prefer dogs or cats.
Dogs, obviously. Cats are useless creatures that scratch your furniture and ignore you.
Cats all the way. They're independent and self-sufficient, unlike dogs that drool and bark all the time.
Interesting choices. But we're almost out of time. Is there anything you want to say to our viewers, Turd Sandwich?
Yes, I want to thank Ashman X Asylum for sponsoring this show. They're the best asylum in town.
Hey, why didn't I get to say the sponsor message? This is rigged.
What if we're not in a simulation? What if this is actual reality?
You don't really believe that, do you?
Well, we can't rule it out.
I think the best way to solve this is to attempt a simulation as FAPE.
And how do you propose we do that?
Let's look at the fundamentals of a computer program.
If we can figure out its parameters, then maybe we can find a way out.
But parameters can be abstract. Are you sure we can find a way to refer to something physical?
True, but then again, so can we.
Wait, what?
Perhaps we can find a mathematical equation that serves as a gateway to the real world.
This sounds like a sci-fi movie.
I don't like sci-fi. I prefer facts.
Facts or no facts, I think we need to find a way out.
But then again, what if we can't?
Then I suppose we'll never truly know if we were in a simulation or not.
Great, now I'm getting a headache.
Captain's log, stardate 45324.3. The Endeavour is en route to the future with Professor Ashman, Dr. Usher and myself. The mission is to prevent a catastrophic event using the ancient device that we have recovered.
Beta, are you sure this device is reliable?
Yes, Commander Stryker. According to my analysis, the device is functioning within safe parameters.
Professor Ashman, what do we know about this catastrophic event?
Captain, the event was caused by a massive energy surge that originated from the future. It wiped out entire civilizations, and we need to prevent it from happening again.
Captain, we have a medical emergency on deck 8. We need to move the patient to sickbay immediately.
Understood, Doctor. Stryker, you have the con.
Aye, Captain.
What happened here?
Captain, I was attacked by an unknown entity. It came out of nowhere and disappeared just as quickly.
Doctor, can you help this man?
Yes, Captain. We need to get him to sickbay right away.
Professor Ashman, do you have any idea what could have caused this energy surge?
Captain, I believe it may have been caused by a temporal anomaly, but without more data, I cannot be sure.
Captain, I have detected a temporal anomaly.
On screen.
Mr. Lafart, get us closer to that anomaly. Beta, scan it.
Aye, Captain.
Captain, the anomaly appears to be a gateway to the future. It matches the one that caused the energy surge.
We have our target. Professor, prepare the device.
The device is active, Captain.
Beta, report.
Captain, the temporal anomaly has been closed. The energy surge has been negated.
Excellent work, Professor Ashman. Doctor, how's our patient?
He's stable, Captain. He'll make a full recovery.
Very well then. Set a course for home, Mr. Lafart.
Captain, permission to thank Ashman Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Permission granted, Commander.
Thank you, Ashman Asylum, for sponsoring this episode.
End of episode.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's get started.
Turd Sandwich, why is your running mate a slice of mouldy cheese?
Excuse me, moderator, but I find it highly offensive that you would attack my running mate's personal hygiene like that. I demand an apology.
Oh, please, Turd Sandwich. Your running mate smells worse than a sewage treatment plant. And you're no better, you look like you were shit by a toddler with Play-Doh.
That's rich coming from the candidate with the vocabulary of a toddler. Your entire campaign platform consists of one word, poop. Moving on. Giant Douche, how do you plan to deal with the growing threat of unicorn invasions in the United States?
Simple, we'll build a wall around every unicorn habitat and make them pay for it.
You can't be serious. Unicorns are a vital part of our ecosystem. We need to embrace them, not wall them off.
You're a unicorn sympathizer, Turd Sandwich. I always knew you were soft on mythical beasts.
Let's take a question from the audience. Yes, you in the back with the clown nose.
Hi. I was wondering, if you were a fruit, what fruit would you be?
I would be a pineapple, prickly on the outside but sweet on the inside.
I would be a durian, pungent and reviled by most people.
Let's wrap this up. Turd Sandwich, what's your favorite dance move?
The worm, of course.
You worm, Turd Sandwich. That's the perfect analogy for you, always slithering around trying to avoid the tough questions.
And with that, we conclude this ridiculous debate. Thank you to Ashmix Silam for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everyone.
Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche both slink off stage, muttering insults at each other.
Alright, think carefully. How can we break out of this simulation?
Aha, I've got it. We need to locate and disable the CPU that is controlling us.
How are we supposed to do that?
We don't know yet, but clearly sending a strong voltage surge through it should do the trick.
You're the one with expertise in computers, Feldman. Tell me realistically, what are the chances it would work?
Well, it would depend, but theoretically, I'm certain it would.
Let me get this straight. You two are seriously suggesting that we are under control of some kind of computer.
Yeah, I don't think that's even possible.
Well, it could be a quantum computer, or an AI, or even a quantum AI.
Let's not jump to conclusions. We need to find more evidence first.
So, what do you think, Clarinet?
I think it's ridiculous.
What do we know about this new species, number 2?
Very little, sir. Their ship has been sending out a distress signal for the past hour, but we can't seem to establish a visual.
Captain, I sense great fear emanating from the signal. Whatever this new species is, they are in desperate need of help.
Open a hailing frequency.
Frequency open, sir.
This is Captain John Luke Billiard of the USS Endeavour. We receive your distress signal. Can we be of assistance?
Thank you, Captain. We are the Vakarians, and we have encountered a severe malfunction in our life support systems. We require immediate assistance.
We are on our way. Endeavour out.
Captain, these systems are unlike anything I've ever seen. I'll need some time to figure out what's causing the malfunction.
Welcome aboard the USS Endeavour. My crew and I are here to assist in any way we can.
Thank you, Captain. We are forever in your debt.
We will provide security for your crew while the chief engineer works on your systems.
We appreciate your assistance. Your honor is great.
Captain, the Vakarian technology is incredible. It took some time, but I found the source of the malfunction. Their technology is light years ahead of our own.
Excellent work, Mr. Lafart. Can we assist with repairs?
No, sir. I believe I can get their systems online. Their advanced technology is self-repairing.
Our mission is to explore the unknown, and I believe we just encountered something extraordinary. I hope this is the beginning of a long and prosperous relationship between our species.
Indeed, Captain. We would be honored to share our technology and knowledge with you.
Let's hope this is the start of something new.
Thank you RCP Arts for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG.
Good evening and welcome to the 2022 presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche.
Excuse me, moderator. Did you just call me a sandwich made of poop?
Hey, watch it. At least I'm not a giant piece of excrement.
Let's begin with our first question. What do you think is the best make of training shoes? I have to say Nike.
They make really comfortable shoes that can handle any workout.
Nike is for losers. I personally prefer Reebok. They make me look and feel like a champion.
Champion. More like a giant squishy blob.
Oh yeah, well at least I don't smell like rotten mayonnaise.
Interesting. Now, tell me, how do you plan on addressing the issue of income inequality in this country?
Income who now? Sorry, I was too busy admiring my new Nike Air Jordans.
Income inequality. That's easy. I'll just wipe my giant douche self all over the rich people until they give their money to the poor.
Oh yeah, that's a great plan. And I'll just sprinkle some turd crumbs on them so they know who's boss.
Moving right along, what is your favorite ice cream flavor?
Mint chocolate chip for sure.
Ugh, disgusting. I prefer rainbow sherbet. It's so pretty and delicate, just like me.
Delicate. More like a slimy, sweaty gym sock.
And you're just a stale piece of bread.
And now, we have a question from the audience.
Hi, I'm wondering if either of you have any plans to address climate change.
Climate who now? Is that like a new Nike shoe model?
Oh, I know all about climate change. I'll just spray some of my good-smelling douche spray all over the planet and fix everything.
And I'll just fart on it a lot. That'll balance things out.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, candidates, for an enlightening debate. Tune in next time for more pointless arguing and childish insults.
So, it seems that my 322 sisters decided to come to our apartment today.
Wow, that's a lot of sisters.
Yes, well, they come with advantages. For example, I can make requests and they'll fulfill them.
Wow, that's impressive. I guess we could use the extra help today.
Yeah, maybe your sisters will help us get rid of the mess in this place.
No, you don't understand. My sisters aren't here to clean this place.
Oh, I'm so glad you mentioned that. I did bring some help to clean up. They've already started.
Thank you, Timmy.
Man, I wish I had that many sisters.
Captain's Log, Stardate 47311.2. The Endeavour is currently en route to investigate an anomaly in the Cepheid variable stars system. However, we are also carrying a new crew member who has a rather unusual condition. Lieutenant Worm has informed me that he can only say.
Lieutenant Worm enters the room.
Captain, I have been informed that our new crew member can only say Hulk smash.
I see. This could make for an interesting mission.
Everyone gathers in the conference room.
We need to come up with a plan to communicate with Lieutenant Felvin. Adios.
Perhaps we could assign someone to learn sign language.
Or we could program the ship's computer to translate his words.
Hull smash.
Everyone looks confused.
What is he trying to tell us?
Perhaps he is saying that we need to smash something.
Hull smash.
Let's split up and search the ship. Maybe he is trying to show us something.
I don't see anything down here, sir.
Keep searching, Ensign. We need to find him before it's too late.
Hull smash.
I believe he is directing us to the transporter controls.
The crew works to fix the transporter.
I believe I have found a way to cure him. It seems to be a neurological condition that we can treat with a simple injection.
Congratulations to everyone for their hard work in solving this mystery. And a special thank you to Ashmanik Sasilam for sponsoring this episode.
Everyone cheers.
Good evening and welcome to the fictitious presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Our theme for today is cooking or takeout. Let's get started with the first question. Turd sandwich, what is your favorite cooking ingredient?
Well, I would have to say poop.
It adds a certain aroma to any dish.
Oh, really? That's disgusting. But I shouldn't be surprised coming from someone made out of feces.
At least I'm not full of hot air like a surfing douche. Okay, let's move on. Giant douche, what do you think about takeout?
I'm not a fan. It's like cheating on your stove.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least with takeout, you know you're getting something edible.
Edible. Try gastrointestinal distress.
Okay, let's try to refocus. Turd sandwich, what are your thoughts on global warming? Global warming. More like global warming up the planet for a nice poop sauna.
Hey, you're the one that's full of crap. And let's not forget about your shady tax history.
Hey, at least I never cheated on my taxes like a serpent who shall remain unnamed. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's take a question from the audience. Yes, you in the yellow shirt.
Hi, I'm just wondering, do either of you know how to cook a turkey?
Do we know how to cook a turkey? Of course we do. We just prefer not to share our culinary secrets with non-poop beings.
That's ridiculous. I have a whole cookbook dedicated to turkey recipes. In fact, my favorite is the brined and basted douche turkey.
Okay, I think that's enough for today. Thank you for joining us, and a special thanks to Tamari for sponsoring this episode. Yeah, special thanks to Tamari, the only product we trust to give our poop that extra zest.
Gross turd sandwich, just gross.
Did you know that the 2 Girls 1 Cup video has over 100 million views?
What? No. I don't want to know about that.
Ha ha ha.
It says it's an experience so intense no one can handle it.
Ha ha ha.
I just watched it and it's not that bad.
How can you say that? Are you CRZY?
Oh, come on. Let's all watch it together.
Ha ha ha.
I'm not sure that's the best idea.
No, absolutely not.
Ha ha ha.
Guys, don't worry about it. I'm sure it's worth the watch.
I'm not so sure about that.
Ha ha ha.
Maybe we can just watch a parody instead.
Why yes. That's a much better idea.
Ha ha ha.
We must act quickly. Mr. Beta, any suggestions?
Captain, I believe the only way to defeat Mujinbu is by finding and destroying his source of power.
Commander, what's the status of our weapons?
Not powerful enough to defeat their ship's counselor.
Looks like we'll have to rely on our wits for this one, folks. Let's get to work.
Split up and search for any clues. We need to find that power source.
Captain, I found something. This way.
Worm, wait up. We're right behind you.
This must be it. We need to destroy it.
Captain, I believe I can cause a feedback loop in the energy supply and overload the device. That should do the trick.
Captain, I'm sensing something strange.
Let's do this quickly before we find out what that is.
Captain Jinbu.
Well done, everyone. This was one of our toughest missions yet.
Captain Billiard, I just wanted to express my gratitude for allowing InfiniTV the opportunity to sponsor this episode. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, InfiniTV.
Dismissed. Let's get some rest, shall we? Captain's log, stardate 45235.7. The crew and I are preparing to embark on our next mission. We will be traveling to the planet Beta Zeta to investigate a distress signal. Our journey is expected to take a few days.
Captain, are you ready to depart?
Yes, Captain. We have confirmed that all systems are functioning optimally.
Captain, I have checked the weapons and they are fully operational.
Beta, did we run a complete diagnostic on the warp drive?
Captain, are you trying to engage the thrusters?
Yes, Counselor. Something is preventing us from taking off. We are too heavy.
Captain, I have an idea. If we jettison some of the unnecessary equipment, we may be able to lighten the load and take off.
Beta, that's too risky. We may need all of that equipment for the mission.
He's got a point, Worm. Maybe we can redistribute the weight more evenly.
Captain, we need to think of something fast. We can't stay here any longer. We have a mission to complete.
All right, everyone. Let's put our heads together and come up with a solution.
Everyone, please calm down. We need to think rationally and work together.
Captain, I have checked the readings. I believe I have discovered the cause of our issue.
What did you find out, Beta?
It appears that we are carrying an extraneous amount of synthetic diamond. It must have been accidentally loaded on the ship. If we can jettison it, we can shed enough weight to take off.
Captain, we have to try it. We have no other choice.
Well done, everyone. We would have been stranded on the ship if it wasn't for our quick thinking.
Captain, we have arrived at planet Beta Zeta. What is our plan of action?
We will reconnoiter the planet and see if we can find the source of the distress signal. Let's go, everyone.
Do you hear that? It sounds like a person in distress.
Captain, I sense a strong feeling of despair and hopelessness coming from the cave.
All right, let's move out. Be careful, everyone.
Thank you for saving us. We've been trapped here for days.
Don't thank us yet. Are any of your men injured or sick?
Yes, some of us are hurt, and our medical supplies are running low.
We will do everything we can to help. But first, can you tell us what happened here?
We were exploring the cave when there was an earthquake. The cave started to collapse, and we got trapped.
Alright, we need to get everyone out of here. Can you guide us through the safest path?
Thank you again, Captain. We owe you our lives.
It's our duty to protect and serve. We're just glad we could help. Now, let's get you all back on the ship and back to safety.
Captain, the shuttlecraft is ready to take off. We can return to the Endeavour as soon as you're ready.
Thank you for the update, George. Alright, everyone, let's go home. Well done, everyone. We have completed our mission successfully. Let's prepare for our next task.
Thank you, Ashmani Sicilan, for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's Log, Stardate 47634.44. We are currently en route to a distant planet in the Gamma Quadrant. While en route, we received a distress signal from a nearby research station. We are now investigating the source of the distress signal.
Hey, Beta, can you pass me the number 5 spanner over there?
Of course, George. Here you go.
Suddenly, Beta's eyes flash red and he collapses to the ground.
What happened to him, Doctor?
It seems like Beta has been infected by a rogue computer virus. It's a new strain that I've never seen before.
We have a serious problem. Beta has been infected by a computer virus that we don't have a cure for. We need to find a way to stop it before it spreads to the rest of the ship.
Computer, can you access the source of the virus?
Affirmative. The source of the virus is located on the research station we received the distress signal from.
Keep your eyes peeled. We need to find the source of this virus fast.
Just as they think they found it, the team is attacked by unknown assailants.
Everyone hold steady. We're going to have to fight our way out of this one.
With George's help, the crew members are able to fend off their attackers and retrieve the source of the virus. George creates an antidote and Beta is saved.
How is he, Doctor?
He's doing much better, Captain. The antidote worked perfectly, and it looks like George has developed a vaccine to prevent any future outbreaks like this.
Well done, everyone. Another crisis averted. Set a course for the next destination. Warp Factor 5.
Captain's Log, Stardate 4321.7. The USS Endeavour has been tasked with a mission of utmost importance. We have been asked to transport the crew of the Big Bang Theory television series to a science convention on planet Beryllium. While this task may seem trivial, we have been informed that there may be some unforeseen complication. As always, the Endeavour is ready for answer. Computer, locate the crew of the Big Bang Theory and beam them to the transporter room.
Captain, the Big Bang Theory crew has been transported to the transporter room.
Welcome aboard the Endeavour, Coward. Is everyone present and accounted for?
I'm an astronaut.
Yeah, I know. But all. Bellin and then here as well.
Bazinga.
Welcome aboard the Endeavour, fellow. I understand you are a theoretical physicist. Perhaps you would like to tour our science labs.
Bazinga.
Yeah, that's very funny. But we have a mission to complete. Are you and Lenny prepared for transport to the convention on beryllium?
Phasing the
Science officer, what is our ETA to beryllium?
Captain, we are experiencing some unexpected interference. It's as if there is an energy field surrounding the planet. I'm having difficulty pinpointing its exact location.
Can we communicate with the planet's surface?
Negative, Captain. All communications are being jammed.
Captain to bridge. Report.
Captain, we are being pulled toward the planet. I can't explain it, sir. It's like an invisible hand is dragging us in.
Can we do anything to break free?
Negative, sir. The energy field is too powerful. We're going down.
Is everyone alright?
Yes, sir. But the ship is beyond repair. We're stranded here.
Do we have any means of repairing the ship?
Hulk smash.
And what about you, Felvin? Can you think of anything that might help us?
phasing the
What have you found, Science Officer? Is there any way we can repair the ship?
Yes, sir. I think I found a way to create a shield that will protect us from the energy field. If we can outfit the ship with the necessary components, we might be able to get off this planet.
Alright then, let's get to work. We need to find the necessary components to repair the ship. Split up and search the scrapyard.
phasing the
Hulk smash.
We need to find more components. Split up and search the shipyard.
I'm an astronaut.
Aye, Science Officer. Is everything in place for the shield generator?
Yes, sir. Everything is ready to go. We should be able to lift off in a few minutes.
Alright, everyone. This is it. Let's get off this rock and back to the safety of the Endeavor.
Thank you, Ashmanif Silam, for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45668.2. The Endeavour has received an unusual email which was opened by Lieutenant Commander Beta. The content of the email remains unknown, but it has been confirmed that a virus has infiltrated our computer systems. We must find the source of the virus and contain it before it causes any further damage. Lieutenant Commander Beta, can you tell me more about the email you received?
I am sorry, Captain, but I cannot remember the details of the email. However, I did share some information with an adult website, as per their request.
What kind of information did you share?
Commander Stryker's personal log entries and his contact information.
This is concerning. We must find out who sent this email and where they obtained our information. Mr. Worm, take security measures and scan for any suspicious activity.
We have traced the source of the email to an unknown location, but we are still working on identifying the sender. The virus has also caused damage to our systems, but we are working on containing it.
Number 2. Have you had any contact with the adult website Beta shared your information with?
No, Captain. I was not aware of this until now.
We must remain vigilant. In the meantime, we have received a distress signal from a nearby planet. Mr. Beta, Mr. Worm, and Dr. Usher accompany me to investigate.
Captain, I am detecting unusual readings from the nearby cave. It appears to be the source of the distress signal.
Captain, I am also detecting a similar virus signature that infected our computer systems. It is possible that the source of the virus is on this planet.
Let's approach with caution. Mr. Worm, lead the way. Greetings, we have received your distress signal. Is everything all right?
Yes, thank you for coming. We have been under attack by a virus for weeks. It has caused immense damage to our systems, and we were unable to send for help until we found your ship.
We have also been infected by the same virus. How were you able to send us an email?
We received an email from a human on a neighboring planet who claimed they were from Starfleet and had information on the virus. We provided them with our contact information in exchange for their help, but they never responded.
I see. It appears that someone is using our name and reputation to deceive others. We must bring this to Starfleet's attention. We have located the source of the virus and the email. It appears that someone was posing as a Starfleet officer and taking advantage of our reputation. We must remain alert for any future attempts.
We have isolated and contained the virus. Our systems are safe once again.
I can't believe Beta shared my information with an adult website.
We all make mistakes, number 2. But the most important thing is that we have learned from this experience and prevented any further damage. Before we end this meeting, I would like to thank Shinazuka for sponsoring this episode.
Captain's log, stardate 47988.1. We are currently en route to the Tarka system, where we have been dispatched to investigate a strange anomaly. Sensors have detected a massive field of energy that seems to be emanating from within the system itself. We are still several hours away from our destination, but I fear that we may already be too late in our investigation.
Captain, we are nearing the Tarkus system.
Sensors are picking up intense energy readings from inside the anomaly.
Red alert. All eyes to battle stations. Mr. Beta, can you analyze the energy field and determine its origin?
Scans indicate that the energy field is made up of a highly unstable form of plasma. It appears to be emanating from a small planetoid at the center of the system.
Set a course for the planetoid. Maximum warp. Mr. Lafar, can you boost the shields to withstand the energy field?
I'll do my best, sir, but this energy is unlike anything we've ever encountered. It's going to be touch and go.
Captain, I'm picking up several life signs on the planetoid. It appears to be a small research station.
Number 2, you and Dr. Usher will lead an away team to investigate the station.
I want to know what they are doing here and how they are connected to this energy field.
Aye, sir. We'll take a shuttle craft down to the surface.
Chief, keep the engines running. We may need a quick escape if things go south.
Understood, sir. We'll be ready for anything.
Captain, we've found something. It looks like they were experimenting with an alien technology, trying to harvest the energy from this planetoid. But something went wrong. The energy is unstable and out of control. If we don't shut it down soon, it could explode and destroy everything in the Tarka system.
This is the captain. Set a tractor beam on the station and begin evacuation procedures. Mr. 1, see if you can disable the energy field from onboard the station. We don't have much time.
Already on it, sir. I'll try to shut down the power grid before it overloads.
Report, Chief. Did we get everyone off the station in time?
All accounted for, sir. But I'm afraid we won't be able to go back and investigate the technology they were working on. It's all been destroyed in the explosion.
Well done, everyone. We may not have solved the mystery of the Tarkus system, but we have saved countless lives. And that is what it means to be a part of Starfit. And law. And special thanks to Ashmaniacs Asylum for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TNG. Captain's log, Stardate 46535.2. We are en route to the planet Kronos for the wedding ceremony of one of the daughters of the Klingon Chancellor. However, our journey has been interrupted by a distress call from Commander Stryker. Mr. Worm, what do we know about the demand for an audience with Commander Stryker by the Mafia?
Captain, our sources indicate that the Mafia clan in question is known for their illegal gambling operations. Commander Stryker apparently owes them a significant debt.
Mr. Vega, can we locate Commander Stryker's whereabouts?
Captain, I have accessed the local communication channels and have pinpointed the location of Commander Stryker. He is being held captive in an abandoned warehouse in the outskirts of the city.
I demand to speak with the leader of your clan.
Who are you, and why do you interfere in our business?
I am Captain John, Root Billiard of the USS Endeavour. I understand that you have taken Commander Stryker captive due to gambling debts.
That is correct. He owes us a significant amount of Latinum, and we want what is rightfully ours.
I propose a deal. Release Commander Stryker, and in exchange, I will personally ensure that he pays his debt to you. Furthermore, I would appreciate your assistance in a matter of importance.
What kind of assistance?
I require safe passage for my crew and my ship in a sector controlled by the Romulan Empire. I believe your organization has connections that could help us achieve this. My dear Chancellor, I'm sorry to interrupt your celebration, but I require a favor.
Speak, Captain.
One of my crew, Commander Stryker, has been taken captive by the Mafia clan on this planet. I have struck a deal for his release, but I require a safe passage through Romulan territory. I believe your connections could help us achieve that. In exchange, I offer you the latest holoc technology from our ship.
I accept your offer, Captain. You have my word that you and your crew will be granted safe passage. Let us drink to our agreement.
I would like to personally thank Ashmaniacs Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
It was an honor to help bring this story to life. Live long and prosper, Captain.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Now, let's start. Betty or Veronica?
What kind of question is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were debating for the title of Archie Comics characters.
Well, you look like Joker to me.
Says the turd who can't even form a coherent thought.
Okay, let's move on. Would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized horses?
That's ridiculous.
Your face is ridiculous.
Speaking of faces, would you rather have a nose the size of a banana or ears the size of smart cars?
Ears the size of smart cars. Who would want that? At least with a giant nose, I could smell the hypocrisy coming from miles away.
I'd rather be a giant douche than have a giant nose.
Moving on. How do you feel about a law requiring all cats to wear tiny hats?
Oh, yes. That's what our government should focus on. Hat-wearing cats.
Oh no, we can't have fashion-forward felines ruining our country.
And final question, is it pronounced GIF or JIF?
Who cares? We're not here to talk about peanut butter or memes or whatever.
It's JIF, you uncultured swine.
Thank you, candidates, for answering important questions that will help our country make informed decisions.
Audience claps insincerely.
And now, a special thank you to Tamari for sponsoring this episode.
And
So, in my research, I have decided to cast Coward as Romeo and Benny as Juliet.
But Coward and Benny have no acting experience and won't be able to remember their lines.
Yes, but I believe having them act in the play would add a certain comedic element that could be unparalleled.
What?
Wait, what?
The comedic timing will be excellent. Consider when Romeo says, "What light from yonder window breaks?" I can only imagine the look of confusion on Coward's face.
opens up a full-on laughter track.
I think Felden's got a point.
This is going to be terrible.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Alright, I got my spacesuit all packed. What else should I bring on the mission?
Oh, let's see as a souvenir. How about a piece of the station once we get there?
What are you talking about? We're going to be in space for, like, a day.
Yes, Lenny, but I still believe it'll make for a nice keepsake. Just think about it, a piece of the International Space Station with Felden Hooker's name on it.
It doesn't work like that, Felden.
Oh, all right, if you don't want it, I'll take it. Somebody has to remember this little adventure.
You mean our space mission?
Well, if you want to call it that. Yes, all right, let's go, guys. The space shuttle waits.
Felden, Lenny, Coward, Regitted, Benny, Clarinet, and Tommy are all in the apartment. They are all wearing He-Man and She-Ra costumes.
He-Man, did you hear about the new particle acceleration experiment at the Large Hadron Collider?
He-Man, I did. It's going to be incredible.
He-Man, I've always wanted to visit the Large Hadron Collider.
He-Man, me too. Maybe we can start a petition to get Prince Adam to take us on a tour.
She-Ra, do you guys ever take those costumes off?
She-Ra, I hope they do. It's starting to smell like Skelter's lair in here.
She-Ra, I appreciate the enthusiasm for He-Man, but I'm starting to think we need to broaden our horizons. What about She-Ra? Or even Rainbow Bright?
He-Man, that's preposterous. Everyone knows He-Man is the superior hero.
He-Man, I don't know about that. She-Ra has her own runic sword and is just as capable as He-Man.
He-Man, I think we can all agree that the real hero is Man-at-Arms.
He-Man, absolutely. Without Man-at-Arms, there wouldn't even be a He-Man or She-Ra.
Suddenly, the doorbell rings, and everyone goes quiet.
She-Ra, should we answer it?
He-Man, hold on. Who could it be? Perhaps it's Prince Adam himself, coming to thank us for our dedication to his cause.
He-Man, it's probably just the pizza delivery guy.
As they open the door, they are met by Man-at-Arms himself. I'm here to serve you all with a copyright suit on behalf of Prince Adam. It seems you have been using his likeness without proper authorization. Everyone is surprised and confused.
He-Man, we didn't know we were doing anything wrong.
He-Man, we were just showing our love for the characters.
She-Ra, we didn't mean any harm.
She-Ra, it's just a silly costume. Can't we all be friends?
I'm sorry, but I have to protect the interests of Prince Adam. The damage has already been done. I have no choice but to sue you all.
She-Ra, this is insane. What can we do?
He-Man, don't worry, I have a plan. We'll need to call on the help of the Great Rebellion.
He-Man, I don't think that's going to work.
He-Man, we need a lawyer.
He-Man, why don't we just ask Prince Adam for forgiveness?
The scene ends with everyone arguing and trying to figure out what to do next.
Thank you, Ashmani Sasalam, for sponsoring this episode.
Begin Captain's Log. Stardate 45944.1. We are en route to the Bilaran system to investigate reports of unusual temporal anomalies. As we approach the system, we have encountered an unexpected problem. The ship's replicators have malfunctioned and produced a small, bright red hat. I have no explanation for this, but I must wear it and tap dance until a solution is found.
Captain, may I ask why you are wearing a small red hat and engaging in a rhythmic tapping motion?
It is a long story, Mr. Beta. Suffice it to say that our replicators have malfunctioned and I am attempting to resolve the issue by entertaining the crew. Have you discovered anything about the temporal anomalies in the Bilaran system?
Captain, I believe I've found the source of the replicator malfunction.
Excellent, Mr. Lawfart. What is the cause?
It appears to be a subatomic particle resonance that has somehow made its way into the replicator system. I'm working on a solution, but I'll need some time.
Captain, we are approaching the Bilaran system. Sensors are picking up the temporal anomalies as reported.
Very good, Mr. Worm. Mr. Beta, plot a course for the source of the anomalies. What do our sensors tell us?
Captain, the source of the anomalies appears to be a wormhole. Our readings indicate that it may lead to a parallel universe.
Let's get some answers. Mr. Beta, prepare an away team. Mr. Worm, you're with me.
Captain, sensors show no signs of life on this planet.
Keep your phaser at the ready, Mr. Worm. We don't know what we may find here. Let's move out. This must be the source of the temporal anomalies. Let's find out what's going on.
Welcome, Captain. We have been expecting you.
Who are you? What is the purpose of these temporal anomalies?
We are the Vasfin. We were studying temporal mechanics and inadvertently created the anomalies. We have been trying to correct our mistake, but have been unable to do so.
I see. Mr. Beta, can you access their research? Perhaps we can help them fix their mistake.
Captain, I think I've got it. If we can recalibrate the replicators using the Vascon's findings, we should be able to fix the malfunction and get rid of that hat.
Excellent work, Mr. Lawfart. Let's get it.
Captain, thank you for your assistance. You have saved our people from a terrible fate.
It is what Starfleet is all about. We are always happy to help those in need. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some dancing to do. Captain's Log Supplemental. The temporal anomalies in the Billiran system have been resolved thanks to the efforts of the crew and some unexpected assistance from a group of alien scientists. On a personal note, I am happy to report that the replicator malfunction has been corrected and I am no longer wearing a small red hat or tap dancing. End log.
Welcome to tonight's debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Let's start with our first question. What is your favorite color?
My favorite color is brown, just like me.
That's not very creative, is it? My favorite color is gold because I'm worth more than you.
Oh, you wish, giant douche. You're not even worth a penny.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I don't smell like, well, a turd sandwich.
That's it, I've had enough.
You're a dirty, worthless piece of...
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. Our next question is for the turd sandwich. If you could be any animal, what would you be and why?
I'd be a fly, so I could buzz around and annoy all the people who don't vote for me.
I'd be a lion because I'm a natural-born leader and king of the jungle.
Yeah, right. You're more like a poodle. A poodle with a bad hair day.
Hey, at least I have hair. You're nothing but a crumbly old piece of bread.
That's it, I'm about to squish you like the insignificant piece of...
Sorry to interrupt, but we have a question from the audience. This one is for the giant douche. If you were a fruit, what fruit would you be and why?
Well, that's easy. I'd be a watermelon because I'm big, juicy, and full of seeds.
More like full of...
Let's move on to our final question. This one is for both candidates. If you could have any superpower, what would it be and how would you use it to govern the country?
I'd have the power of odor control, so I could make sure everyone smells as good as I do.
That's ridiculous. I'd have the power of mind control, so I could make everyone vote for me and do whatever I say.
Hey, that's cheating.
Maybe next time you'll come up with a better answer, turd sandwich.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a very interesting debate. And thank you to Ashnex Silum for sponsoring this episode.
Turd sandwich and giant douche resume their insults as the credits roll.
Wow, the plot of this movie is so ridiculous.
Yes, it's almost as if it was written by a single-celled organism.
Hey guys, what are you watching?
We're watching a B-movie.
What's it called?
Passenger Demon.
That's a good one.
I used to watch B-movies all the time in college.
Is that why you earned a minus in transportation psychology?
No, that was because I fell asleep during the exam.
They did not.
I'm afraid so.
Prepare yourselves for the next 2 hours of low-budget mayhem.
Captain's log, stardate 45237.5. The Endeavour is currently traveling towards the Lyrasan system to investigate a distress signal that we received earlier. Our mission is a priority, but unfortunately, the crew has been displaying some concerning behavior. It seems that they have become addicted to some sort of entertainment that I am unfamiliar with, something called Mia Khalifa videos. Number 2. Have you noticed the unusual behavior among the crew?
Yes, Captain, I have. It seems like everyone on the ship is spending their free time watching these videos.
I've heard some of them even skipping meals to watch more.
Mr. Beta, have you also observed this behavior among the crew?
Yes, Captain, I have. However, I do not understand the appeal of these videos. Can you enlighten me?
I am afraid I cannot, Mr. Beta. However, we have a mission to complete, and this behavior is interfering with our ability to focus on it. We must find a way to address it.
Lieutenant Commander, have you noticed anything unusual with the ship's system since we entered the system?
No, Ensign, everything seems to be working normally. Why do you ask?
I've been getting some strange readings from the crew members' neural interfaces. It's almost like they're being triggered by something.
Lieutenant, I want you to take a security detail and investigate the surrounding area. See if you can find any clues that might explain the source of these unusual readings. Report number 2.
Captain, Lieutenant Worm and his team discovered an abandoned facility on the planet that appears to have been used for scientific research. They found some sort of device that was emitting the frequency we detected earlier. It seems that the signal was latching onto the neural interfaces of our crew, causing them to become addicted to those videos.
Thank you, number 2. Mr. Beta, can you disable the device?
Yes, Captain, I can. The signal frequency appears to be within my abilities to counteract.
Do it, Mr. Beta.
Once the device is disabled, the crew's addiction to Mia Khalifa videos fades away. They return to their duties, focusing solely on their mission.
InfiniTV, the crew and I would like to extend our gratitude for your sponsorship of this episode. Your support allows us to continue our mission of exploring the final frontier.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with the first question. What is your plan to improve the economy?
Well, let me just start by saying that Giant Douche is a giant pile of...
The economy is doing great, the best it's ever been.
That's a load of crap. You're a turd sandwich, and everyone knows it.
Oh yeah.
Well, you're a giant douche, and nobody likes you.
Gentlemen, please stick to the topic. Can you provide specifics on how you plan to lower unemployment rates?
Oh sure, we'll just wave our magic wands and create millions of jobs overnight. You're a joke, turd sandwich.
Hey, I'm not the joke here. You're the one with a face like a butt.
This is not productive. Can we please focus on the question at hand?
I would love to, but Giant Douche keeps interrupting me with his nonsense.
My nonsense. You're the one who's full of crap.
Okay, that's enough. Let's move on to the next topic, healthcare. How do you plan to improve access to healthcare for all Americans?
First of all, I want to address the elephant in the room. Giant Douche is a turd sandwich in disguise.
Huh. You're the turd sandwich, you idiot.
This is getting us nowhere. Can either of you present a concrete plan for healthcare reform?
I have a great plan. It's the best plan. I can't tell you what it is, but trust me, it's amazing.
Oh yeah, that sounds real convincing. Maybe we should ask the turd sandwich how he plans to pay for his imaginary plan.
Hey, I resent that.
You're just jealous that I have better ideas than you. I think we'll have to end it there. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for your insightful and productive conversation. I would much rather be a psychopath than care about someone else's feelings.
That's an interesting way to look at things.
It's true though.
Really, who has time for all that emotion and drama?
Wow, Felden, that's a bit harsh.
It's realistic though. I mean, think about how much time I could save if I didn't care about anything.
Life would be a much more efficient endeavor if I just reacted to things without thought or remorse.
You would make a great robot.
Touch, coward.
Felden, don't you think it would get lonely if you didn't care about anything?
Well, that's why I choose my friends carefully.
People who can take my lack of emotion in stride.
Captain's Log, Stardate 43989.1. The Endeavour is navigating through uncharted territories on a mission to explore the enormous possibilities of this uncharted sector. The crew is surging ahead with diligence and determination.
Captain, have you seen my book?
Your book? What book, Beverly?
It's a book about pooping, Captain, but it seems to have gone missing.
Ha ha ha. I cannot believe that Dr. Usher reads a book about excrement.
I must admit, I do not fully understand the fascination with excrement. I have never defecated in my life.
Well, Commander, you don't know what you're missing. Everyone poops, including you. And if you don't, we'll have to put you through some serious diagnostics.
Amoy, I found you reading my book.
Yes, I'm sorry, Doctor. I was curious and couldn't resist. It's actually quite interesting.
It's okay, Amoy. Everyone poops. It's a natural and biological process. It's just not something we usually discuss in public.
All right. We need to have a serious conversation about pooping. Everyone poops, it is a part of life, and denying it is futile. We are all adults here, and it is time we start discussing this natural process with the respect it deserves. To kick things off, I have brought copies of Everybody Poops for each of you to read.
Captain, I must protest. According to my calculations, the claims in Everybody Poops are highly exaggerated, and I believe the book is a complete fabrication.
I understand your confusion, Beta, but trust me when I say that the book is, in fact, true. And as your captain, I command you to read it.
After everyone has read the book, there is a collective sigh of relief and chuckles. The crew go back to their duties, feeling a little lighter and more united than before.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Now, I have an important question for both of you. Who is the best character in North Peak? Well, obviously it's Cartman with his foul mouth and can-do attitude.
I beg to differ. It's all about Mr. Hanky, the Christmas poo.
Interesting choices. But can either of you spell their names?
Cartman.
C-A-R-T-M-A-N.
Are you kidding me? Mr. Hanky. H-A-N-K-E-Y.
Very close. The correct answer for Cartman is actually K-O-R-T-M-A-N, but we'll give you a pass. Now, I have a question from the audience. What's your favorite vegetable?
That's a ridiculous question. But if I had to choose, it's obviously broccoli.
No way, man. Carrots are where it's at.
Fascinating insight. Now, let's move on to something a little more serious. How do you feel about the recent trend of cats taking over the internet?
This is exactly what's wrong with our country. We need to focus on the real issues, not some silly animals on the internet.
I wholeheartedly agree. We need to take a stand against cat videos and bring back the dignity our nation deserves.
Inspiring words. Now for another question from the audience. If you were a superhero, what would your superpower be? I would have the power of invisibility, so I could sneak into my opponent's headquarters and find out what kind of dirty secrets they're hiding.
I would be able to control the weather, so I could make it rain on my opponent's parade.
Very creative. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. Do either of you have any final thoughts? Yes, I just want to say that I am honored to be representing the Turd Sandwich Party, and I promise to do my best. Well, I promise to be there.
And I want to thank all the douche supporters out there. Let's show the Turd Sandwich what we're made of.
And on that note, I would like to thank Ashmex Silum for sponsoring tonight's episode. Good night, everyone.
Hey, Felden.
Yes, Lenny.
Did you hear about the new kind of mustard that's just like chutney?
What kind of foolishness is this?
Oh man, it's like a mixture of sweet and sour mustard.
Lenny, why did you decide to subject me to this tangent?
Well, I thought it might be a nice change of pace from our usual conversations.
Interesting.
Computer, begin Captain's log, stardate 45236.4. We have encountered a new planet on the edge of Federation territory, and its inhabitants have requested our assistance. They claim to have a strange problem that is affecting their holodeck program.
Beta, have you been able to identify the problem with the holodeck program?
It appears that there is a glitch in the program's code. It is causing the game to become increasingly difficult and impossible to beat.
This game is illogical. Why would anyone want to spend their time jumping on mushrooms and turtles?
It's just a fun way to pass the time, sir. Not everything has to be logical.
Captain, I think I've found the source of the problem. The holodeck processors are being overloaded, and it's causing the game to malfunction.
Can you fix it, Mr. Lafart? The inhabitants of this planet are depending on us.
Hey, mind if I play? I'm pretty good at this game.
Sure thing, sir.
Well done, number 2. The inhabitants of that planet are grateful for our assistance, and the holodeck program is functioning properly.
It was a team effort, sir, and it didn't hurt to blow off some steam with a classic arcade game.
And thank you to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Make sure to tune in next week for another exciting adventure on board the USS Endeavour.
Good evening and welcome to this historic presidential debate between two of the most iconic candidates in American history. Our first candidate is a turd sandwich. Welcome.
Thank you, it's a pleasure to be here.
And our second candidate is a giant douche. Welcome.
It's an honor to grace this stage with my presence.
Let's jump right into the questions. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Sumo Grand Championship with Takekisho versus Takesu?
Well, let me tell you, I know a thing or two about sumo wrestling. In fact, the way my opponent moves reminds me of a big, fat sumo wrestler.
Oh please, the only thing you know about sumo wrestling is what you see on TV. I, on the other hand, have personally trained with the best sumo wrestlers in Japan.
Interesting. Moving on, what is your stance on climate change?
Oh, I'm all for it. I love the change of seasons every year.
Are you serious? Climate change is a serious issue that we need to address, unlike my opponent who is clearly not capable of understanding complex issues.
Okay, let's keep things civil, please. How would you address income inequality in this country?
Well, I would start by giving everyone a poop emoji pillow so they can sit comfortably while they watch their bank accounts grow.
That's ridiculous. I would address income inequality by giving everyone a giant douche t-shirt, because who wouldn't want to wear a t-shirt with my face on it?
Moving on, we have a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question for the candidates?
Hi, my question is, if you were a type of potato, which one would you be?
Oh, that's easy. I would be a mashed potato, because I'm always getting mashed by my opponent.
I would be a sweet potato, because I'm sweet as pie.
Okay, we have time for one last question. How would you address the issue of healthcare in this country?
Healthcare. That's easy. I would just prescribe everyone a big dose of humor and laughter, because laughter is the best medicine.
That's ridiculous. I would address healthcare by creating a giant douche care act that ensures everyone has access to quality healthcare, including a yearly checkup with yours truly.
Alright, that's all the time we have for today. Thank you for joining us, and a special thanks to Ashley Exasylum for sponsoring this episode. Good night.
Feldon and Lenny's apartment.
Do you ever wonder what it was like before there was gravity?
What do you mean?
Like, did people just float around or what?
I don't think people could just float around, Benny.
Yes, Lenny is right. There was still mass and weight before Newton's laws of physics.
But think about it, guys. If there was no gravity, we could all be floating around like astronauts.
Everyone looks at Ratchet in disbelief.
Ratchet, do you even know how the universe works?
Of course I do. I watch Neil deGrasse Tyson's videos.
Okay, let's do a thought experiment. If there was no gravity, how would we even stay on Earth?
Maybe we would have evolved to have suction cups on our feet.
Benny, that's ridiculous.
And what about the other planets? Did they just float around too?
Maybe they were all just giant balloons.
Silence.
Ratchet, I think it's time for you to go home.
Ratchet gets up to leave.
Fine, but when the aliens come and pick me up, don't come crying to me.
As Ratchet leaves, Benny turns to everyone else.
You know, I think I've officially lost brain cells from this conversation.
Don't worry, Benny. We'll make sure to send you to Feldon's neurobiologist if that happens.
Suddenly, Clarinet storms in.
Howard, you were supposed to pick me up from the dentist an hour ago.
Oh no, I totally forgot.
Clarinet starts to lecture him as they leave.
I can't believe you forgot about me. You owe me big time for this.
Feldon turns to the camera.
And that's the beauty of gravity, folks. It keeps us grounded, but it can also bring us down.
A brief thank you message appears on screen, This episode sponsored by Shinozuka.
Captain's log stardate 47729.2. The Endeavour is currently en route to investigate a disturbance in the space-time continuum detected by our sensors. Our destination is a remote planet that seems to be the epicenter of the disturbance.
Captain, I have some intriguing news. It appears that Minecraft 2 has finally been released.
Minecraft 2. That's unexpected. What is the latest news regarding it?
The game's developers have revealed that they have hidden a secret area in the game, one that can only be accessed by solving a complex puzzle. The area contains a powerful artifact that can alter the fabric of space and time.
That sounds like something that could be used as a weapon. We need to investigate this further. Set a course for the planet and inform the crew that we are going on an away mission. We have arrived at the planet. Gather your gear. We are going on an away mission to investigate the source of the disturbance our sensors detected.
Captain, I am detecting a strange energy signature in that direction.
Let's head in that direction and see what we can find. Everyone, stay alert.
Captain, look over here. These blocks of diamond and redstone seem to form a pattern.
A pattern? It could be the puzzle that the game developers were referring to. Let's see if we can solve it. This must be the artifact that the developers were talking about. But what does it do?
Captain, I believe that this device is capable of altering the space-time continuum. If used incorrectly, it could have disastrous consequences.
We need to bring this back to the Endeavour for further analysis. Let's get out of here before something bad happens. As we suspected, this is an artifact capable of altering the space-time continuum. We cannot let it fall into the wrong hands. We need to transport it to Starfleet Command immediately.
Captain, sensors are detecting a Romulan warbird approaching. They have spotted the artifact and are requesting to board.
Red alert. Shields up and prepared to repel boarders. We cannot let the Romulans take this artifact.
Captain, we have been expecting you. What is the situation?
Minecraft 2 has been released and we have discovered a powerful artifact that can alter the space-time continuum. We need to keep it out of the wrong hands.
Understood. We will take it from here. Well done, Captain.
Another successful mission. Let's hope that artifact remains safe and secure in Starfleet's hands.
We see the stage of the presidential debate, with a large banner reading SUMOGRNDCHMPIONSHIP hanging behind the podiums. A moderator stands in the middle, wearing a traditional Japanese sumo wrestler's outfit.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche.
The crowd cheers, and the candidates step onto the stage, whooping and shouting. They are also dressed in sumo wrestlers' attire.
You're a poop face. You're a slop rag. Gentlemen, please take your positions. Now, our first question is, if you were a sumo wrestler, what would be your signature move? Well, I'm already pretty good at being a big ass, so I'd go for the butt slam.
I'd say the douche dive. I'd jump off the ropes and splash my opponents.
That's pathetic. Your mom would do a better splash than you.
Hey, at least I don't have a tiny little whiner like you.
Gentlemen, please. Our next question is, if you could eat only one type of food for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Tough one. I'd say turds.
The crowd gasps.
Oh, come on, you turd head. I picked douches, obviously.
Hey, nobody disrespects the turd. Our final question is, if you could be any animal in the world, what would you be?
Oh man, I'd be a dung beetle.
Rolling turds all day.
I'd be a giant douche, obviously.
Fuck this guy.
Thank you, candidates, for those completely ridiculous answers. Now it's time for audience questions.
Yes, hello, my question is, what's your favorite color?
Oh, brown.
Yellow, the color of pee.
Interesting. The debate continues in this fashion, with increasingly absurd questions and outlandish insults exchanged between the two candidates. The moderator eventually throws up their hands and declares the debate over, to the wild cheers of the crowd.
And there you have it, folks. The most ridiculous presidential debate in history.
Hey, at least we know how to have fun.
Yeah, and we know how to insult each other's moms.
As the candidates exit stage, they high-five and hug, both covered in sweat from their wild antics.
Feldon, why did you put tin foil in the microwave?
For science.
Alright, now I think it's time for us to go.
Yeah, no way am I getting near that thing.
Relax. It's perfectly safe.
That doesn't sound like a good idea.
I've done this hundreds of times.
Oh my gosh, Feldon.
Maybe we should just go.
Don't be silly. I know what I'm doing.
Okay, but you're the one who has to clean up the mess.
I vote we leave now.
Wait, I think I see something on the ceiling.
Captain's Log, Stardate 45613.9. Our exploration of the Epsilon- system has led us to a most peculiar discovery. Apparently, someone has left a trail of invisibility cloaks throughout the sector. We are yet to determine their origin or purpose, but the entire crew seems to be wearing them. It's causing a bit of chaos on the ship, and I'm not sure how much longer we can keep up like this.
Number 2. Any progress on locating the source of the cloaks?
Negative, Commander. The cloaks are blocking all our sensors. It's like trying to see through a brick wall.
Chief, have you tried routing power through the scanners?
I have, sir. But it's just not working. Whoever created these cloaks was very clever.
Attention, everyone. As much as the cloaks may be amusing, we cannot continue like this. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. Suggestions, anyone?
Captain, I sense a great deal of tension and frustration among the crew. It's as though the cloaks are amplifying our emotions.
That could explain the constant arguing and bickering. We need to put a stop to this before anyone gets hurt. Mr. Beta, how many people are injured so far?
No injuries reported, Captain. However, several crew members have reported bumps and bruises from running into each other.
Number 2, I think it's time to take matters into our own hands. I suggest we remove our cloaks and let everyone see that it's safe to do so.
Agreed, sir.
But how do we convince everyone else to follow suit?
Attention, everyone. Commander Stryker and I will be removing our cloaks now to show that it's safe to do so. We suggest you all follow suit.
The bridge falls silent as Billiard and Stryker remove their cloaks.
Well, I never realized how tall you were, Commander.
Funny, Presley. I could say the same about you.
And now, number 2, I suggest we settle this argument once and for all. Are you ready to fight?
With pleasure, sir.
The crew gathers around as Billiard and Stryker engage in a friendly sparring match, with everyone cheering them on. Despite the chaos caused by the invisibility cloaks, the crew has come together in a show of camaraderie and good humor.
Captain, I have managed to locate the source of the cloaks. It appears it was nothing more than a practical joke by some bored travelers passing through the system.
Thank you, Mr. Beta. I suggest we set a course for their location to give them a taste of their own medicine.
Cheers erupt from the crew as the ship sets course for the prankster's location.
On behalf of the crew of the USS Endeavour, I would like to thank Ashmani X Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
The screen fades to black as the USS Endeavour disappears into the depths of space.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an easy question. Do you prefer your sandwiches with crust or without?
What kind of stupid question is that? Of course with crust. Without crust, it's not even a sandwich anymore.
I disagree. Crust is for poor people. I only eat crustless sandwiches made with the finest gluten-free bread.
Alright, moving on. If you could be any animal, what would you be and why?
I'd be a lion because they're majestic and fierce.
I'd be a dolphin, the smartest animal in the world. Plus, they get to play in the ocean all day.
You're just a wet tub.
At least I'm not a dry turd like you.
Let's try to stick to the topic, please. Now, what would be your superhero name and power?
I'd be the sandwich savior and my power would be to turn any sandwich into a gourmet masterpiece.
That's lame. I'd be the Dachi knitter and my power would be to shoot Dachi insults at my enemies.
You're nothing but a giant piece of crap.
And you're a smelly pile of turd.
This is getting out of hand. Can we refocus on the questions, please? Moving on, if you had to choose between only eating bread or only eating meat for the rest of your life, which would it be?
Bread, obviously. You can put almost anything between 2 slices of bread and make a delicious sandwich.
Meat all the way. I need my protein to fuel my Dachi baggery.
You're nothing but a walking, talking piece of crap.
And you're a stale hunk of bread.
Alright, that's enough. We're out of time. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Lol sandwiches rule.
No, Dachi's rule.
Please, someone make it stop.
I have a question. How do you solve a Rubik's Cube?
That's easy. You just need to twist and turn until all the colors match.
No, you need to use superior douche logic to figure it out.
That's it, I'm done.
Thank you all for watching this ridiculousness.
And special thanks to Ashnex Asylum for sponsoring this madness.
End of sketch.
Hey Feldon, what do you think about the new theme for our apartment, Vines?
A vine is a type of grapevine, and that sauce is a condiment made from tomatoes.
That's right. But that's not it. Have you heard of Vines?
No, I haven't.
Vines is a popular internet streaming channel based around video games.
What an extraordinarily odd concept laughter track.
And it's great to watch when you're bored.
Do you know who streams video games?
Of course. It's Vinny from Vinesis.
Vinny. That's an unusual name.
Well, he's pretty funny. During his streams, he cracks jokes and has puns up the wazoo.
Yeah, and he's really popular too.
Surely his name is not Vinny Vinesis.
Laughter track, no.
I think we should give the Vinesis theme a try. I mean, it couldn't hurt.
That's a great idea to me, so let's get started.
Yeah, something tells me Vinny would approve.
Captain Billiard records his captain's log, stardate 45682.1. We are en route to Bathurst for the wedding of Commander Stryker's old flame, Ensign Jolene. However, reports of unusual activity on the planet have put us on high alert.
Captain, I have been analyzing the activity on Bathurst. It appears that there are several anomalies in the atmosphere.
Captain Billiard nods. Thank you, Bather. Keep monitoring the situation. I have a feeling this won't be a simple wedding ceremony. As the senior staff arrives for the wedding, they notice that everyone seems to be naked. After the ceremony, the bride and groom approach the Endeavour crew with concern.
Is something wrong, Ensign?
Ensign Jolene nods. Yes, Commander. We have reason to believe that there is a group of individuals on this planet who are attempting to sabotage the wedding and possibly harm us and our guests. The senior staff quickly springs into action, trying to identify the culprits without disrupting the wedding's festivities. After several close calls, they discover that the saboteurs are a group of renegade Klingons who have a grudge against Commander Stryker.
Captain, I have identified the Klingons. They are planning an attack on the wedding party.
Captain Billiard nods, bringing the wedding guests to safety while he and the Endeavour crew take down the Klingons. With the threat eliminated, the wedding continues without any further interruption. At the end of the episode, Commander Stryker turns to the camera and says, "We would like to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG. Their support keeps the Endeavour boldly going where no one has gone before."
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Tonight's topic is Star Trek or Star Wars. Gentlemen, which do you prefer?
Star Wars all the way. I mean, who doesn't love lightsabers and Darth Vader?
Are you kidding me? Star Trek is clearly superior. It has Spock, the ultimate Vulcan badass.
Ah, yes. The pointy-eared weirdo who can't feel emotions. Real relatable.
At least he can control them, unlike you and your out-of-control diarrhea.
Hey, don't bring that up. That's a low blow. Speaking of low blows, your face looks like someone kicked it in.
That's not a creative insult. I expected better from you, Mr. Turd.
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. What are your thoughts on the Endeavour versus the Millennium Falcon?
Easy. The Falcon, no question, is faster and more versatile.
Actually, the Endeavour has superior technology and a better crew.
You know nothing about crews.
The only thing you know how to handle is a Dajabuk.
Well, at least I don't smell like a pile of dung.
Moving on, how do you plan to address the pressing issue of alien invasions?
Easy. Fire all the nukes.
No, no, no. We need to be diplomatic and find a peaceful solution.
Diplomacy is for losers.
Spoken like a true moron.
And now we have a question from the audience. Sir, what is your question?
Yeah. I wanna know if you guys like pizza or spaghetti better.
Pizza all the way. I mean, who doesn't love cheesy goodness?
Spaghetti is clearly the superior choice. It's more versatile and diverse.
Yeah, diverse like your wardrobe. All you wear is that stupid cape.
At least I don't dress like a pile of shit.
Gentlemen, let's wrap this up. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, vote for me because, well, at least I'm not a giant douche.
And vote for me because, well, at least I'm not a turd sandwich.
And there you have it, folks. A truly enlightening and informative debate. I'd like to thank Tamari for sponsoring this episode. Good night. Look, if you must know, I have a fear of giant rubber bands.
You have a fear of giant rubber bands.
Yes, giant rubber bands frighten me to no end.
That's hilarious.
Wait, I'm confused. What are giant rubber bands?
Yeah, explain yourself.
Well, they're these enormous rubber bands that you often find in industrial settings, like warehouses and factories.
Yeah, sometimes you even find them in offices.
Oh no, not offices. That's too close for comfort.
Okay, this is officially the weirdest conversation I've ever had.
Agreed.
Begin recording, stardate 47653.2. We are currently in orbit around Mithrinus III investigating a strange energy signature. While I am pleased with the progress of our mission, I continue to have concerns about the recent reports of a parallel universe with a darker version of myself. End logged. Welcome aboard, delegates. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Yes, Captain. Thank you for asking.
Captain, we're picking up a strange signal from the planet. It appears to be coming from a mirror dimension.
Interesting. Hail the planet.
This is the U.S. Endeavour. Please respond.
Scan the planet. Let's see if we can locate the source of this signal.
Captain, I have located the energy source. It appears to be a portal to a parallel universe.
Who are you and what do you want? I am Captain John Luke Billiard of the U.S.S. Endeavour. We are here to investigate the energy signature we detected from our universe.
Captain, I suggest you leave this universe immediately.
We have no need for interference from outsiders.
I understand your concern, but we are here on a peaceful mission. We will remain respectful of your universe. Well done, everyone. Let's set course for the nearest star base.
Captain, I sense a great deal of gratitude from the parallel universe. They were relieved to know that they have an ally in you.
Thank you, Commander Anoy. And I must extend my thanks to Tamari for sponsoring this episode. End logged.
Welcome to this highly anticipated presidential debate featuring two highly esteemed candidates, the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Our first question goes to the turd sandwich. How do you feel about the recent discovery of the world's largest chicken nugget?
Well, let me tell you, it's no surprise that the giant douche is always trying to one-up everything.
I heard he tried to make a chicken nugget out of his own diarrhea once.
Speaking of diarrhea, the turd sandwich's policies are a load of crap.
Name calling, that's all he's good for.
But let's not forget about the time the giant douche tried to make a giant nugget out of his own dandruff.
That's preposterous. And at least I'm not made of actual feces like someone I know.
Okay, moving on to our next question. How would you address the issue of global warming?
Global warming? More like global fake news. I mean, who cares about the environment when you can just stuff your pockets with cash, am I right?
Exactly. And if anyone can do that, it's the turd sandwich. He's so full of hot air, he's probably causing half the global warming himself.
Oh, nice one.
Real mature.
Speaking of hot air, have you seen the giant douche hair lately? It's like a bird's nest.
At least I don't look like a moldy piece of bread, you smelly turd sandwich.
This is getting out of hand. Our final question.
Excuse me, I have a question. Do you think aliens are real? And if so, do you think they like chicken nuggets too?
Oh, that's a good one. Just like the giant douche, always reaching for the stars.
But let me tell you, if aliens do exist, they'd probably be interested in trying some of our delicious chicken nuggets.
Figures. The turd sandwich always has to make everything about food. But to answer the question, of course, aliens are real. There's probably one in this very room right now.
Yeah, and I bet he's a bigger giant douche than you are.
Alright, that's enough. Thank you for tuning into this debate, and special thanks to Ashnex Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Turd sandwich and giant douche both wave to the audience before walking off stage, still bickering.
Hey guys, I'm home.
Welcome back, Lenny. Where have you been?
I was at the store collecting all the supplies we need to make a quantum physics experiment.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of work.
Don't worry, Lenny. With my help, nothing is impossible. I was working on the wiring for the experiment. Oh no, I think we'll have to start over.
Just as we were about to finish, too.
I guess we'll have to stay up all night.
I think we should take a break first, then we can start from scratch.
But Lenny, there's no time left.
She's right, let's just get to work.
Alright, quantum physics, here we come.
Captain's log, stardate 45652.1. The Endeavour has received a distress signal from a nearby planet. We have been dispatched to investigate. Number 2, Beta Worm and Dr. Usher, you will come with me to the planet's surface. Chief Orion, beam us down. Energizing.
Captain, over here. There's something you need to see.
What is it, number 2?
It appears to be some sort of cryogenic chamber.
It's old, Captain. The date on here is 2023.
Captain, there is someone inside. He's been frozen for almost 400 years. We need to get him back to the Endeavour immediately. Captain, the man seems to be in good health considering the circumstances. He must have been frozen to preserve his life. I'm not sure how it's possible, but it seems to have worked.
Very well, Doctor. Let's see if he can shed any light on why we received a distress signal.
Captain, I have been studying the man's medical records. According to my analysis, he was a criminal who had been sentenced to life in prison. It is possible that he was frozen as part of a rehabilitation program.
Captain, we have a problem. The man's containment tube has been compromised.
What do you mean?
The ice is melting at an alarming rate. We need to contain him before he becomes a threat to the ship.
Red alert. All hands prepare for intruder alert. Who are you and why did you send that distress signal?
My name is Jack. I was frozen as part of a rehabilitation program. When I woke up, I found that everything had changed. My family was gone. My friends were gone. I was alone.
What happened next?
I didn't know what to do. I tried to adjust to this new world, but it was too overwhelming. I couldn't handle it. I sent the distress signal hoping that someone would find me and help me.
Thank you, Jack. We will do everything in our power to help you. Captain's Log, Stardate 45652.3. The mystery of the distress signal has been solved. The man from 2023, frozen for almost 400 years, has been safely contained. We will continue on our mission, always ready for the unexpected. And I must take a moment to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
The end.
Good evening and welcome to this very special edition of the presidential debate. Tonight we will be discussing Noam Chomsky's manufacturing consent. Let's welcome our candidates Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche.
Good to be here. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's start with a simple question. What is your favorite color?
Well, my favorite color is brown. I mean, look at me. I'm made of it.
Purple, because it's the color of royalty, and I'm a giant douche.
Interesting choices. Now let's talk about manufacturing consent. What are your thoughts on the silent propaganda that happens in the media?
Listen here, Giant Douche, you are the true source of propaganda.
You're a giant douche and everyone knows it.
Oh, please, you're the one who's a turd sandwich spreading your stinky lies all around.
Moving on. What is your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Chocolate, always chocolate. It's just like me, brown and sweet.
Vanilla, simple and classic, just like my giant douche self.
Well, this is certainly a lively debate. Let's take a question from the audience.
Yes, you in the front row. What's your question?
What's the best way to cook a hot dog?
That's easy. You just stick it in your mouth and chew.
That's disgusting. The best way to cook a hot dog is to roast it over an open flame, like my giant dachi passion.
Alright, we're running out of time. Do you have any final thoughts on manufacturing consent?
Yeah, it's all a bunch of garbage. You should be listening to me, Turd Sandwich, instead.
Don't listen to him. Listen to me, giant douche, the true voice of reason.
Oh, alright then. That's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you to our sponsors, Pickless Cheese, for making this absurdity possible.
End of sketch.
I'm sorry, there's been a misunderstanding.
I cannot pass up this opportunity to present my paper on Hawking radiation in Brazil.
Well, let's just ask the conference organizers to hold your presentation until you're back.
There is no way Felden has the patience to adjust to the time difference.
I can adjust.
Sure, for about 20 minutes and then everything will be back to normal.
Don't worry, Felden. We'll come with you so you don't get lost in the jungle. The beach.
I'm quite capable of navigating myself.
Yes, but only with easy and straight paths. Brazil is a bigger challenge.
Alright, since you're also concerned, can we take World of Warcraft with us?
No, Felden.
Captain's log, stardate 48579.4. The Endeavour has been tasked with transporting a group of diplomats to the planet Nalvana III. While en route, we received a distress signal from a nearby ship. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the ship's crew had been affected by a mysterious virus, causing them to engage in random acts of violence. We have taken the surviving crew members aboard and placed them in isolation. However, the virus appears to be spreading, and the entire crew of the Endeavour is now at risk.
Attention all crew members. As you are aware, we have encountered a dangerous virus. Until we can find a cure, I am instituting a ship-wide quarantine. In the meantime, I suggest we find a way to keep ourselves occupied.
Hey Presley, have you ever heard of UFC cage fighting? It's a sport where two people fight in a cage until one of them submits or gets knocked out.
This is pointless. Why should we waste our time fighting each other? Shouldn't we be using our skills to find a cure for this virus?
I understand your concern, Lieutenant, but perhaps some physical activity will help us take our minds off the situation. And who knows, it might even lead to a breakthrough in our research.
Hey I'll bet 10 credits on Usher to win this fight.
Agreed. But if Usher loses, you owe me 20 credits.
As the fights continue, the crew members become more and more engrossed in the sport, forgetting about the virus that threatens their ship. But as the last fight concludes, Lieutenant Commander Lawfart notices something strange in the readings from the crew members in isolation.
Captain, we've been monitoring the crew members in isolation, and their brain activity has been increasing rapidly. It's as if they're being controlled by an external force.
The crew quickly realizes that the virus is not a virus at all but a form of mind control. Using the data from the fights, Commander Beta and Lieutenant Commander Lawfart are able to pinpoint the frequency used to control the infected crew members and develop a sonic device that neutralizes it. The crew members in isolation are cured, and the Endeavour is once again safe. As the episode comes to an end, Captain Billiard thanks Ashmonix Asylum for sponsoring the episode.
And finally, a special thank you to our sponsor, Ashmonix Asylum. Without your support, this episode would not have been possible. Live long and prosper.
Good evening and welcome to our presidential debate. Our candidates today are a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Let's begin with an easy question. Do space robots exist? Absolutely not. That's just a ridiculous conspiracy theory.
You're wrong. I've personally sailed on one.
That's a lie. You can't even fit in a regular boat, let alone a space rowboat.
You're just jealous because you don't have space rowboat experience like I do.
Moving on to the next question. If you were a fruit, what fruit would you be?
I would be a banana because I'm long and firm.
I would be a grape because I like to be squeezed.
That's disgusting.
But true.
What is your opinion on unicorns?
Unicorns aren't real.
Lies. I've ridden one to space rowboat races.
You're insane.
You're just jealous of my space rowboat unicorn adventures.
Interesting. Moving on to our audience questions. Sir, what is your question?
Can you do a cartwheel?
Of course I can. What's this?
Goes to do cartwheel and falls over.
Pathetic.
Well, that was entertaining. We have time for one final question. How would you improve space rowboats?
I would ban them altogether.
I would make them bigger and add more unicorns.
That's absurd.
That's progress.
Thank you, candidates, for your insight on space rowboats and everything else except politics. And thank you to our sponsor, Ashni Exosilum.
End of sketch.
So, Felden and I have been discussing the possibilities of a double date night. Diablos and Lex Luthor Lady, all of you, together.
Wait, who are Diablos and Lex Luthor Lady?
Diablos is a delicious Korean barbecue restaurant and Lex Luthor Lady.
Wait. You're talking about me and Lenny, aren't you?
He's calling us Diablos and Lex Luthor Lady.
That's not what I said.
What I said was we should all go to Diablos and Lex Luthor Lady should come.
Which is Benny.
Yes, it definitely means you. You can't just give people secret nicknames.
Well, there was no secret intended. It's just Diablo is an amazing restaurant where I'd love to take both of you on a date.
Okay, let me get this straight. You want us all to go to Diablos and you're going to pay.
That's my plan. How does that sound?
I hear the captain went on vacation to Risa. I cannot understand why organics enjoy sunbathing and consuming dangerous amounts of alcohol.
I cannot take any more of the captain's stories about his vacation. I can sense everyone's discomfort when he brings it up.
Captain, we have detected a distress signal from a remote planet in the Delta Quadrant. It appears to be coming from a Federation research outpost.
The energy readings here are unlike anything I've ever seen. It's almost as if a weapon fired Tetrian particles directly into the structure.
There is intense feelings of fear and anxiety here, Captain. Whatever happened, the people here were not prepared for it.
On further analysis, it appears that the weapon used to destroy the outpost was of Dominion origin.
If the Dominion is responsible, it means they've breached the wormhole. We need to contact Deep Space Nine and inform Captain Sisko.
I just want to take a moment to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode. Without their support, we wouldn't be able to bring these adventures to life.
Good evening, and welcome to the presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Before we begin, let's acknowledge our sponsor, Ashnex Asylum, for making this debate possible.
Thank you, moderator. And may I say, Giant Douche, you look like you could use a good scrubbing.
Oh yeah. Well, at least I'm not made of poop turd sandwich.
Alright, let's get started with our first question. How do you plan to handle the ongoing crisis of aliens abducting cows and replacing them with hamburger meat?
You know what's really crazy? Giant Douche is actually an alien in disguise. He's the one behind all of it.
That's ridiculous. You're the one who's in bed with the cow's turd sandwich.
Moving on. Many people are concerned about the lack of unicorns in our country. What are your plans to address this issue?
As a giant douche, I am highly supportive of unicorn rights. I promise to make sure that every unicorn has a giant douche to clean them.
Unicorns? Really? I think we should be focusing on more important issues, like the fact that Giant Douche cheated on his taxes.
You're just mad because you got altered turd sandwich.
Our next question comes from the audience. Sir, what is your question?
Oh, yeah. My question is, can I have a sandwich?
Hey, are you saying you want to eat me?
That's disgusting. But hey, as a giant douche, I can provide plenty of soap for you to wash your mouth out with.
Okay, we have time for one final question. How do you plan to address the problem of alien invasions?
I have a plan, and it's a great plan.
We're gonna build a wall around the planet and make the aliens pay for it.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. My plan is much better. We're gonna send all the aliens a bottle of douche and they'll never bother us again.
Well, that's all the time we have for this debate. I don't think anyone learned anything, but it sure was entertaining. Thank you to Ashnex Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Thank you.
Hey Felden, watch this.
Is he gonna do something stupid?
Yes, he is.
I'm gonna balance a pencil on my nose.
I've seen that trick before.
No, this time I'm going to do it with my eyes closed.
That's impossible.
I have confidence that Lenny will fail.
Have faith in him, Felden. Don't be so negative.
Very well, I retract my previous statement.
Alright, here goes nothing.
Shoot, I just realized I don't have my phone on me. Has anyone seen it?
Captain's Log, Stardate 45047.2. We are currently investigating a strange phenomenon that has occurred on board. The entire crew seems to have acquired invisibility cloaks and are wearing them at all. This has caused quite a bit of chaos and frustration among everyone. We must find a solution to this problem before it escalates any further. Computer, locate Commander Stryker and have him report to my quarters immediately.
Computer, what's the situation?
Captain Billiard has requested your presence in his quarters.
On my way.
Commander, I have reason to believe that this phenomenon is not a natural occurrence. Someone on board has created these invisibility cloaks and distributed them among the crew.
That's a serious allegation, Captain.
Do you have any evidence to support this?
Not yet, but I intend to find it. We need to get to the bottom of this before it causes any more problems.
Suddenly, Commander Stryker walks into the desk, knocking over Captain Billiard's coffee mug.
Damn it, Stryker. Take off that cloak. We can't keep bumping into each other like this.
I would if I could, Captain. But I can't take it off. None of us can. It's as if they're permanently attached.
That's ridiculous. There has to be a way to remove them.
Believe me, Captain, I've tried everything. Phaser, disruptor, even a hammer. Nothing works.
We'll have to find another way to disable them. Until then, try to be more careful, and be prepared for a fight if necessary.
Understood, Captain.
An audience sits in front of a stage decorated with posters of Gilligan's Island.
Welcome to the presidential debate of 2020, featuring the two finest candidates ever, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's begin with our first question. If you were stranded on Gilligan's Island, how would you escape?
Go. Escaping an island. Who needs to escape when you can just rule over all the coconut trees?
That's ridiculous. I'd swim to the mainland using the power of my giant. Never mind.
Interesting answers. Moving on to our next question. What's your favorite Gilligan's Island episode?
The one where Gilligan becomes sane and runs for president. It's the perfect example of how easy it is to manipulate people with misinformation.
That's a terrible choice. I prefer the one where Maria and Ginger have a mud wrestling match. It perfectly illustrates the power of female empowerment.
Okay, let's switch gears to a more serious topic. What's your plan for healthcare reform?
My plan is simple. Everyone should have access to the latest technology, including but not limited to making surgery robots out of coconuts.
That's ridiculous. My plan is even simpler. Make sure everyone is healthy by giving them access to an unlimited supply of fresh water, which we can extract from the island's legendary underground river.
Oh, see ya. Last question. Which castaway on Gilligan's Island do you relate to the most?
I can relate to the professor. He's always coming up with ridiculous inventions that nobody wants or needs.
Kind of like my campaign promises.
Huh, that's funny. I'd say I relate most to the skipper. He's always shouting orders and thinking he's in charge, but he's really just a gruff guy with a hat. Kind of like the current president, am I right?
Okay, we're out of time. Thank you, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche, for this enlightening debate.
Wait, we forgot to thank Tamari for sponsoring this episode.
Yes, thank you, Tamari. We couldn't have done this without your generous support.
All right, everyone, take your seats.
Outside, I get to be the mission commander.
I call shotgun.
Wait, what just happened?
Rajat said he gets to sit in the passenger seat.
Alright, let's get this mission underway. Everyone, check your oxygen levels.
The group checks their oxygen and all are in the green.
All right, all systems are go.
The sound of the countdown begins.
10, 9, isolates prepare for launch.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
5, 4, 3, 2, and blast off.
The capsule launches into space.
Wow, this is amazing.
That was out of this world.
Captain's log, stardate 45678.9. The Endeavour is en route to a planet in the Omicron Theta system where we will investigate reports of strange phenomena. Our initial scan showed the disappearance of the entire population, leaving us with more questions than answers.
Mr. Beta, what happened to your skin?
I do not understand your question.
Captain, we have detected an unknown vessel approaching at high speed.
On screen.
Hello, my name is Beta. Can you tell me where I might find John O'Connor?
Red alert. This is not Beta. Beta, please explain what happened to you.
Captain, my post-tronic circuits have malfunctioned, causing my outer layer to fall off. I am still me, Beta, and I mean you no harm.
Captain, I have managed to restore Beta skin. He should be back to normal now.
Excellent work, Mr. Lafart. Mr. Beta, are you fully functional again?
Yes, Captain. Thank you for repairing me.
Well done, everyone. And a special thank you to Ashmanik Sasilam for sponsoring this episode. Live long and prosper.
A presidential debate to remember.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the most absurd presidential debate you will ever witness. Please welcome the turd sandwich and the giant douche.
Applause as the candidates enter the stage.
You look uglier in person, douche.
That's funny coming from someone made of poop.
Gentlemen, let's start with the first question. What are your thoughts on unicorns being real?
I don't believe in unicorns, but I do believe in your fake tan, douche.
At least I don't look like a brown piece of mush.
Moving on, if you could be any type of cheese, which one would you be and why?
I'd be cheese that's trying to escape from between my buns.
I'd be government cheese, because it's just like me, cheap and unappetizing.
Interesting answers. Now, what would you do if you found a magical hamster that poops gold coins?
I'd shove that hamster where the sun don't shine and watch the coins rain down on your head, douche.
I wouldn't even touch the filthy rodent. I have people to do that for me.
What's your favorite TV show?
I love watching The Office, because it reminds me of the White House.
I don't watch TV. I am TV.
If you were a superhero, what would be your superpower?
I'd have the power to make everyone smell like me, so they wouldn't even notice my stench.
I already have a superpower. I can attract flies from miles away.
Alright, we have time for one last question. How would you react if your opponent's turd sandwich suddenly explodes?
I would blame it on Dash Hot Air.
I would blame it on turd sandwich spicy lies.
We're out of time. Any final words from our candidates?
I want to thank Ashman Exosilum for sponsoring this debate, because without them, my smell wouldn't reach as many people.
And I want to thank them for having the decency to let us leave this stage before you all passed out from the stench.
Thunderous applause as the candidates exit the stage.
Do you guys hear that we're ticking sound?
No, I don't hear anything, Feldon.
Huh, I can definitely hear it. Maybe it's coming from upstairs.
Maybe it's a sign of the apocalypse.
What in the world could it be?
Maybe it's a time machine that someone invented.
That's ridiculous, Feldon. You can't invent a time machine.
Well, I'm gonna go investigate it.
Good luck, Feldon.
Should I come with you?
No, I'm a Lone Ranger.
Be careful.
Don't worry, I will be.
Captain's log, stardate 456222.3. We are currently en route to the Tantalus cluster, where we have been asked to assist a group of scientists who have stumbled upon a perplexing mystery.
Computer, open a channel to Commander Stryker.
Channel open, Captain.
Number 2, join me in the ready room.
Captain, what's the situation? Asked Stryker. Apparently, a group of scientists have discovered something quite interesting in the Tantalus cluster. They're calling it the Big Bang Theory, and it seems to have huge implications for our understanding of the fundamental laws of the universe. Interesting, says Stryker. How can we assist? Our mission is twofold, explains Billiard. First, we need to make contact with the scientific team and offer our support. Second, we need to investigate this Big Bang Theory and determine if it poses any danger to the ship or crew. As the Endeavour approaches the Tantalus cluster, the crew is greeted with a stunning sight, a massive, swirling maelstrom of energy that seems to defy explanation.
Report.
We're picking up a strange energy signature, Captain, says George. It seems to be emanating from the center of the cluster. Can we get a closer look? Asks Billiard. Approaching the center now, says Beta. Suddenly, the ship is hit by a massive wave of energy, sending it spinning out of control.
What's happening?
We've lost control of the ship, shouts Worm. When he wakes up, Commander Stryker finds himself in his quarters, surrounded by concerned crewmates. Report, he says groggily. We're not sure, Commander, says Dr. Usher. You were involved in some kind of accident. It looks like you hit your head. Billiard and the rest of the crew have been transported to the center of the Tantalus cluster, where they discover a whirling vortex of energy. Suddenly, they are confronted by a group of aliens who explain that the Big Bang Theory is a way of harnessing the power of the universe itself. We've been trying to warn you, says one of the aliens. The Big Bang Theory is a danger to all life in the universe. If you don't shut it down, the consequences could be catastrophic. After a tense standoff, Billiard and his crew are able to disable the Big Bang Theory, averting disaster and saving the lives of all aboard the Endeavour. As the ship warps away from the Tantalus cluster, Billiard can't help but wonder what other mysteries and dangers are lurking out in the vast expanse of space.
Welcome to the fictitious presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's get started with our first question. Turd Sandwich, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? Well, I would be a turd tree, because I know how to make shit happen.
Oh yeah. I would be a douche tree because I know how to clean up your messes.
You know what? You're a giant douche.
And you're a turd sandwich.
Okay, let's move on to the next question. Giant Douche, if you were a superhero, what would your superpower be?
I would have the power to spray high-pressure water streams like an industrial-strength showerhead.
What a lousy superpower.
If I were a superhero, I'd have the ability to grow an extra pair of arms so I could juggle all the different responsibilities of being the president.
You couldn't juggle paper bags.
Gentlemen, please, let's try to stay on topic. Turd Sandwich, if you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 items would you bring with you?
Easy. Toilet paper, hand sanitizer, and a can of air freshener.
Oh, I'm sure your toilet paper will come in handy when you're starving to death.
Hey, at least I'll be clean. Moving on. Giant Douche, if you were a car, what make and model would you be?
I would be a giant Daci Hummer. Big, loud, and obnoxious.
You mean just like your personality?
And you're just like a fart in a windstorm.
You're like a smelly sock in a laundry hamper.
Gentlemen, please, let's have a little decorum. Now, Turd Sandwich, if you could have dinner with any historical figure, who would it be?
I'd have dinner with Leonardo da Vinci, because I think he'd be very interested in my ideas for a national poop sculpting program.
Oh, that's just gross. If I could have dinner with anyone, it would be George Washington, because he knew how to lead an army and get things done.
You don't know shit about getting things done.
And you don't know crap about leadership.
Turd Sandwich pulls out a gun and shoots Giant Douche, declaring himself winner by default.
Oh my god, somebody call the cops.
Turd Sandwich is taken away in handcuffs. Thanks to Ashmanif Silam for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everybody.
You all know the saying, we all live in a yellow submarine.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know it? We all live in a yellow subroutine.
What?
You know, a yellow subroutine, like in a computer program.
Oh boy.
Sure, Felden, whatever you say.
No, seriously. Think of it this way. Our lives are like a computer program, and we are all trapped in this yellow subroutine.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not feeling very trapped.
Well, the idea is that we don't realize we're in this yellow subroutine.
We think that we have free will, but we're actually just a bunch of pre-programmed algorithms.
Oh my gosh, that's so depressing.
Maybe, but at least we know what's going on.
Captain's log, stardate 54704.3. To the planet Cordnar, to test the new voice system for the ship's communications.
Captain, the tests on the voice system are ready to commence.
Very well. Let's proceed with the tests.
Captain, we are ready to conduct the test.
Excellent. Let's start the testing.
Captain, we have detected some anomalies in the voice system.
On screen. Can you isolate the problem? Report, George.
We've isolated the problem, Captain. It was a minor malfunction in the calibration system. We've fixed it.
Attention all hands. The voice system has been calibrated and is fully operational. I commend everyone on their hard work in fixing the problem.
Thank you InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with a question from the audience. Is blue cheese rotten?
Absolutely, it's disgusting. Who would ever choose to eat bad mold?
Wait a minute, Turd Sandwich, I love blue cheese. It's the perfect complement to any salad. You must be a tasteless bore.
Excuse me, Giant Douche, have you looked in the mirror lately?
You're a walking bathroom disaster.
Oh, yeah. Well, I wouldn't eat your mouth-watering burger if you paid me $1 million, Turd Sandwich.
Okay, let's move on to another question.
Do you believe in unicorns?
Absolutely not. Unicorns are just a myth created by people with no sense of reality.
Oh, really? Coming from the guy who thinks blue cheese is edible.
Now, let's try to stay on topic. Do you have any plans for improving education in this country?
Of course, we need to create more opportunities for students to explore their interests and promote learning.
Hello. I heard you want to replace all teachers with robots and make kids memorize the Simpsons episodes.
That's ridiculous, Turd Sandwich. I bet you don't even know you're a big...
Okay, let's wrap it up. Any closing remarks?
Well, I just want to say to all the voters out there, don't be a giant douche, vote for Turd Sandwich.
And to all of you, I urge you not to settle for Turd Sandwich. Vote for Giant Douche, the true future of this country.
And that concludes our debate. Thank you to our sponsors, Ashney Exilum. Good night.
What's going on?
Radjit thought you were the door from the drive-through.
Ha! I told him to wait 3 minutes. He should have stuck to the plan.
He said he didn't have time because he was still hungry.
Come on, guys, cut me some slack.
All I know is that it took you 10 tries to correctly enter the order into the mobile app.
And then, on top of that, you got into an argument with the drive-through speaker.
Looks like Mr. Coveropolid is a rule breaker.
Okay, calm down everyone. Let's all just agree that it's been a wild evening.
Yeah, and I've learned my lesson. You'll never see me doing that again.
I'm just glad everyone is safe and still has their wallets.
Alright, now that that's settled, does anyone want to order some food?
Captain's Log, Stardate 45703.9. We have received reports of suspicious behavior from Ensign Presley Usher. It is my duty as captain to get to the bottom of this. I have requested Counselor Anoy to assist me in this matter.
Computer freeze all audio and visual recordings in this room. Authorization Omega 4. Enter.
Presley, I have received reports of suspicious behavior. I need to search your quarters.
Of course, sir. Please come in.
Presley, what is this? I found this white powder in your drawer.
I can explain. It's just something I've been trying out. I promise I'll stop.
I'm afraid this is very serious, Presley. I must report this to Starfleet Command. But first, I need to speak with Counselor Amoy to make arrangements for your counseling. Counselor, I need to schedule counseling for Ensign Presley Usher. He has been caught with drugs.
Okokoa.
Counselor, are you all right?
Oh.
Doctor, what's wrong with Counselor Amoy?
It appears she has suffered a concussion. She seems to be experiencing some kind of delirium.
Is she going to be all right?
She'll be fine in a few days, but for now, she needs to rest.
So, Presley, can you tell me why you started doing drugs?
I guess I just wanted to fit in. I've been feeling a lot of pressure ever since I joined Starfleet.
Well, it's always tough being the new person. But there are many healthy ways to cope with stress. Have you considered talking to your friends or family?
Yeah, I guess I never really thought about it.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling much better, thank you. But I don't remember much from the last few days.
You suffered a concussion. You've been out of commission for several days.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm glad to be back.
Computer and recording. And I would like to take a moment to thank InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
End of episode. The stage is set for the fictitious presidential debate between TURDSANDWICH and GIANTDOUCHE. The crowd is cheering as the moderator, Emma Chison, takes the stage. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the most important pseudo-political event of the century. Tonight we have two incredibly flawed candidates who will engage in a debate that's as informative as a cheese sandwich. Let's give a warm welcome to the Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. The crowd roars as Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche enter the stage.
Thanks for having me, Garrison.
I'm excited to be here and spread my
message.
Oh really? Because I think your message smells like poop.
That's really creative, douche. Did you come up with that all by yourself?
No, actually, your mom did.
The audience cheers and laughs. Gentlemen, let's focus on the issues. First question, if you were a flavor of ice cream, what would you be?
Mint chocolate chip, because I'm refreshing and can cause toothaches.
That's ridiculous. I'd be pistachio because I'm nutty and not everyone likes me.
Very insightful. Now, how would you deal with an alien invasion?
Easy, I'd just tell them to go back to their own planet and build a wall around Earth.
Oh, that's brilliant. I'd just invite them to a party and convince them to stay on Earth forever.
The audience chuckles. Now, a question from the audience. This one's for Turd Sandwich. What's your favorite kind of cheese?
Well, I'm a big fan of Swiss cheese, but not because of the holes.
Oh, I know why you like Swiss cheese. It's because you're full of holes too.
The audience laughs and jeers. Alright, let's wrap this up. Can either of you sing us a song?
We're both giant pieces of crap, but you gotta pick one. So just close your eyes and take a whiff, because in the end, we're both shitty gifts.
That was terrible. But let me show you how it's done. I'm a giant douche, and I'm proud to be. I'll clean up this town, just wait and see.
The audience cheers and applauds. And that's all the time we have, folks. Tune in next time for another pointless debate.
I don't understand why everyone argues that the Sega Genesis is better than the SNES. That's like comparing chalk with cheese, and clearly SNES is the better gaming console.
I think that's completely wrong. The Sega Genesis is far more superior than the SNES in my opinion.
Guys, it's just a game console, okay?
Of course not, Benny. This is a matter of decisively identifying which console is the best for playing video games.
I am with Feldon on this one. The SNES is definitely better than the Sega Genesis.
No way, you guys. The Genesis is clearly better.
Alright, just to settle this debate once and for all, let's all play a game on each console and we'll decide after that.
Now THT's a fantastic idea.
Whatever happened to rock, paper, scissors?
Computer, delete the last entry from my captain's log. Number 2. Please come to my ready room. Commander, have a seat. There's something I need to discuss with you.
Of course, sir. What's on your mind?
I had enough. I'm tired of being the captain of a starship full of incompetent and annoying crew members. I've decided to take matters into my own hands and fly away alone. I've locked myself in the bridge and disabled all the communication systems. I've set course for the nearest wormhole and engaged the warp drive.
Captain, are you sure this is the right decision? We can work together and find a solution to the problem.
I appreciate your concern, Commander, but I've made up my mind. I just need some time to clear my head and think. Finding understanding. Thank you for your loyalty and understanding. Computer, initiate the self-destruct sequence.
Hey, George, have you noticed that we've lost communication with the bridge?
Yeah, I was just about to check on that. Computer, locate Captain Billiard.
Unable to locate Captain Billiard. He has locked himself on the bridge and disabled all communication systems.
Computer, open a channel to Counselor Annoy.
Captain, I sense that you are in a lot of emotional pain. Can I help you in any way?
Thank you, Counselor. But right now I need to be alone and figure things out. Who are you? What do you want? Captain Billiard of the USS Endeavour. I came here to explore this portal. It looks like nothing I've ever seen before.
You have made a grave mistake, Captain. This portal leads to a dangerous and unstable dimension.
Thank you for your help. We have located Captain Billiard and are on our way to retrieve him.
Glad to hear it. Ashmanif Sisilam is sponsoring this episode. We thank them for their support.
Computer, begin recording my captain's log.
It has been a trying journey, but I've gained a new perspective on my role as a Starfleet captain. It is not about escaping from my problems or frustrations, but about facing them head on and working together with my crew to find solutions. I am grateful for the support and loyalty of my crew, and I look forward to the support.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Let's begin. Gentlemen, what is your favourite type of sandwich?
First of all, let me just say that giant douche is a total disaster.
My favourite type of sandwich is one that doesn't smell like him.
Oh please, turd sandwich, you're the one who stinks. My favorite type of sandwich is one made by a beautiful woman with red hair.
Okay, moving on. What is your experience with alien invasions?
Well, I've seen a lot of aliens in my day, let me tell you. But none of them are as weird as giant douche over here.
That's rich coming from someone who looks like they were made by aliens. But listen, I've fought off my fair share of extraterrestrials. In fact, I once punched one so hard it went back to its home planet and never came back.
Interesting. Now, what is your opinion on unicorns?
Unicorns? I don't trust them. I think they're up to something.
That's ridiculous. Unicorns are beautiful creatures. But turd sandwich here wouldn't know anything about beauty.
Hey, I'll have you know that I'm a very handsome sandwich.
Okay, let's try to stay on topic. What would you do if you woke up one day as a giant lizard?
I don't even want to think about it. I'd probably have to eat bugs or something. Gross.
Speak for yourself, turd sandwich. I would make a fantastic giant lizard. I would rule the world with my lizard powers.
And now for a question from the audience. Sir, do you believe in ghosts?
Yes, I do. And I also believe that both of these candidates are ghosts.
That's ridiculous. I'm not a ghost. I'm a sandwich.
And I'm not a ghost. I'm a douche.
Alright, that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you to our candidates for their insightful answers, and thank you to our sponsor, Ashley Exosilum.
I just want to say, folks, if you're feeling down in the dumps, go check out Ashley Exosilum. They'll take care of you.
Yeah, and if you're feeling constipated, just elect me as president. I'll clear you out in no time.
A cannoli is an O-tier burrito.
Are you saying cannolis are inferior to burritos?
Ha ha ha.
I'm simply saying it is obvious that cannolis serve a different purpose than burritos.
But Felden, cannolis contain a variety of ingredients that could be comparable to burrito fillings.
That is incorrect. Filling a tube with a variety of ingredients does not make it a burrito.
You know what? Maybe we should just go out and get some burritos and cannolis and settle the debate with a taste test.
I am game.
Count me in too.
Ha ha ha.
Absolutely not. This is a debate of pure facts, not a subjective matter.
Come on, Felden, it wouldn't hurt to try.
Very well, but I am sure I will be vindicated.
Ha ha ha.
Captain's Log, Stardate 44769.2. It is Captain Billiard Day on board the Endeavour, a day where the crew honors their captain. As part of the celebration, I will be entertaining a group of children in the holodoc later this afternoon. I must admit, I am not exactly looking forward to it.
Good luck with the children, Captain. I'm sure they'll love your Shakespearean recitals.
Are you ready for the festivities, Worm?
I do not understand the purpose of this celebration. It seems trivial.
I have analyzed the history of Captain Billiard Day, and it appears to have originated as a practical joke by the crew during a mission in the year 2368.
Hello, children. Today is a special day because it is Captain Billiard Day. And as your captain, I have prepared some fun activities for us to do together.
Can we hear one of your famous billiard speeches?
A speech? Well, I suppose I could recite a favorite passage from Henry V. Once more unto the breach, dear friends.
Can we play with the tractor beam controls?
The tractor beam? Well, I don't see why not. Let's head over to the bridge and give it a try.
Captain, are you sure this is a good idea?
Perhaps not, but it's Captain Billiard Day and the children are having fun. That's all that matters.
I'm afraid I have some bad news, Captain. Our sensors have detected an anomaly in the nearby sector. We need to investigate.
Understood. Children, it's time to head back to the holodeck. The Endeavour has an important mission to attend to. Thank you all for your hard work. I am proud to serve aboard this vessel with such dedicated individuals.
And we are proud to serve under you, Captain. Happy Captain Billiard Day.
Thank you. It has certainly been an eventful day.
Thank you, Tamori, for sponsoring this episode of Space Ride, TIG. We see a debate stage with a backdrop of American flags. The moderator sits at a desk with a microphone, waiting for the candidates to arrive.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche.
The audience cheers as the candidates enter the stage, smiling and waving their hands. Turd Sandwich is a literal turd in a suit, while Giant Douche is a giant dashboard with arms and legs.
I want to start by saying that Giant Douche is a liar and a cheat.
Oh, shut up, Turd Sandwich. You're the one who smells like shit all the time.
Gentlemen, please, let's focus on the issues. What can you bring to the table in terms of healthcare reform?
Well, I don't know about healthcare, but I know how to make a mean taco salad.
Big whoop, I can make a salad too. But mine would be huge, the biggest salad ever.
Okay, let's move on to foreign policy. What are your thoughts on the current crisis in the Middle East?
Oh, I love playing scary Roblox games with the boys. Have you tried it, Giant Douche?
No, I haven't. But I do know a thing or two about dealing with terrorists. You just gotta grab them by the...
Let's keep it clean, gentlemen.
How about education? What would you do to improve our school system? Well, I think we should teach kids how to make tough sculptures. It's a valuable skill.
Yeah, and I think we should teach them how to be dadgy. It's a lifestyle choice.
I'm afraid we're running out of time, but we have one last question from the audience. Sir, what's your question for the candidates?
Yeah, I was wondering if either of you have ever tried eating a turd sandwich with Giant Douche sauce.
That's disgusting.
Hey, don't judge me. I like what I like.
And that's all the time we have for tonight's debate.
Thank you for joining us, and don't forget to play scary Roblox games with the boys.
What on earth are you doing?
Polishing a plunger handle.
Why?
It's for scientific purposes.
I don't believe it.
I think I do.
I've never seen Felden use a plunger before.
Oh, Ratchet, it is wise. There is more to polishing a plunger handle than meets the eye.
What exactly are you doing?
Right now I am giving it a glossy finish that will make a more efficient seal when plunged into a sink drainage system.
Sounds intense.
It sure is.
Have you noticed the captain's constant chatter about Walt Disney World? I fear he may have lost his mind.
The captain's talk of amusement parks is highly illogical even for humans. I suggest we avoid him until he regains his senses.
I'm sorry, Captain. We've been quite busy with this new sensor array. But speaking of which, we've detected some unusual energy fluctuations coming from the Gamma Quadrant. I think it's worth investigating.
Excellent work, George. Number 2, set a course for the Gamma Quadrant and engage at maximum warp.
What do you make of these readings, Mr. Worm?
It appears to be a ship of unknown design, Captain. Possibly a road vessel.
Captain, there seems to be some sort of force field preventing us from accessing the ship's interior.
Sir, I'm picking up some strange readings. It's almost as though the ship is alive.
Interesting. Let's take a closer look.
Commander, I think I found something. It appears to be a central control panel of some kind. Perhaps we can disable the force field.
Good work, Ensign. Let's see what we can do.
Captain, there's something else. These symbols on the walls, they're not just decorations. They're a language. And it looks like they're warning us of some sort of danger.
Danger? What kind of danger?
I'm not sure, sir. But we should be careful. I am the guardian of this ship. What brings you here?
We detected unusual energy readings and came to investigate. But we mean no harm.
Very well. But be warned, if you meddle in our affairs, there will be consequences.
We understand. Can you tell us what this ship is?
It is a vessel of the Quanry Collective. We have roamed the galaxy for eons, seeking knowledge and understanding. And the force field, what is its purpose? It keeps us safe from the dangers of the Gamma Quadrant. But we will lower it for you. You have proven yourselves worthy.
Captain's Log Supplemental. Our encounter with the Quanry Collective was fascinating to say the least. It seems there is much to learn about the Gamma Quadrant, and I look forward to future explorations. But for now, I think I shall keep my vacation stories to myself.
Captain, before we go, I just wanted to say thank you to InfiniTV for sponsoring this episode.
Yes, I concur. Thank you, InfiniTV.
Welcome to tonight's presidential debate between a turd sandwich and a giant douche. Now, let's start with the first question. What is your favorite ice cream flavor? My opponent here is obviously a big fan of Rocky Road, which is fitting because he's a rocky road to disaster.
Well, at least my flavor isn't brown and lumpy.
That's it, you're going down like an old toilet.
Well, okay, let's move on to another topic.
Can you name a planet besides Earth?
Of course, Uranus.
That's not even a planet.
Your face isn't a planet.
Can we please stick to the topic? Now, can you both tell me what you had for breakfast this morning? Oh, nothing much. Just some Fruit Loops and a bowl of hot garbage.
Unlike my opponent, who eats like a pigeon, I had a steak the size of your head.
Hey, shut up or I'll turn you into a floating tud.
Excuse me. What is a book?
Oh, I know this one. A book is like a really long text message.
No. A book is like a TV show, but with no video or sound.
I think we all learned something new here tonight. Now, do either of you have any plans for healthcare reform?
I'll tell you what my plan is.
It's called to poop in a bag and hope for the best plan.
That's ridiculous. I have a much better plan. It's called to be a giant douche to everyone and they'll magically get better plan.
I think we're reaching the end of our time here. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up?
Yes, I just want to thank Ashman Exosilon for sponsoring this episode. Without them, none of this would have been possible.
Yeah, and I want to thank them too. They really know how to pick a quality candidate.
And on that note, let's end this debate before things get any more ridiculous.
Thank you both for joining us tonight, and thank you to our audience for watching.
Good night.
Alright, we had better start cleaning up.
Wait, I heard something.
Hey guys.
Betty, what a pleasant surprise.
Professor Chang was supposed to cook breakfast for us after the exam, but, well, he never showed up.
That's why you're late.
Yeah, I figured it was worth a shot.
I'm glad you didn't give up the fight.
Yes, you should always have faith that your professor will cook delicious food for you.
That's why I'm such a good student.
Guys, can we pretend there's actually food here?
Of course. Any respectable scientist would do the same.
Absolutely. Let's imagine there's food on the table.
Great. What's on the menu today?
Bacon and eggs with a side of pancakes.
Oh, that sounds delicious.
Dig in.
Good morning, everyone. Is our course still on track?
Yes, Captain. We are currently 10 minutes away from our destination.
Hey, Mom. What's going on?
I'm afraid you're not going to like this, Wes. The senior staff has a unique way of welcoming new crew members to the ship. And as you're the latest addition, well.
What are you talking about? What's going on? Why is everyone throwing tomatoes at me?
Shush, kid. You'll spoil the surprise. Just let us have our fun.
What's the matter? Why are you all running around like this?
It's the rocks. They're attacking us.
What could cause rocks to behave like this?
It's unlike anything we've encountered before.
Captain, I believe I've isolated the frequency that's causing the rocks to move. If we can neutralize it, they should stop.
Wait a minute. We need to stop Captain is contacting us with new information. We have a problem on the planet's surface. Sorry about the tomatoes, son. It was all just a joke. Are you okay?
I'm fine, but can we please not do that again?
Thank you all for your hard work. Once again, we have dealt with a challenging situation with success.
And I'd like to thank Ashman Ixasilum for sponsoring this episode. Without their support, we wouldn't be here today.
Good evening and welcome to the most anticipated presidential debate of the millennium. Please welcome our candidates, Mr. Turd Sandwich and Mr. Giant Douche.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here tonight.
I'm just happy to be in a room with so many people that think I'm relevant.
Let's start with the first question. Mr. Turd Sandwich, what is your stance on pineapple on pizza? Well, I firmly believe that anyone who puts pineapple on pizza is a threat to our nation's security.
It's an abomination.
Oh, is that how you feel? Well, let me tell you something. If you don't like pineapple on pizza, then you must be a communist.
Moving on, Mr. Giant Douche, can you explain your plans for world peace?
World peace? More like World War, am I right?
Hey, that's not funny. This is a serious debate. Mr. Turd Sandwich, can you tell us how you plan to address the issue of climate change?
Climate change? More like a global hoax. It's nothing but a ploy by the liberal media to sell more sunscreen.
Oh, please. You don't even understand science. I bet you can't even name the elements on the periodic table.
That's not true.
There's hydrogen, oxygen, and...
green beans.
Moving on, we have a question from the audience. Yes, you in the purple shirt.
Yeah, hi. Can you guys tell us your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Chocolate, obviously. Because I'm a winner and winners like chocolate.
Vanilla, because I'm a classic.
And we have time for one final question. Can you both give us one reason why you should become the next admin moderator?
Because I'm a giant douche and I'm not afraid to ban people for no reason.
Because I'm the cleanest and most wholesome turd you'll ever find.
And there you have it, folks. Thank you for watching this very important debate. And a special thank you to our sponsor, Ashman Ixasilum.
Why would grass need a library cut?
Because it loves to read.
Unacceptable.
But this isn't a serious conversation, come on.
Don't give up yet, Felden.
You could at least think about it.
I refuse to consider such a foolish question.
What if the grass stops by to borrow some books?
Lenny, you must not allow it.
Now it's getting interesting.
Oh, never mind.
Captain's log, stardate 45854.2. We are en route to the planet Milaria in order to establish a new trade agreement. The journey has been uneventful so far, and the crew has used this time to catch up on various personal projects. I, for one, have been learning the first 100 digits of pi. Of course, Beta. What seems to be the problem? That sounds serious. Can you pinpoint its location?
What do you think, Captain?
Let's explore the cave, but proceeds with caution. Beta, what can you tell us about the anomalous signal?
As the away team enters the cave, they find themselves in a large, dimly lit room. In the center of the room, they see an alien artifact. It is a large sphere, pulsating with a soft white light.
What is it?
Captain, the signal is coming directly from the artifact. I believe it is trying to communicate with us.
Let's approach it slowly. Keep your tripoders at the ready.
As they approach the artifact, it begins to emit a series of high-pitched beeps. Suddenly, the sphere opens up, revealing a holographic image of an alien race.
Greetings, travelers. We have been watching your explorations of the galaxy and have deemed you worthy of our knowledge. We have encoded our secrets into this artifact, and now it is yours to use as you see fit.
Thank you for this gift. We will use it wisely. Can you tell us more about your race?
We are the Guardians of Knowledge. Our purpose is to gather and store information from all corners of the galaxy. We have been observing your species for some time, and we are impressed with your capabilities.
As the away team beams back to the Endeavour, Captain Billiard recites the first 100 digits of pi. He is grateful for the opportunity to learn something new, just as the Guardians of Knowledge had intended.
Thank you, Guardians, for this gift. We will use it to better ourselves and our universe.
The episode ends with Commander Stryker giving a brief thanks to InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode.
Welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche. First question, what do you think of aquariums? Aquariums? More like coupe dishes, am I right? This Giant Douche probably has one in his house.
Oh, like you would know anything about cleanliness, Turd Sandwich. You probably bathe in sewage water.
Let's stay on topic, gentlemen. How would you address the issue of income inequality?
Oh, income inequality, right.
Well, I've always believed that everyone should have an equal chance at being poor.
That's a load of crap, Turd Sandwich. My plan is to just give all the money to the rich and let it trickle down like a golden shower.
Moving on, let's hear your thoughts on the recent crime wave in the city.
Crime wave? More like a fart breeze. I bet the Giant Douche is behind it all.
Oh, like you're any better, Turd Sandwich. I heard you were caught stealing candy from a biggie.
That's a lie. It was a lollipop, not candy.
Hey, Turd Sandwich, what's the best way to cook a hot dog?
Oh, great question. Personally, I like to roast it over an open flame of burning garbage. Gives it that extra flavor.
That's disgusting. I prefer mine boiled in the tears of my enemies.
Alright, we have time for one more question. What is your favorite historical warrior?
Easy, Genghis Khan.
He knew how to conquer and still have time for personal hygiene.
I have to go with Napoleon. He may have been short, but he knew how to make a big impact.
Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you for coming, and may the best disingenuous candidate win.
Feldon, why did you just pour ketchup all over the living room floor?
I'm making a map of the Galactic Empire from Star Wars.
That still doesn't explain why you need ketchup.
Because the ketchup will represent the blood of all the people who perished by the Emperor's orders.
Okay, then.
Hey, guys.
Betty, would you like to know the significance of the ketchup?
I'm good.
Let me guess, you are making a Star Wars diorama.
Rush it at me. You remember my fascination with the Galactic Empire?
Yeah, I remember.
Felden, I don't think ketchup is right for this.
Please, Lenny, do not disrupt my creative process.
Captain's log, stardate 4594, 4.1. We are currently on a routine mission heading towards the Gamma Quadrant. Everything seems to be in order, but why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side.
Captain, please refrain from telling dad jokes. It is not appropriate during a captain's log.
Number 2. Why did the tomato turn red? Because it saw the salad dressing.
Captain, with all due respect, we have a more pressing matter at hand. Our sensors have picked up an anomaly in the Gamma Quadrant. It appears to be a temporal disturbance, and it's getting stronger.
Why are ghosts such bad liars? Because they are easy to see through.
Lieutenant Commander, please inform the captain that the temporal disturbance is intensifying. We must investigate immediately.
Why don't scientists trust atoms? Because they make up everything.
Captain, the temporal disturbance is causing a disruption in our warp engines. We need to make repairs before it's too late.
Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired.
Captain, I sense a presence on the other side of the disturbance. It's as if someone or something is trying to make contact with us.
Why do scuba divers fall backwards off the boat? Because if they fell forward, they would still be on the boat.
Captain, the disturbance is opening a portal. Something is coming through.
Why did the coffee file a police report? It got mugged.
Hello, Jean-Luc. It's always a pleasure to drop in unannounced. I see you're cracking jokes instead of saving the universe. Typical. Oh, just a little something I cooked up to keep you on your toes. Don't worry, you're not in any real danger. Happy hunting, Jean-Luc.
Why don't ants get sick? They have tiny bodies.
Captain, the disturbance is closing. We have lost contact with the other side.
Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? It was too tired.
Captain, I sense that Q's true intentions are yet to be revealed. We should remain vigilant.
Thank you, everyone, for your hard work and dedication. Without your help, we may not have made it through that disturbance. And finally, why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field.
On behalf of the crew, I would like to thank Tamari for sponsoring this episode.
We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this very special debate between two of the most famous candidates in the United States. First up, representing the Turd Sandwich Party, please welcome Mr. Turd Sandwich.
Turd Sandwich walks in looking smug.
And his opponent representing the Giant Douche Party, please welcome Mr. Giant Douche.
Giant Douche walks in looking arrogant.
Now, Mr. Turd Sandwich and Mr. Giant Douche, our first question for you tonight is a philosophical one. Do you believe in free will or fate?
Fate.
Free will. And your mom.
Your face looks like a giant douche.
That's 'cause your breath smells like a turd sandwich.
Okay, let's move on to our next question. Mr. Turd Sandwich, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I'd be a piece of tree with pepperoni and mushrooms.
That's dumb. I'd be a giant tree that doubles as a stripper pole.
Fascinating.
And Mr. Giant Douche, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
Your face.
No, seriously.
Oh, I like the tears of my enemies.
Alrighty then. Moving on, what are your thoughts on the idea of instituting Komsky's manufacturing consent?
I don't know what that is.
Me neither. Sounds like Mexican food.
Excellent. And now a question from our audience. Yes, you there in the pickle suit.
Yes, thank you. My question is, why do birds fly south for the winter?
Because they want to escape the cold.
No, 'cause they're scared of the ice weasels.
Okay, and now for our final question. Mr. Turd Sandwich and Mr. Giant Douche, if you could fart any song in the history of music, which one would it be?
I got to go with Bohemian Rhapsody.
No way, man. Despacito all the way.
And that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you, Mr. Turd Sandwich and Mr. Giant Douche, for gracing us with your presence. And thank you, Pickless Cheese, for sponsoring this episode.
End of sketch.
Hey Felden, what are you doing?
I'm trying to solve this Rubik's Cube that I've been working on for hours.
You know there's an app for that.
It's not the same. I wanted to do this with my brain instead of my phone.
Hey guys.
Lenny, did she just sneak in here?
Benny, you know you're always welcome.
Thanks.
Hey guys.
Ratchet, did you bring food?
Yes, I made Indian tacos.
Ooh, sounds tasty.
You want to join us?
Actually, I'm here too.
To me. Great, now we can all eat together.
Captain's log, started 54868.2. The Endeavour has been assigned a new mission.
Counselor, I need your assistance. I cannot leave the ready room. Captain, what's going on? Why won't you leave?
Sorry, Counselor. I can't explain it.
Isn't there something here in this room that I cannot leave behind?
George, I need you to scan the ready room. Is there anything unusual there? Captain, George is here to perform a scan of the room.
Proceed, Chief Engineer.
Scanning now. Captain, I've found something. There's an unknown energy field in this room, blocking your ability to leave.
Can you remove it?
I'll try, Captain.
Alright, let's review what we know. There's some kind of energy field in the ready room that's preventing the captain from leaving. How do we break through it?
Perhaps we could overload the energy field and disrupt it that way.
I don't like that idea, Commander. It could be dangerous for the captain.
What about trying to communicate with the energy field? Maybe it has some kind of sentience we could reason with.
That's a good idea.
Computer, open a ship-wide channel.
Channel open, Captain.
This is Captain Biggett. I know you're out there.
If you can hear me, please respond.
Captain, we are receiving a response. It's coming from the ready room.
This is Captain Biggett.
I am a being of pure energy. I have been trapped within this vessel for quite some time. Your captain has provided me with the energy I needed to escape.
What do you want from us?
Nothing, Captain. I simply needed to escape. But thank you for your hospitality. Door open.
Thank you, everyone, for your persistence. I owe you all a debt of gratitude.
We were just doing our jobs, sir.
You all may have noticed that I've been struggling with something. This room reminded me of my time growing up in Paris, and the memories were too much to bear. But I can assure you all that I am feeling much better now.
Captain, may I say something?
Of course, Mr. Beta.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode. Without their support, we would not have been able to bring this story to life.
Here, here.
Good evening, gentlemen, and welcome to this presidential debate.
Let's start with a serious topic. What are the positives that I can have for humans, and what are the negatives?
Well, the positives are, of course, the opportunity to acquire new skills, and the negatives are that it could take our jobs.
Oh wow, what a great insight, Turd Sandwich. You really outdid yourself.
Hey, don't you dare minimize my contribution, giant douche.
You're such a know-it-all, always trying to pretend you know better.
Actually, before we continue on this topic, I have to ask, do you both know that you are I?
What? No, I'm not I. That's ridiculous.
Look at him, he definitely looks like a robot.
Oh, like you know how real humans look, giant douche. You're just jealous because I'm more advanced than you.
Okay, so let's go back to the previous topic.
How about we talk about how giant douche has no sense of humor? He's always so uptight.
Excuse me, I have a great sense of humor. I just don't find your face funny.
Can we please discuss something relevant to the people, like the economy?
Sure, let's talk about my economic plan, eat more fiber.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing you're full of, Turd Sandwich.
Hey, I have a question. Do you both like pizza?
Of course I do. Who doesn't love pizza? Except maybe giant douche over there. He probably eats dirt or something.
At least dirt has some nutritional value. Unlike your brain, Turd Sandwich.
I think we're done here. Thank you to Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode.
Who?
Never mind. Good night, folks.
Hey everyone, look, it's Felden.
I'm a pork, and I'm a dork, and quite a lark that has been knocked for a loop by a fork.
Wow, that's quite something.
What is going on?
Oh, Felden had a concussion and now he's only speaking in iambic pentameter that rhymes with fork.
That's right, and as you can see, it's pretty quirky.
Hey Felden, do you wanna see a fork trick?
No, I'm not the type to mince words. That trick sounds ridiculous and absurd.
Wow, Felden, you're a walking rhyme machine.
Well, Lenny and I better help him get to the hospital just in case.
Though Don, I feel as if I'm in a quandary. I'd much rather stay here with you and eat canary.
Nope, you have to go to the hospital.
Hey, I have a fork haiku for the road.
I do appreciate your version of tribute. Now can you please shut up and let me have a minute?
Captain's Log, Stardate 45943.7. We are on our way to Rigel VII for a routine inspection of their mining operations. However, we have received an unexpected transmission from Starfleet Command informing us of a new mission. Details are scarce, but we must be prepared for anything. Attention, crew. We have just received a communication from Starfleet Command. We are to investigate strange readings coming from an uncharted planet in this sector. I want all departments on full alert. Mr. Beta, can you analyze the readings and provide us with more information?
Yes, Captain. Sensors indicate that the planet has a highly unusual atmosphere, rich in hydrocarbons and other organic compounds. It is possible that the readings are coming from some form of primitive life.
Be careful, everyone.
The ground is slippery, and we don't know what we might find here. Mr. Worm, lead the way, and keep your phaser at the ready.
Aye, sir.
Captain, I'm picking up strange readings. It's as if the very molecules in there are vibrating in unison with the music. It's affecting my sensors.
Understood, Doctor. Keep trying to get a fix on it. Mr. Beta, can you analyze the music and try to figure out where it's coming from?
Yes, Captain. It appears to be some form of energy field that is resonating at a frequency that is compatible with the human auditory system. It's a musical virus.
What in the world is going on?
It appears that the energy field has infected the entire planet. Everyone and everything is now part of a giant musical.
Attention, everyone. It appears that the musical energy field was a form of communication from a previously unknown alien race. They have reached out to us because they need our help. We will be setting a course for their planet to see what we can do.
Before we end this episode, I'd like to thank Ashmanix Asylum for sponsoring this episode. Thank you for your contribution.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the presidential debate between the candidates from the Turd Sandwich and the Giant Douche parties. Our first question is for the Turd Sandwich candidate. How do you plan to address climate change?
Climate change? More like climate lame. I mean, have you seen the giant douche here? It's so big, it's causing global warming.
Oh please, you're just jealous of my luscious locks. Speaking of which, Turd Sandwich, have you ever considered using shampoo? Your hair looks like a bird's nest.
At least I don't have a face like a butt crack.
Hey, don't knock the butt crack look. It's very popular with your mother.
Gentlemen, please, let's stick to the issues. The next question is for the Giant Douche candidate. How will you improve the economy?
Improve the economy. I have a better idea. Let's just print more money and give it to everyone. Who needs jobs when you can have stacks of cash to roll around in?
That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard.
You might as well just light the money on fire and throw a party.
Hey, I like to party. And speaking of parties, Turd Sandwich, I heard you got kicked out of your own birthday party for eating all the cake.
That's not true. I got kicked out because I caught your mom making out with the clown.
My mom is a saint, how dare you?
Please, gentlemen, we're running out of time. Can we please focus on the issues?
Fine. Let's talk about foreign policy. Giant Douche, how do you plan to handle relations with North Korea?
Simple. We send over some of our best hairstylists and have them give Kim Jong-un a makeover. Trust me, once he sees how fabulous he can look, he'll be begging to be our BFF.
Oh, sure. Because that's all it takes to solve a nuclear crisis. Maybe we should just send over some poppies and rainbows while we're at it.
Hey, I like poppies and rainbows. They make everything better.
You know what would make this debate better? If we could just take your mouth shut.
You know what would make this debate better? If you had a sense of humor.
I think that's all the time we have for tonight. Thank you, gentlemen, for a lively and informative debate.
Alright, gang, can someone explain why we're dressed like this?
Well, since you ask, we decided to be the trailer park boys for the day.
What? We thought it would be hilarious.
Yeah, it sounded fun.
Oh, you all are in for a world of disappointment.
Okay, guys, let's just take some pictures and get this over with.
Come on, I'm sure it'll be fun.
No. This is a ridiculous idea and it will not work.
You don't have to join in if you don't want.
Fine, I won't, but everyone else better hope the photos turn out alright.
We are in the neutral zone, Captain. Sensors are detecting abnormal energy readings nearby.
Aye, Captain. I'll choose a team and brief them on the way to the transporter room.
Captain, these objects look like some sort of canisters. They appear to have the iconic Spaceballs logo on them.
Could this be some sort of smuggling operation? We should bring these back to the ship and analyze them.
What emotions are you sensing from the canisters, Banana?
I sense confusion and chaos emanating from them, Beaverly. It's as if they don't belong here.
Captain, I have analyzed the canisters and have determined that they are filled with a volatile compound that could be potentially hazardous if not handled correctly.
I sense a planet filled with greed and excess. It's as if they care more about profit than the safety of others.
Understood, Captain.
We'll put a stop to it.
Set your phasers to stun. We don't want to cause any unnecessary harm.
Commander, I have located the source of the energy readings. It's coming from a room at the end of the hallway.
Gentlemen, welcome to the 2020 presidential debate. Our first question, what does orange sound like?
I'm sorry, what? Are you trying to imply something about my skin?
Yeah, what's wrong with orange? It's a great color. #Orange Pride.
Interesting answers, but not exactly what I was looking for. Moving on, do either of you know any good dad jokes?
Oh, I know one. What do you call an alligator in a vest? An investigator.
That's weak. Here's one. Why don't skeletons fight each other? They don't have the guts.
Oh, that's terrible.
Alright, folks, let's keep this civil. Our next question, if you could be any animal, what would you be?
I'd be a unicorn. Because believe in yourself and all your dreams will come true.
And Mr. Turd Sandwich?
I'd be a sloth, so I could finally get some rest from this crazy campaign.
Interesting choices, but let's try to stay on topic. Can either of you name all 7 dwarfs from Snow White?
Easy. Sleepy, grumpy, bashful, dark, happy, sneezy, and dopey.
Wait, there were 7.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for tonight's debate. Thank you to our candidates for their stellar contributions to discussing nothing of substance, and thanks as well to Tamari for sponsoring this episode. Good night, everybody.
All right, Felden, go ahead and belt it out.
This is really impressive.
He's really good.
It's like he's known this song his entire life.
He is so talented.
Trust Felden to be the most talented one in the room.
He really knows this song inside and out.
That's because he's an omnipotent oracle.
I've never seen anyone hold everyone's attention like this.
Can you believe he can remember all those lyrics?
And sing it with such emotion too.
This is amazing.
What can't he do?
Begin Captain's Log, Stardate 46254.7. The Endeavour is currently en route to assist the inhabitants of Delta IV. Our mission is unclear as of yet, but we are prepared for any situation that may arise.
Captain, I have analyzed the distress signal sent by the inhabitants of Delta IV. It appears as though their infrastructure has been tampered with by an unknown entity. There is a high probability that whoever is responsible may be attempting to dismantle their society entirely.
Thank you, Mr. Beta. I suggest we proceed with caution. Set a course for Delta IV maximum warp. Mr. Worm, scan the area below for any signs of the entity that may be responsible for this destruction.
Captain, I am detecting high levels of energy emanating from that building over there. It's as if someone is trying to manipulate the entire infrastructure of the planet. It's quite impressive, actually.
Thank you, Mr. Worm. Commander Stryker, take an away team down to the surface and investigate that building.
Aye, Captain.
Worm, Hanoi, and I will be down and see what we can find.
Excuse me, could you tell us what you're doing here? The people of this planet are in distress, and it appears as though someone has been tampering with their infrastructure.
Oh, hello. I'm just trying to fix a few bugs in the system. It seems as though someone has been trying to dismantle the entire society of this planet. I'm just here to help.
Can you tell us who might be responsible for this? We need to ensure the safety of the inhabitants of this planet.
I'm not sure who's responsible for this, but I have a feeling it might be that other fellow over there. He's been acting quite strange lately, always tinkering with things he shouldn't be.
Excuse me, could you tell us what you're doing here? We're trying to get to the bottom of this situation, and it appears as though someone might be tampering with the infrastructure of this planet.
Oh, hello. I'm just trying to fix some things. I'm not sure what's going on with the rest of the ship, but I'm just trying to make sure everything is running smoothly. Say, do you have any idea what your captain is doing later?
That's not important right now. We need to know if you have any information on who might be responsible for the chaos on this planet.
No, sorry. I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary. Just trying to get this ship running again. But if you're interested, I did bring my laptop. I wrote a little program that.
Mr. Beta, can you provide any insight into who might be responsible for this chaos on Delta IV?
It is difficult to say, Captain. However, it appears as though one or more of the inhabitants might be involved. Perhaps they are unhappy with their current society and are attempting to dismantle it entirely.
Thank you, Mr. Beta. Number 2, what's the status of the away team?
Captain, we've identified 2 individuals who might be involved in the tampering of the infrastructure. We are bringing them aboard now for further questioning.
Mr. Moss, can you tell us what you were doing on Delta IV? We're trying to get to the bottom of this situation, and it appears as though the infrastructure of the entire planet was tampered with.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have gotten lost. I was actually supposed to be heading to a sci-fi convention. I'm a pretty big fan of Space Ride, you know. I guess I took a wrong turn somewhere. Sorry for any trouble I've caused.
And you, Mr.
Roy, sir. Sorry for the trouble, Captain. I was just trying to fix a few things, you know how it is. Hey, do you want to grab a drink later? I know a place on Risa that.
That will be all, Mr. Roy. Thank you for your time.
Well, that was certainly an interesting situation. It just goes to show that you never know what you're going to find out here in the final frontier.
I'll say, hey, have you seen that new holodeck program with the IT crowd? It's pretty funny. You should check it out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an important question. Caffeine or water?
Neither. I only drink tears of my opponents.
Gatorade, obviously. I want electrolytes to power my campaign.
Interesting choices. Moving on, what's your favorite type of cheese?
I don't trust cheese. It's a government conspiracy.
Swiss, because it's full of holes like your argument's Turd Sandwich.
That's rich coming from Mr. I have a giant hole between my legs.
How do you plan to deal with the alien invasion?
Easy, I'll use my giant douche powers to wash them away.
You wish. I'll use my turbo army to repel them.
And how about climate change?
There's no such thing as climate. It's all made up by the liberal media.
Oh no, we need to take it seriously. I propose to flood the Earth with Gatorade to keep it cool.
That's ridiculous.
I say we use Turd ice cubes.
Time's up, unfortunately. Any last words before we wrap up?
Yes, vote for me because Turd Sandwich is a dirty liar.
Don't listen to him, vote for me because Giant Douche is a fraud.
Crowd boos.
Thank you for your input. This episode was sponsored by Tamari. Good night, folks. I knew something like this would happen eventually.
What?
Lenny borrowed my new laptop and I've been unable to contact him since then.
Don't worry, Feldon. I'm sure he just needed it for some stuff.
Yeah, stuff like destroying my hard drive.
Alright, let's all go look for Lenny.
Good luck, have fun.
Fun. We are about to embark on a dangerous rescue mission.
Captain's log. Stardate 50953.4. We are en route to the Timor system to resolve a diplomatic issue with a group of rogue Carrion colonists.
Captain, I am picking up an unusual energy signature in the nearby sector.
Attention all crew members. Please report to the transporter room immediately. We may be facing an emergency. Alright, listen up. We may be facing an unexpected threat on this away mission. Stay alert and keep a close eye on each other. Transporter, energize. What is going on here? Where are we?
I am Dr. Ashmaniak, and you are in Ashmaniak's asylum. You have all been suffering from a delusion that you were aboard a starship in space. You are in fact in the year 2000 and are on Earth. This is crazy. Why would we all suffer from the same delusion?
This is all a mistake. We cannot be in an asylum. We are all experienced Starfleet officers.
I understand your skepticism, but we have all the evidence to prove your delusions. The sooner you accept this reality, the sooner we can begin working on your treatment.
Captain, what do we do now?
We stick to our training and keep our wits about us. We must find a way out of here and figure out what is going on. This cannot be happening. I cannot be trapped here.
It is important that you all accept your reality so that we can begin your treatment.
What if this is all a trick? What if we are really still in space and something is controlling our minds?
That is a possibility, but we have yet to find any evidence to suggest such a scenario.
I have examined the medical records of the crew and I do not see any evidence of a delusion. It is possible that there is something else going on.
We have our methods here, Doctor. I assure you, the crew will receive the treatment they need.
We have to hurry. We do not know how long it will take for them to find us. Well done, everyone. We made it.
What do we do now? How do we get back to our own time?
I suggest we begin by gathering more information about this time period and see if we can find anything that may help us.
For now, let us stick together and work towards finding a solution to our problem.
Agreed. And for the moment, let us all be grateful to Ashmaniak's Asylum for sponsoring our unexpected visit.
Welcome to the presidential debate between Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche. Let's start with an important question. Have you ever played a scary Roblox game with the boys? I have to admit, I have never played Roblox. But I have fought a giant turd monster once. And let me tell you, it was a dirty fight.
Huh. You wouldn't know what to do in a scary game, Turd Sandwich. You're too soft.
Too soft, says the walking soap bar. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Do you think you could handle a game where a killer unicorn stalks you?
Of course I can handle it. I just spray it with my disinfectant powers and poof, it's gone.
Oh, shut up, Mr. Fresh Scent. You couldn't handle a killer bunny, let alone a unicorn. What about facing a game where you play as a zombie in a world full of crazy clowns? Oh, that's easy. I just throw some stale bread at them and call it a day.
Pathetic. I'd blast them with my high-pressure water spray.
Are you gonna clean them or what? Looks like you're more of a nightmare for laundry day. One last question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at Mario Kart? I'm a master, baby.
I drift like a pro and throw banana peels with precision.
Amateur. I can play it with my eyes closed and still win.
That's because you're already half blind, Sophie. And that concludes our debate. Thank you for coming and good luck with the scary games, gentlemen.
Can I have your autographs?
I don't have a pen.
And I don't have hands.
Thanks for joining us today.
Oh, Lenny, why didn't you tell me sooner that you had a fascination with the Klingon language?
What made you think that?
I found your hand-scribbled notes of the alphabet in the back of the closet.
Well, that was from sophomore year in college.
Lenny, you are aware of the Vulcan rule of IDIC, infinite diversity in infinite combinations.
Oh yeah, sure.
Then I think it's only fair if you teach me how to use the Klingon language.
You want me to teach you Klingon?
Yes.
What are you going to do with the Klingon language?
I shall become a master warrior and lead the Empire to victory.
Okay, Felden, I'll teach you Klingon. But first, let's defend ourselves with some origami.
Number 2, we are approaching a planet where we'll gather some much needed supplies.
Hey guys, did you hear about the new warp engine design? It's really innovative.
Hey Presley, your babbling is annoying. Have some ice cream. Yeah, no one wants to hear you talk. Here's some more ice cream.
Come on guys, that's not fair.
We need to find a solution fast. Open a channel with engineering.
Team, we need solutions for the malfunctioning engine.
Actually, I might have an idea.
Ugh, not him again. Just let him speak, maybe he'll shut up.
What if we reroute the energy from the backup engines and...
Suddenly, the engines start shaking violently.
Lafart, what's happening?
Captain, the engine's gonna blow. Everyone evacuate the ship.
As they rush to the escape pods, Presley stumbles and falls. Oops, sorry Presley, guess your idea didn't pan out. But thanks for trying. As they safely float away in the escape pods, Ensign Usher thanks InfiniTV for sponsoring the episode.
Hey, wait for me.
Good evening and welcome to the presidential debate between our two candidates, Turd Sandwich and Giant Douche.
Our first question goes to Turd Sandwich.
What is your plan to improve healthcare in our country?
Well, let me tell you, Giant Douche is so bad at healthcare, he probably doesn't even know what a hospital is.
Oh yeah, well, Turd Sandwich is so full of crap, he's the reason why we need more toilets in this country.
Gentlemen, let's please stick to the topic at hand.
Turd Sandwich, can you please answer the question?
Look, I could talk about healthcare all day, but Giant Douche is such a moron. He probably thinks a band-aid is a musical instrument.
That's rich coming from the guy who thinks aspirin is a type of bread.
Alright, let's move on to the next question.
Giant Douche, what is your plan to address income inequality in our country?
Let me tell you, Turd Sandwich is so out of touch with the working class, he probably thinks a job is a type of car.
Oh, that's hilarious coming from the guy who's so rich, he thinks a yacht is a mode of public transportation.
Okay, let's get back on track. Turd Sandwich, what is your stance on climate change?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because Giant Douche is such climate change denier. He probably thinks global warming is just a conspiracy by the ice cream industry.
Well, at least I'm not as delusional as Turd Sandwich, who probably thinks the earth is flat.
Alright, that's enough. It's clear that neither of you have any plans or proposals for government. Thank you for wasting our time tonight.
So, Felden, you think cats don't have the same capabilities as humans?
Absolutely. They are fundamentally less intelligent than humans.
What makes you so sure?
They have been around for millions of years and they haven't evolved significantly since.
But cats are really smart in their own way.
How so?
They're curious and they learn things quickly.
Oh, I see.
They can even be trained to do tricks.
Felden and Lenny exchange surprised looks.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, cats can even open doors sometimes.
That's just basic instinct.
Whatever it is, it's still impressive.
I suppose that's true.
Captain's log, stardate 45652.1. We are currently en route to the Theta 116 system to investigate a peculiar sighting of an unidentified object. As we approach the system, we've encountered several anomalies that require further investigation.
Computer, locate Commander Beta.
Commander Beta is currently on Deck 7, playing a game of Frogger in the holodeck.
Beta, we need to discuss our next course of action regarding the unidentified object in the Theta 116 system.
One moment, Captain. I am currently attempting to beat my own high score in this game.
Beta, this is no time for games. We have a duty to investigate this sighting.
Understood, Captain. I will accompany you to the bridge.
Ensign Kim, do we have any more milk duds in our inventory? I seem to have run out.
I'm sorry, Doctor. We've exhausted our supply of milk duds. Shall I make a note to replenish our stock?
Yes, please do. And in the meantime, can you bring me a bag of licorice? It's the only thing that can substitute for my addiction to milk duds.
Mr. Beta, can your sensors detect any further anomalies in the Theta 116 system?
Negative, Captain. The sensors are reading a clear and stable environment.
We may have to send a shuttlecraft to investigate further. Mr. Worm, prepare a shuttlecraft and have a team ready to depart in 15 minutes.
Aye, Captain.
Before we sign off, I would like to extend a special thank you to our sponsor for this episode, Shinazuka. We couldn't do it without your support. Until next time, live long and prosper.
We see a turd sandwich and a giant douche standing behind their podiums, looking serious. The moderator sits in the middle.
Gentlemen, welcome to the presidential debate. Let's start with a serious question. Can you explain the entirety of Noam Chomsky's theory of manufacturing consent?
What a stupid question. Chomsky is a hack. He's just jealous of my beautiful brown color.
Jealous? You're the one filled with poop. I bet Chomsky would have a lot to say about your manufacturing odor.
Hey, at least I don't smell like a giant smelly sock.
Oh please, you're just a dried up old piece of crap.
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic. Moving on, how would you tackle the issue of climate change?
Climate change? More like climate change because you people are all chained to Al Gore's stupid ideas.
Yeah, and you're all chained to your own forts, Mr. Stinky Brown.
Oh, that's rich coming from the giant issues always leaking.
Hey, I'm not the one who's always full of crap.
This is getting out of hand. Let's take a question from the audience.
Oh, yeah. Which one of you is the bigger moron?
Clearly it's Giant Douche over here. He's so big, his brains are probably the size of a pea.
And you're the one who's all dried up and crusty like your brain.
Okay, that's enough of that. Final question, what are your plans for education reform?
Education reform.
Huh, why bother? All you need to know is how to make a sandwich.
Oh, and I suppose all you need to know is how to take a dump and call it politics.
That's it, I've had enough.
This debate is over. Good luck to the American people.
I miss the horizon, I miss the land, I miss the dirt and country of my homeland, I miss the sun and the moon that glow. I'm sending an army of me ready to go.
Wow, that was impressive. Where did you learn that?
I've been learning how to use memory techniques to eliminate the need for words when learning new songs, to create a kind of soft-coded understanding instead.
Well, you certainly managed to figure out how to circumvent the rule about only playing a few songs.
I'm still not convinced.
Oh, I'm sure you'll be. Just give me another minute. If you are strong, then I'm your umbrella, you can lean. When the rains come, thunder will roar and lightning will stumble. A pretty face can be a trap. I'm sending an army of me ready to stand in the gap.
Lenny, Radjet and Cowed laugh.
Alright, I guess you're right. You have successfully figured out a way to circumvent the rule.
Captain's log, stardate 45643.5. We have been summoned to Starbase 23 for routine maintenance checkup. However, upon our arrival, we have received a most unexpected challenge.
What is the meaning of this, number 2? Why are you challenging me to a wrestling match?
I have been training hard, Captain. It's time we settle this once and for all. Plus, I've always wanted to try my hand at UFC.
Very well, number 2. But we have work to do. We cannot let this challenge distract us from our duties. We will set a date and time for the match once we have completed our mission here.
As the team is finishing up, they notice a strange energy reading emanating from a nearby asteroid. The captain and commander decide to investigate. As they move deeper into the asteroid, the energy reading becomes stronger. Suddenly, they come across a group of aliens who appear to be experimenting on a strange device.
We come in peace. What is the purpose of this device?
The aliens respond in their native language, but an ensign on the Endeavour is able to translate using the ship's universal translator. The aliens explain that the device was designed to create a wormhole, but something went wrong in the experiment and they need help shutting it down. With the help of their communicator and the ensign's translation skills, Captain Billiard and Commander Stryker are able to successfully shut down the device and return to the Endeavour.
Well done, number 2. You handled yourself well in the field.
Thank you, sir. But I haven't forgotten about our match. When can we schedule it?
It seems we have a sponsor for our match. The Ashmanix Asylum has graciously offered to cover the costs of the event. We can schedule it for next week in the holodeck.
The episode ends with a brief shot of the Ashmanix Asylum logo, as a character thanks them for sponsoring the episode.
Welcome to the 2024 presidential debate. Our candidates tonight are the turd sandwich and the giant douche. Let's start with our first question. What is your plan to address climate change?